Chapter 101. Fuchin, you are too dazzling today. I'm afraid the Guan clan and Yang clan won't tolerate you. The Shin Tu clan will fear you too. After everyone left, Li Tianshi said to Li Fuchin. Li Jinxiu, who stayed behind, nodded. Try not to leave the sect in the future. When you are out on missions, you have to be careful. Better safe than sorry. Li Fuchin's normal bone frame was too strange. To be honest, the two of them suspected if Li Fuchin's bone frame was a demonic one, but the bone frame stone couldn't detect it. If not, why would a normal bone frame be so domineering? Understood, I will not give them the chance. Li Fuchin nodded. At the current stage, he didn't have the ability to protect himself, no matter how much of a perception he had. Only after becoming an Earth Realm martial artist would he have the qualifications to go against the three major clans. After separating from Li Tianshi and Li Jinxiu, Li Fuchin headed towards the Intersect Martial Hall. 2 missions gave Li Fuchin an additional 9,800 contribution points. With the points from before, Li Fuchin had a total of 42,000 contribution points. This amount of contribution points was too little and could only redeem 1 Mystic class, mid-tier martial arts manual. Li Fuchin thought for a moment and decided to redeem 1 or 2 Mystic class, low-tier martial arts. A swordsman mainly cultivated sword arts, but they couldn't do without other martial arts. Without a sword, a swordsman's combat ability would drop to a very low level. Arriving at the martial hall, Li Fuchin paced around the Mystic class, low-tier martial arts manual section. When walking out, Li Fuchin picked 2 secret manuals. They were a palm technique and a leg technique, respectively. The palm art was the iron smelting hand. The leg art was the shadowless leg. The iron smelting hand was very dominant. At a high rank, one could melt steel with their bare hands and extract impurities. Using it to attack the enemy was a form of torture. The shadowless leg was a leg art that specialized in speed. At a high rank, the leg speed would be astonishing. Most importantly, as long as it was a leg art, it would be enhanced with a light body technique. As for how much it would be enhanced, it would depend on the mastery of both the shadowless leg and the light body technique. Because he was a first-grade Intersect disciple, 2 martial arts manuals that were worth 30,000 contribution points, after a 30% discount, only cost 21,000 contribution points. It helped Li Fuchin save 9,000 contribution points. For the next few days, Li Fuchin diligently practiced the shadowless leg and iron smelting hand. Of course, Li Fuchin didn't neglect the cultivation of the wind shadow steps and meteor sword style. However, after the wind shadow incantation and meteor sword technique reached great perfection, the focus was on comprehension. There was no need to train diligently. In a flash, Li Fuchin had been an Intersect disciple for an entire year. In a world of ice and snow, the young man activated his scarlet fire vital chi and struck out with his palm. A dazzling red light blossomed, melting all the ice and snow within a few meters radius. As expected of the iron smelting hand, to be able to unleash the heat of the scarlet fire chi to such an extent. Li Fuchin was very satisfied with the prowess of the iron smelting hand. As he let out an arc withdrawing the scarlet mystic flame technique, Li Fuchin revolved the wind shadow steps and leapt high into the air. With a flash of his body, he kicked at the iron ore that was as tall as a human. In a single breath, it was unknown how many times Li Fuchin kicked the fine iron ore. Due to the extreme speed, it was as though there were 3 or 4 Li Fuchin kicking the fine iron ore. The scariest thing was that apart from the loud sound of kicking the ore, Li Fuchin didn't make any movement. It was as if he had transformed into a ghost, tangible but intangible. Pung! With the last kick, Li Fuchin's body flashed and landed on the ground like a wisp of green smoke. 5 meters away, the fine iron ore was split into 7 or 8 pieces. After a few months of cultivation, Li Fuchin had cultivated both the iron smelting hand and shadowless leg to the completion stage. As compared to the wind shadow steps and meteor sword style, the difficulty of cultivating the iron smelting hand and shadowless leg was much lower. With the green soul spirit, Li Fuchin had an easy time cultivating. Immersing his consciousness into his mind, Li Fuchen saw that the green ball of soul spirit had turned pale blue by 20%. The transformation speed is very slow. It seems like it will take a long time before the soul spirit is completely pale blue. Even though it was a little helpless, Li Fuchen had no other choice. Fortunately for him, the green soul spirit was more than enough. It is time to earn some contribution points. After becoming an inner sect disciple for a year, Li Fuchen didn't go to the Zhanglan Lake even once. To him, if he were to sacrifice the time and space to cultivate his martial arts in order to earn contribution points, it would be a waste. After all, the purpose of earning contribution points was to become stronger. Now that all of his martial arts and sword arts were at completion stage, he didn't need to concentrate on cultivation anymore and just needed to slowly comprehend them. So going to the Zhanglan Lake wouldn't affect his progress. On this day, on a fishing platform at the Zhanglan Lake, there was a strange sight. An inner sect disciple actually came to the Zhanglan Lake to fish. It was a known fact that inner sect disciples had many ways to earn contribution points. A simple mission could easily earn 1,000 or 2,000 or even a few thousand contribution points. But fishing at the Zhanglan Lake, if one was lucky, one might be able to catch a treasure fish worth up to 1,000 contribution points in a month. But if one was unlucky, it was normal to only catch 1 or 200 contribution points worth of treasure fish in a month. This is so weird. An inner sect disciple actually came to join in the fun. Could it be that he isn't doing well in the inner sect? Some of the outer sect disciples were discussing in low voices. What do you guys know? He is Li Fuchen Shixiang and was once the outer sect's #1 disciple. How could he be doing badly? An outer sect disciple who knew Li Fuchen replied, "So he is Li Fuchen Shixiang?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Li Fuchen's achievements in the outer sect left a deep impression. Just the result of the Tower of Tribulations of 6 ticks was enough for everyone to worship him. Li Fuchen Shixiang has another nickname, Fishing King. Fishing King? What does that mean? A new outer sect disciple asked. Others can at most catch 1,000 plus contribution points worth of treasure fish in a month. But Li Fuchen Shixiang can easily catch over 10,000 points worth of treasure fish in a month. It can't be. How is that possible? 10,000 plus points a month? I heard that most of the outer sect elders only get around 10,000 or 20,000 points a year. Why would I lie to you? Who doesn't know Li Fuchen Shixiang? This is too scary. 10,000 plus points a month. How many mid-tier, yellow-class body tempering pills can that be exchanged for? Li Fuchen's appearance instantly became the center of attention. After hearing about his achievements, everyone was filled with admiration and envy. Li Fuchen only gave a light smile and didn't say anything. The days of fishing were dull and boring. Time flowed like water. 1 month passed, 2 months passed. In the blink of the eye, 9 months had passed. After fishing for 9 months, Li Fuchen's contribution points had increased from 21,000 to 150,000. With his status as a first-grade inner sect disciple, he could redeem a yellow-class, high-tier body refinement technique with his contribution points. Chapter 102. Elite Class, Mid-Tier Mission. Kill the Wanted Criminal, Zhao Dahu. Zhao Dahu. 7th level of the Origin Realm. Cultivation Technique. Yellow Class, High-Tier, Fierce Tiger Technique. Martial Arts. Fierce Tiger Fist and Fierce Tiger Sword Style. Mission Reward. 5,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen didn't accept a difficult class, mid-tier mission, but an elite class, mid-tier mission instead. It was also an elite class, mid-tier mission, but the reward for killing Zhao Dahu was much lower than the mission to eliminate the Black Wind Bandit Band. The latter rewarded 8,000 contribution points. This was a peaceful little town. The town's roads were full of potholes, and from time to time, cow dung and horse dung could be seen. In the middle of the town, in a simple and crude restaurant, a fierce-looking man was eating and drinking to his heart's content. On the right side of the table, there was a sheathless broadsword that looked like it could kill. Clatter, clatter. A youth walked in. The youth took a quick glance and found the man. Zhao Dahu. Li Fuchen spoke. Zhao Dahu lifted his head and sized up Li Fuchen. Are you here to kill me? That's right. With just you. With just me? In your dreams. Clatter. Zhao Dahu flipped the table, sending the food and soup flying. He was like a ferocious tiger, sprinting onto the streets. With a bend of his knee, he jumped onto the roof and started sprinting. Inside the restaurant, Li Fuchen's figure had long vanished without a trace. Outside the restaurant, one could occasionally see a shadow flitting by. On the slope outside of the town, Zhao Dahe stopped. In front of him was Li Fuchen quietly standing there. You can't escape. Li Fuchen was unruffled. Zhao Dahu's vicious aura exploded. Little brat, do you really think I am afraid of you? I'm only afraid that if I kill you, the Tsonglan sect will pursue me. Killing a Tsonglan inner sect disciple would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Tsonglan sect. Zhao Dahu didn't wish to be pursued by an even stronger inner sect disciple. As long as you can block a palm strike from me, I can let you go. Li Fuchen placed his left hand behind his back, while his right hand hung down naturally. Die! Zhao Dahu wielded his steel broadsword with both hands and slashed at Li Fuchen in a frenzy. The sound of qi tearing through the air was like the roar of a ferocious tiger. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged Zhao Da's frenzied slash and struck at Zhao Da's shoulder. A bright red light blossomed. Li Fuchen's palm strike. Zhao Da's shoulder instantly caved in and was charred black. His entire body was like a scarecrow as he flew out. In an instant, he couldn't be more dead. 13 months. My ability has at least quadrupled. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised to kill Zhao Dahu with a single palm strike. No one knew his own strength better than him. After 13 months, 50% of his soul had turned light blue. The Scarlet Flame mystic art broke through to the 13th stage. Origin Realm, 4th level realm. Apart from this, his Wind Shadow incantation, Meteor Sword art, Iron Smelting Hand technique, and Shadowless Kick all broke through to the Greater Perfection realm. After experiencing so many breakthroughs, Shi Feng had no idea what his current strength was. Hence, he had accepted a mid-tier elite quest to test himself. All Lilian class. Criminal Do, Lili Demon class. 13 months ago, Li Fuchen had to rack his brains to kill the masked man. Li Fuchen found a few 1,000 gold cards on Zhao Da's body. He took off his head and left quietly. Mission Hall. A team mission? After handing in the mission, Li Fuchen didn't leave immediately. He wanted to pick a hard class, mid-tier mission. Carrying out sect missions may not be as fast as fishing for treasure fish, but it was still worth a lot of gold coins. Within the sect, the value of gold coins was far below contribution points. But in the outside world, contribution points were worthless, while gold coins were the currency. There were plenty of hard class, mid-tier missions. After browsing for a while, Li Fuchen found a team mission. This team mission was to help Guangzhou City defend against a beast wave. The mission reward was 10,000 contribution points. Defend against demonic beasts. Li Fuchen was curious about this mission. Yinwu City had experienced many beast waves, but he had never seen one before. This shitty, I advise you not to accept this mission. A square-faced inner sect disciple who was 10 years older than Li Fuchen advised. Li Fuchen asked why. Defending against a beast wave is extremely tiring and dangerous. Those who accept this mission are either inner sect disciples who are at least at the 5th level of the Origin Realm or have astounding talent in body refinement. Li Fuchen replied, even if it isn't dangerous, I'm afraid I wouldn't accept it. Shaking his head, the square-faced inner sect disciple said, the beast wave isn't as simple as you think. Not only does it require a strong ability, it also requires a strong qi. If you only have a strong ability, but not enough qi, you won't even have time to consume a qi-returning pill. If your qi isn't strong enough, your life will be in danger. Every year, at least 8 out of 10 inner sect disciples die on this mission. Thank you, Shi Xiao, for the reminder, but I have confidence in myself. Li Fuchen rejected his kind intentions. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. It is up to you whether you want to listen or not. The square-faced inner sect disciple sighed and left. He suddenly had a sudden thought and wanted to advise Li Fuchen to prevent him from losing his life in Shoshu town. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to be so stubborn and not listen to his advice. Seems like these newly promoted inner sect disciples wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth without going through some hardships. If a difficulty class, mid-tier mission, was so easy to complete, would it still be called a difficulty class, mid-tier mission? After spending half a month, Li Fuchen finally arrived at Guangzhou City's Shoshua town. The reason why Guangzhou City was called Guangzhou City was due to its proximity to the Guangzhou Mountains. The demonic beasts of the Guangzhou Mountains were extremely violent and would wreak havoc in Guangzhou City every year. Every decade, there would be a large-scale beast wave. Shoshua Town, the first strategic town of Guangzhou City. It was said that there was once a Class 5 demonic beast's fresh blood that spilled on the ground of Shoshua Town, causing the heaven and earth energy here to be extremely dense. Cultivating here would yield twice the results with half the effort. Perhaps it was because of this reason that Shoshua Town became one of the main targets of the Guangzhou Mountains' demonic beasts. Arriving at Shoshua Town, Li Fuchen couldn't help but sigh at the scale of Shoshua Town. Shoshua Town was a few folds bigger than a regular town. The outer walls were at least 20 meters tall and 10 meters thick. They were all forged with ores and had an unimaginable toughness. Li Fuchen wasn't able to break the walls in a single strike, not even a few dozen strikes. His meteor fall could only pierce a 1-meter-long hole in the walls. Even if he were to consecutively execute a few dozen strikes, it would only cause the walls to look like a hornet's nest. Shoshua Town had a total of 2 town gates. Li Fuchen entered from the west gate. Within Shoshua Town, there were many martial artists and troops patrolling the town. These troops were the Shoshua Town's army. The lowest cultivation level of the soldiers was at least at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Other than that, Li Fuchen saw plenty of Tsang-Lan inner sect disciples. Just like what the square-faced inner sect disciple said, they were all above the 5th level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen. Chapter 103. You accepted this mission too? Li Fuchen asked. Li Fuchen was surprised to bump into Wu Qingmei. After becoming an inner sect disciple, everyone was busy with their own things. If there wasn't anything important, there wouldn't be any interactions. It has been a long time since he bumped into Yuan Tian and Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei replied, "Why? Can I? Do you think my ability isn't enough?" "Of course not." Li Fuchen sized up Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei's cultivation was already at the 4th level of the origin realm. This was the benefit of having a high bone frame. The cultivation speed was extremely fast. Li Fuchen was only able to progress to the 4th level of the origin realm after reaching the 13th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Your cultivation speed is rather fast. Seems like we have underestimated you. Wu Qingmei was surprised to find out that Li Fuchen was at the 4th level of the origin realm. She thought Li Fuchen was at most at the 2nd or 3rd level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say a word. Wu Qingmei said, "Other than me, Gao Changtian is here too. How about joining our team? When the beast wave erupts, we can take care of each other." "Gao Changtian is in your team too?" Hearing that Gao Changtian was in Wu Qingmei's team, Li Fuchen was tempted. Back in the outer sect, Gao Changtian once helped him. This was a favor that Li Fuchen had never forgotten. "That's right. Other than Gao Changtian, our team has 7 other Tsang-Lan inner sect disciples. The team leader is Liao Hailong Shixiao. He is at the 6th level of the origin realm and has completed high-tier missions before. With him around, we will be much safer." Wu Qingmei said. "Liao Hailong, huh?" Li Fuchen had heard of him before. Just like Wu Qingmei and Gao Changtian, Liao Hailong was also an inner sect prodigy. "Wu Shimi, who is this? Why don't you introduce him to us?" Right at this moment, 8 youths walked over from a nearby street. The leader had broad shoulders and a slender waist, carrying a black iron broadsword on his back. Li Fuchen. Beside the youth, Gao Changtian's eyes lit up as he laughed. "Gao Changtian." Li Fuchen laughed too. The Azure Water sex prodigies were all extremely arrogant, but only Gao Changtian gave off a different vibe. He had a gentle and scholarly feeling. "Why are you here too?" You have progressed to the 4th level of the origin realm? Such speed. Gao Changtian was surprised. He progressed to the origin realm a few months earlier than Li Fuchen, but he was only at the 4th level of the origin realm now. I was lucky, Li Fuchen replied humbly. When a young man in the lead saw that the two of them had ignored him, his face darkened, and he said ambiguously, Junior brother Gao, I thought that your personality was like this when I saw your usually taciturn look. So it was just an act. Hearing this, Gao Changtian's face darkened. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but after glancing at Wu Qingmei, his lips tightened and he remained silent. Wu Qingmei quickly introduced, Liao Shixiang. This is the Li Fuchen who defeated Yuan Tian. Li Fuchen? Never heard of you. Wu Shimi, the beast wave might erupt at any moment. It is best for you to stay with me. Liao Hailong ignored Li Fuchen and spoke to Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei laughed awkwardly. Many thanks for Liao Shixiang's concern. But Li Fuchen is my friend. Can he join our team? Your friend? Liao Hailong glanced at Li Fuchen. Since you are Wu Shimi's friend, I will give you some face. But you must remember, I am the captain of this team. When the time comes, listen to my orders. If you don't blame me for kicking you out of the team. Li Fuchen looked at Liao Hailong, Wu Qingmei, and Gao Changtian and sighed. To be honest, he didn't know what Wu Qingmei was thinking. If Gao Changtian had a poor bone frame, he wouldn't have said anything. But Gao Changtian's bone frame wasn't any worse than Liao Hailong's, just that he was born a year or two later. Could be his background. From what he knew, Gao Changtian came from a small clan that couldn't even be compared to his Li clan. What's wrong? Are you mute? Liao Hailong frowned. The more he looked at Li Fuchen, the more he disliked him. Li Fuchen cleared his throat. Apologies, I was distracted. Regarding the matter of joining the team, just treat me as an external member. I don't like to listen to other people's orders. Had it not been for Gao Changtian, he wouldn't have interacted with these people. External member? You mean you can ignore my orders and still accept my protection? Isn't that a little better? Liao Hailong's face darkened. Li Fuchen replied, I will take care of my own safety. You don't have to worry about it. Who do you think you are? Liao Shixiang allowing you to join the team is giving face to Wu Shimi. If you aren't willing to follow Liao Shixiang's orders, you can leave now. Arrogant. With your ability, once the beast wave erupts, you will still need Liao Shixiang's protection. Don't flatter yourself. A few of the inner sect disciples behind Liao Hailong mocked. At this moment, Wu Qingmei regretted. She knew Liao Hailong had his pride. All geniuses had their own pride. What's more, Liao Hailong had the backing of a clan that spanned over a dozen cities. As the young master of a clan, anyone would have their own pride. But she didn't expect Li Fuchen's pride to be on par with Liao Hailong's. Compared to Gao Changtian, they were two extremes. To be honest, she didn't want Li Fuchen to join them at first. But after seeing Li Fuchen break through to the 4th level of the origin realm, she felt he wasn't as simple as he seemed and wanted to befriend him. Li Fuchen, it isn't possible to be an outside member. Actually, an official member is good too. I think Liao Shixiang wouldn't give out an unacceptable order for no reason. Wu Qingmei advised. Forget it then. I am not used to being managed. Gao Changtian, let's catch up when we have the time. Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen turned and left, heading towards the center of Shoshua town. There were plenty of ways to repay Gao Changtian's favor. There was a need to throw away his pride and allow Liao Hailong to trample on him. What's more, if he agreed, Liao Hailong might even step on his pride. There was a need. At most, he would pay more attention to Gao Changtian. If he was in danger, he would step up and help. Count on Liao Hailong. Liao Hailong's mind was on Wu Qingmei. Gao Changtian was nothing in his eyes. What's with the act, Pui? Liao Shixiang, don't bother with such a person. If he thinks he is great just because he was once the outer sect #1 disciple, then he is wrong. He is just a normal bone frame. What's there to be proud of? Right, this kind of person doesn't have much ability, but he sure is arrogant. A few of the inner sect disciples discussed with extreme disdain. Liao Hailong said, the more arrogant he is, the more inferior he feels. Why would I lower myself to his level? Wu Shimi, let's go for a meal. Even though he said so, in his heart, he had already memorized Li Fuchen. Chapter 104. In the middle of Shoshiwa town was a majestic Grand Hall. Resisting the Beast Wave mission required one to register at the Grand Hall. If not, it would not count. Entering the Grand Hall, Li Fuchin saw a few inner sect disciples registering their identities. There were also plenty of outer sect elders dressed in blue robes. Outer sect elders could not only receive job contribution points, they could also carry out elder missions like inner sect disciples to receive bonus contribution points. But elder class missions were rare, and not every outer sect elder had the chance to do so. Li Fuchin didn't know how it was arranged. After registering his identity, Li Fuchin received a distress talisman. During the beast wave, inner sect disciples had to head out to kill demonic beasts. They wouldn't allow you to stay in Shoshiwa town and enjoy the fruits of your labor. If you met with any danger, you could crush the distress talisman and an outer sect elder would come to your rescue. Of course, after one distress talisman was used up, no one would come to your rescue the second time. You could only pray for your own luck. Chun Shiji, I didn't expect so many people to accept this mission. There must be at least a few hundred inner sect disciples. Resisting the beast wave might be dangerous, but the rewards are plenty. If you're lucky, you could even get a few Class 2 demonic beast cores. That would be considered a small fortune. Your Shiji is here for the demon cores. Just as Li Fuchin was about to exit the Grand Hall, two girls walked in. The three of them looked at each other and recognized each other. The two girls were Plum Sword, Chun Fonghua, and Zhao Mingwei. Plum Sword, Chun Fonghua, 8th level of the Origin Realm, 23 years old this year. It could be said that the direct disciple status was within her reach. After all, there was still another 12 years before she turned 35. Zhao Mingwei, the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder, 4th level of the Origin Realm. What a coincidence, Li Fuchin. Zhao Mingyue's appearance was extremely beautiful. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her entire person was like a jade statue without any flaws. When she was in the outer sect, she was already the leader of the outer sect's 4 great beauties. After becoming an inner sect disciple, her temperament became even more refined. It is indeed a coincidence. Li Fuchin nodded with a smile on his face. 4th level of the Origin Realm, Li Shidishur is a surprise. Chen Fonghua was also a beauty. She sized up Li Fuchin without a trace. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she looked, she was shocked and couldn't help but ask. 4th level, Origin Realm. With Zhao Mingyue's qi intent, she could sense that Li Fuchin was already at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. He looked extremely deep and unfathomable, like a deep pool of water. What secrets are you hiding in your body? A normal bone frame wouldn't be able to make such progress. Zhao Mingwei was very curious and asked straightforwardly. Li Fuchin rubbed his chin. A secret isn't a secret anymore once it is revealed. What's more, I don't have any secrets, I just have some perception. Li Fuchin naturally wouldn't reveal his secret. Zhao Mingwei said, "It's fine if you don't want to say it. I don't think you will. Go back to your work. I shall make a move first." Li Fuchin didn't wish to speak more with the two of them and walked out of the mayor's hall. Chun Fonghua gazed at Li Fuchin's departing back and smiled at Zhao Mingwei. This Li Shidi is rather peculiar. If it was anyone else, they would have wanted to travel with us. But he treated us like air. Senior apprentice Sister Chun, what realm do you think he will reach in the end? Zhao Mingwei asked. Chen Fonghua shook her head. It's hard to say. According to Bone Frame, the Earth realm is his limit. Even if he has a heaven-defying fate, he can only reach the heaven realm. But what? But just like what you said, if he is hiding any secrets, then it would be incredible. You have to know that he defeated you and Shidi. Zhao Mingyue pursed her lips. Her eyes that were as black as the stars flickered a little as she smiled. Time will prove everything. If he is able to break through to the Earth realm before the age of 25, his future achievements might even surpass Yuan Tian. Maybe. Chen Fonghua didn't comment. Li Fuchin was a special case. No one could predict his future. There sure are a lot of inner sect disciples. On the streets, there were Tsanglan inner sect disciples everywhere. All of them were at least at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. There weren't many who were below the 5th level of the Origin Realm. GA. In the sky, a gigantic shadow flitted across. A horrifying sound was emitted, echoing across a radius of a dozen miles. On the streets, everyone was panicking, thinking that a beast wave was about to break out. Usually, when a beast wave broke out, it would be the flying, demonic beast that attacked Shoshua Town first. Li Fuchen felt an itch in his ears and couldn't help but look up. With his astounding eyesight, Li Fuchen could see a gigantic, demonic bird flying a few hundred meters in the sky. Its body was about 7 to 8 meters long, and its feathers faintly glowed with a cold, metallic luster. Its huge claws were golden in color, as if they were made of gold. The strangest thing was that it had 2 heads, each with a single horn growing from its head. Class 3 mid-tier flying demonic beast, single-horned, twin-headed bird. It's a Class 3 demonic beast. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a Class 3 demonic beast. Class 3 demonic beasts were on par with Earth Realm martial artists. Due to their tough bodies and terrifying demonic chi, a regular middle-leveled Earth Realm martial artist would be instantly killed by the single-horned, twin-headed bird. The single-horned, twin-headed bird didn't intend to attack Shoshua Town. It flew across the skies of Shoshua Town and soon became a black. Shoshua Town is much more dangerous than I imagined, Li Fuchen lamented. Once a beast wave broke out, it wasn't just Class 1 and 2 demonic beasts, even Class 3 demonic beasts would appear. Accompanying them were Class 1 and Class 2 demons. Class 3 demons were rarely seen, and once they appeared, only a Heaven Realm martial artist would be able to kill them. After finding an inn, Li Fuchen checked into it. It was currently noon, and after having his lunch, Li Fuchen began to cultivate the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and thought to himself, "This is Shoshua Town indeed. The heaven and earth energy here is 30% denser than the outside world. I don't even need any pills." Because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique progressed too quickly, he would usually need pills to cultivate, or else the heaven and earth energy wouldn't be enough. But in Shoshua Town, Li Fuchen realized that he didn't even need to consume pills. The dense heaven and earth energy was enough to satisfy his needs. Pills have impurities. Consuming too many isn't a good thing. Too many chi impurities will affect the cultivation speed. But if I don't consume pills, I won't be able to increase my cultivation speed. It is all about balance. At this stage, it would be great if I could cultivate in Shoshua Town. The heaven and earth energy here was 20% denser than the outside world. It was enough for Li Fuchen to increase his cultivation at a high speed without consuming pills. Of course, this was only at this stage. Once his cultivation level increased, he would require more heaven and earth energy. By then, he would still require pills. 3 days later, the atmosphere of Shoshua Town was getting tense. The scouts of Shoshua Town had already detected that the demonic beasts at the edge of the Guangzhou Mountains were increasing. It was estimated that within a week, the beast wave would erupt. Chapter 105. My soul spirit is already 50% pale blue in color, but I am still unable to cultivate 4 mystic class, low-tier martial arts to the highest rank. It seems like something is restricting me. In the inn's guest room, Li Fuchen was trying to comprehend the Meteor Fall sword move. Meteor Fall was a kill move. When martial artists dueled, under the condition that both sides had similar basic ability, speed and kill move was the deciding factor. If the kill move was strong enough, it would be enough to kill in a single blow. This was something other moves couldn't achieve. But for the past 2 years, Meteor Fall was still unable to reach the trance stage. Cultivation was one of the reasons, but there was another more important reason. Mystic class martial arts corresponded to Earth Realm and Heaven Realm martial artists. Normally, only Earth Realm martial artists could cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage. But other than that, there was something else that was restricting Li Fuchen. After all, when Li Fuchen was at the Qi realm, he was able to cultivate a yellow class, peak-tier martial art to the trance stage. With his perception, it wasn't difficult for him to surpass a realm to comprehend a martial art. Perhaps it is because of my foundation. Li Fuchen's mind was sharp, He found the crux of the problem from the 3 stages of the completion stage. The mastery realm was divided into 3 realms, namely the perfection realm, the great perfection realm, and the trance realm. Generally speaking, sub-perfection was already considered to be the highest level of a martial art. But the perfection stage was at the extremity. Not only was it powerful, it was also exquisite. The trance stage, as the name suggests, was beyond the original level of the martial art. It was a fusion of other martial arts, which required the support of a foundation, which is why any martial art that reached the trance stage would be considered as one's own martial art. It would be different from the original creator's martial art. The reason why origin realm martial artists couldn't cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage wasn't only because of their cultivation level, but also because of their lack of foundation. Li Fuchen was able to comprehend yellow class, high-tier, and peak-tier martial arts to the trance stage when he was at the Qi realm, mainly because he had already cultivated plenty of yellow class martial arts. Other than that, yellow class martial arts were foundation martial arts and didn't contain much mysticism. But mystic class martial arts contained much more mysticism and required a higher foundation. No wonder all the powerful swordsmen practice the 100 sword arts. Just one sword art is not enough to make a powerful swordsman. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. At this moment, if there were others here and heard Li Fuchen's words, they would definitely be indescribably shocked. Generally speaking, it was hard for Earth Realm martial artists to have such comprehension. Only when one's martial Dao or sword Dao reached an extremely high level would one be able to clearly feel the importance of one's foundation. Looks like I'll have to exchange for some yellow class martial arts when I return. Finding the source of the problem, Li Fuchen felt a lot more relaxed. There was nothing to be afraid of when there was a problem, but he was afraid of not being able to find a solution. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the 4th night, buzz, a mournful horn sounded. The demonic beasts are attacking. The demonic beasts are attacking. Outside the east gate of Shoshua town, more than 10 scouts on demonic blood horses were running back, screaming. What? Attack at night? Damn it, I can't see well at night. It's too dangerous. Shoshua town, everyone put on their clothes and ran to the streets. Attack at night? In the inn's guest room, Li Fuchen frowned. When the beast wave broke out at night, it was the most dangerous. The casualty rate was at least double of the daytime. Picking up the leather armor on the side of the bed, Li Fuchen put it on. This leather armor was a Class 3 demonic beast leather armor. It was worth at least 20,000 gold coins in the outside world and was redeemed by Li Fuchen after spending 10,000 contribution points. It was able to reduce the damage sustained by the martial artist, especially the laceration damage. Exiting the inn, Li Fuchen skimmed towards the east gate's wall. Along the way, Li Fuchen could already hear the faint rumbling of thunder. On the wall, there was a dense crowd of people standing on it. They were basically all Origin Realm martial artists. Within the crowd, Li Fuchen gathered qi in his eyes. Looking through the night, he gazed into the distance. He couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. Under the night sky, a black mass of demonic beasts surged over like a tide. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, all sorts of demonic beasts were gathered together. It was hard to imagine how the Guangzhou Mountains could have so many demonic beasts. Demonic beasts are too fertile. Every year during the beast wave, so many demonic beasts would die. The next year, there would still be the same number. Some demonic beasts can only give birth to one at a time. Some can give birth to dozens or even hundreds of demonic beasts. It is impossible to kill them all. That's right. The Guangzhou Mountains has limited resources. If there are too many demonic beasts crowding inside, it will only bring about their own destruction. That is why they need to invade more places and require more food. The Guangzhou Mountains is too huge. It is the largest mountain range in the Zhanglan region. I reckon that not only Guangzhou City is facing a beast wave, but also the nearby Iron Blood City and Violent Wind City. Even the Violent Saber sect on the opposite side of the Guangzhou Mountains are facing a beast wave. The Origin Realm martial artists around Li Fuchen were discussing with helpless expressions. Hearing the discussions, Li Fuchen agreed in his heart. For millions of years, demonic beasts were never eradicated. It was because of their fast reproduction rate. If you killed one, it would give birth to 2. If you killed 10, it would give birth to 20. Small mountains like the Misty Mountains were still all right. There would only be a beast wave every few years. But the Guangzhou Mountains was huge. Basically, there would be a beast wave every year. Every decade, there would be a large-scale beast wave. During the large-scale beast wave, many experts from the sect would rush over to help defend against the beast wave. If not, the Guangzhou city wouldn't be able to defend against it. As everyone was discussing, the beast wave was getting closer. The ground shook violently, as though a flood was about to overflow. Everyone listened to my command and attack at any time. On top of the wall stood the mayor of Shoshua Town. Shoshua Town was the first strategic town of Guangzhou City. The mayor was also an Earth Realm martial artist. Other than that, many outer sect elders, inner sect deacons, outer sect deacons, and inner sect deacon disciples were also here. Below the wall, there was an army of a few thousand men. Among them, other than the army of Shoshua Town, there was an even stronger army, Songlan Army. The Songlan Army was a sect army. The lowest cultivation level of the soldiers was at the origin realm. Once a sect war broke out, the Songlan Army would be at the forefront. Hence, during normal times, it was especially important to train the soldiers. Defending against the beast wave was undoubtedly a good opportunity to train the soldiers. This was just a small portion of the Songlan Army. The Songlan Army had a total of more than 200,000 men. When the beast wave was 1,000 meters away from Shoshua Town, Shoshua Town's first wave of long-range attacks began. Hundreds of catapults hurled out giant rocks. These rocks smashed into the beast wave and easily killed 3 to 5 demonic beasts. At the same time, it slowed down the spreading speed of the beast wave. But even though the catapults were formidable, there were too many demonic beasts. In just a short moment, the beast wave had already spread to a few hundred meters away. Open the gates and attack. Chapter 106. When everyone landed, the beast tide was already in front of them. Kill. At the beginning of the beast tide outbreak, everyone was not afraid. Generally, the ones charging at the front were all level 1 demonic beasts, while the stronger demonic beasts were at the back. Therefore, as long as they were not alone, there was basically no danger to their lives. Seeing that the demonic beasts were right in front of them, all of them burst forth with their jinqi and killed the demonic beasts courageously. Pu-pu, pu-pu. The blood of the demonic beasts splattered crazily. Like harvesting rice, the demonic beasts fell one after another. Li Fuchen's wind shadow steps had already reached the perfection stage, and his body was as light as a feather. After he jumped down from the sky, his feet didn't touch the ground, and he easily slid more than 10 meters away. While he was sliding, he waved the black iron sword in his hand, and a huge arc of sword light appeared, killing 3 or 4 level 1 beasts. Then, a cross-shaped sword light flashed, and another 3 or 4 level 1 beasts were killed. Using powerful martial arts to deal with low-level demonic beasts was a very stupid action. The more powerful a martial art was, the more jinqi it would consume, resulting in unnecessary wastage. Of course, if one was strong enough, they wouldn't even need to use low-tier yellow-class martial arts. They could just use normal attacks. Li Fuchen wanted to clear a place to land, which was why he executed the low-tier, yellow-class crescent sword style and tiger fawn cross slash. After landing, Li Fuchen slashed a class 1 demonic beast with each slash. Not far away, Liao Hailong, Wu Qingmei, and Gao Changtian were also killing demonic beasts. But it was different from Li Fuchen's solo fight. Liao Hailong's group of 9 formed a formation. This formation was like a meat grinder. Wherever they moved, there would be a rain of blood, and the demonic beasts would fall in droves. There is indeed strength in numbers. In fact, Li Fuchen didn't reject joining the team, but it was a pity that Liao Hailong didn't see eye to eye with him. If he joined, he would only be bullied. Myriad Blossom's sword art. On the other side, the moment Plum Sword, Chun Fonghua and Zhao Mingwe landed on the ground, they immediately burst forth with astonishing attacks. Especially Chun Fonghua. She, who was at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, was incomparably powerful. With a flick of the pale red artifact sword in her hand, countless pale red sword lights blossomed like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. Pu. At least dozens of level 1 demonic beasts had died under this sword. This was no longer a simple instant kill, but a group kill. Chi release. An Origin Realm martial artist is actually able to release Chi. This is unimaginably terrifying. The surrounding Origin Realm martial artists were overwhelmed with shock as their voices trembled. Normally, only an Earth Realm martial artist would be able to externalize Chi. Those who were able to externalize Chi at the Origin Realm were all elite prodigies. Chun Fonghua and Zhao Mingwe landed on the ground after clearing a huge area. Then, just like everyone else, they killed the demonic beasts one at a time, or two at a time. Is this the Myriad Blossom sword art, an area of effect sword technique? Li Fuchen saw this scene in his eyes. It was the same sword technique, but there were many types. Some sword techniques had many variations and were good at confusing the opponent. Some sword arts were lethal and suitable for solo duels, like Li Fuchen's meteor sword style. Some sword techniques were suitable for group attacks, such as Chun Fonghua's Myriad Blossom sword technique. Of course, the area of effect sword technique was also quite powerful in a one-on-one fight. In a situation where the opponent had no flaws, a single Myriad Blossom sword technique attack would be enough to make the opponent flustered and unable to take care of himself. However, no matter how powerful an Origin Realm martial artist was, he was still an Origin Realm martial artist. On the walls, none of the Earth Realm martial artists moved. A mere class 1 demonic beast wasn't worthy for them to make a move. Their opponents were class 3 demonic beasts. But if any demonic beasts approached the walls, they would still make a move. A wave of dozens of demonic beasts didn't even have the chance to collide with the walls when one of the Tsang outer sect elders made his move. With a wave of his hand, a ferocious chi force was like an enraged dragon, colliding with the demonic beasts and creating a bloody storm. A wave of demonic beasts were all jolted to death. Such a simple method was several folds better than Chun Fong was. No wonder he is an Earth Realm martial artist. To Li Fuchen, beheading class 1 demonic beast was as easy as eating and drinking. Others would put all their attention on the demonic beasts, but he was able to see and listen in all directions. As long as a demonic beast came near, he would immediately pierce through its vitals with a single blade. The commotion at the back naturally didn't escape his eyes. This was the first time he saw an Earth Realm martial artist in action. It was indeed horrifying. Of course, when compared to a Heaven Realm martial artist, it was still a far cry. During the Intersect Disciple exam, that Heaven Realm Intersect Elder created an ice road on the Thousand Waterfall River with a wave of his hand. Don't even mention 1 Earth Realm martial artist. Even 10 Earth Realm martial artists would probably be frozen in a single palm. As time passed, Class 2 demonic beasts started to appear. Class 2 demonic beasts were extremely formidable. A single Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast was enough to go against a mid-level Origin Realm martial artist from the Tsanglan army. As for those Origin Realm martial artists that didn't belong to the Tsanglan sect, it would take 2 or 3 of them to go against a single Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast. Only the Tsanglan Intersect disciples could suppress a Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast at the same cultivation realm. Speaking of which, one has to mention the difference between demonic beasts and martial artists. Every time a demonic beast advanced the cultivation realm, its ability would increase by at least 10 folds. But if a martial artist didn't cultivate a formidable technique, every time they advanced the cultivation realm, the increase in ability would be far inferior to a demonic beast. For example, if you cultivated a yellow class, high-tier technique during the Chi realm, and when you reached the Origin realm, you would still be cultivating a yellow class, high-tier technique. Then you wouldn't be a match for a Class 2 demonic beast at the same cultivation realm. Hence, to deal with a Class 2 demonic beast, one would need to cultivate at least a yellow class, peak tier technique. In its Songlan army, most of the Origin realm martial artists cultivated yellow class, peak tier techniques. Only a small portion of them cultivated mystic class, low tier techniques. As for the Songlan inner sect disciples, they were all at least at the 5th level of the Origin realm. Hence, they all cultivated mystic class, mid-tier techniques, which allowed them to suppress Class 2 demonic beasts. Piercing the throat of a Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast, Li Fuchen thought to himself, when I reach the Earth realm, if I am still cultivating the mystic class, mid-tier Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, I won't have much of an advantage against Class 3 demonic beasts, unless I have other advantages or cultivate a higher tier technique. Thinking about this, Li Fuchen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The growth potential of demonic beasts was simply terrifying. It was said that to deal with a Class 5 demonic beast, one would need to cultivate at least a Mystic class peak tier technique. But a Mystic class peak tier technique wasn't too safe. Only an Earth class low tier technique was the real insurance. Does the Songlan sect have any Earth class techniques? Li Fuchen had his doubts. Of course, other than cultivation techniques, martial artists also had martial arts. Relying on martial arts, one could make up for their weaknesses. If not, the human race would have long been wiped out by the demonic beasts. N. Class 2 high-tier demonic beast. Returning to his senses, Li Fuchen saw a high-leveled Origin realm martial artist being torn apart by a gorilla. Blood rained down from the sky, creating a bloody scene. Howl, howl! The gorilla demonic beast beat its chest with a violent chi presence. Suddenly, it turned its scarlet eyes and looked at Li Fuchen. Boom, boom, boom. As it strode forward, all the Origin realm martial artists along the way were sent flying. Their bones were broken and their tendons snapped. If they didn't die, they would be crippled. Chapter 107. This is not good. It's actually an ironback gorilla. Li Fuchen frowned. The steelback gorilla was a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast that was extremely powerful. Its physical strength was around 20,000 kilograms. Coupled with its savage demonic chi, tearing apart a high-leveled Origin realm martial artist wasn't a problem. As for the reason why he was targeted, it was very simple. Humans needed materials from demonic beasts, and demonic beasts needed human flesh and blood. Li Fuchen's physical strength was at least 15,000 kilograms. In the eyes of the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a great tonic that could move. A dozen steps later, the ironback gorilla arrived in front of Li Fuchen. With a height of 3 to 4 meters, its fist was the size of a water tank. It sent a punch at Li Fuchen. The violent fist wind scraped the ground by 3 inches, causing Li Fuchen's hair to fly up. Rumble! A huge pit appeared, and mud flew everywhere. The ironback gorilla retracted its fist and looked into the crater. It couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that this punch had smashed the other party into smithereens, to the point where not even his bones remained? Watch my sword! Behind the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen was in mid-air, brandishing his sword. This sword was extremely dazzling, like a meteor streaking across the sky. The light and speed of that instant was enough to make one's heart tremble. Pucci! The demonic aura of the ironback gorilla was no different from a piece of paper in front of this sword. Once the demonic aura was broken, the ironback gorilla was directly exposed to this sword. The next moment, blood spurted out, and a bloody hole appeared at the back of the ironback gorilla's head. But Li Fuchen shook his head. Based on the subtle reaction from the black iron sword, he knew that this sword didn't penetrate the skull of the ironback gorilla. Stepping on the back of the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen flew backwards and dodged the ironback gorilla's punch. The injured ironback gorilla was enraged and chased after Li Fuchen in a frenzy. But the ironback gorilla wasn't good at speed. How could it catch up to Li Fuchen? It was so angry that it kept howling. Myriad blossom sword art. Countless sword lights burst out. It was unknown when Li Fuchen and the ironback gorilla entered Chun Fenghua's battle zone. Taking a glance at Li Fuchen, Chun Fenghua brazenly made her move. In the blink of an eye, the ironback gorilla had turned into a hornet's nest. Its entire body was covered in bloody holes. However, the tough defense of the ironback gorilla did not die, which surprised Chun Fenghua a little. Die! Chun Fenghua changed her sword technique and pierced through the ironback gorilla's throat. Many thanks. Li Fuchen thanked. Chun Fenghua smiled faintly and said, Your qigong isn't bad. Even the ironback gorilla can't catch up to you. Although the ironback gorilla was not good at speed, it was only relatively speaking. Li Fuchen, who was only at the 4th level of the origin realm, was able to escape the pursuit of the steel-back gorilla so easily. It was obvious that his light body technique was at a high level. Why don't the 3 of us form a team? Zhao Mingwei suggested. She was rather curious about Li Fuchen. If they teamed up, she might be able to find out a thing or two. All right, I have no objections. Chun Fenghua nodded. I have no objections either. Li Fuchen thought about it and nodded. No matter what, the other party had helped him solve a problem, and he couldn't just turn his back on him. With the 3-man team, their efficiency increased significantly. Chun Fenghua was the spearhead, while Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingwei were on the left and right. Their efficiency in killing the demonic beasts wasn't inferior to Liao Hailong's group. But the only thing that made Li Fuchen gloomy was that Chun Fenghua and Zhao Mingwei would occasionally look at him. He didn't think that the 2 of them had a good impression of him and were probably trying to dig out his secret. If a secret is so easy to dig out, is it still a secret? Li Fuchen thought to himself. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that Chun Fenghua and Zhao Mingwei were shocked in their hearts. They witnessed Li Fuchen's moves. It was abnormally sharp. With a flash of his sword, his speed was as fast as a spark. Every blade had immense power, far exceeding an inner sect disciple who was at the 5th or 6th level of the origin realm. Zhao Mingwei couldn't help but ask, Li Fuchen, what rank is your Scarlet Mystic Flame technique at? Her cultivation was on par with Li Fuchen. The Bright Jade Mystic technique was at the 10th rank. She reckoned that Li Fuchen's Scarlet Mystic Flame technique should be at the 11th rank. Chun Fenghua couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen too. She had been an inner sect disciple for over 6 years, but was only at the 12th rank of the Green Origin Mystic technique. Li Fuchen felt there was no need to hide. 13th rank. 13th rank? That's good. What? Zhao Mingwen nodded subconsciously, but soon realized something was wrong. Her mouth opened wide and was dumbfounded. 13th rank. Chun Fenghua took in a deep cold breath. Cultivation techniques were always harder to cultivate than martial arts. The difficulty of a mystic class, mid-tier technique was comparable to a mystic class, high-tier martial arts. Even though it didn't have many restrictions for martial artists, as long as they were at the origin realm, they could cultivate it. But for a mystic class, high-tier martial art, without reaching the earth realm, it was hard to grasp its essence. But no matter what, it was still a mystic class mid-tier technique. To break through 1 rank in a year was already considered a prodigy. To break through 2 ranks in a year, even a 5-star bone frame couldn't do it. Li Fuchen broke through from the 7th rank to the 13th rank, a total of 6 ranks. When I was in the outer sect, I had already cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the 9th rank. 2 ranks in a year isn't too bad, right? Li Fuchen replied. Zhao Mingwei rolled her eyes. The higher the rank, the harder it is to progress. Wait, what did you say just now? You cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the 9th rank when you were in the outer sect? How is that possible? At the Qi realm, to be able to raise a mystic class, mid-tier technique by 1 rank to the 8th rank was already considered a demon class. Only 5-star bone frames could do it. 5-star bone frames and below required the consumption of cultivation technique pills. Li Fuchen actually raised 2 ranks in the Qi realm. Did he even want to live? Chun Fenghua tried her best to suppress her emotions. Your perception in our Zhonglan sect is probably only comparable to Sword Maniac Shixiang. She didn't mean that Li Fuchen could be compared to Sword Maniac, but that Sword Maniac could be compared to him. In her heart, she felt that Sword Maniac was only SOSO. My perception is the only thing that is worth mentioning. Li Fuchen used a single blade to slay a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast. Zhao Mingyue said. If only I had your level of comprehension. Finishing her statement, her face was filled with envy. With a 4-star bone frame, if her perception was at Li Fuchen's level, even a 5-star bone frame wouldn't be as valuable. Is your bone frame really just a normal bone frame? Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen replied, if I had a star-grade bone frame, do you think I would still be at the 4th level of the origin realm? That's true. Zhao Mingyue nodded. Yuan Tian's perception isn't as good as yours, but he is already at the 5th level of the origin realm. The improvement of the bone frame was a multifaceted process, but perception was just one aspect. As time passed, the pressure on everyone increased. At the start, there would only be 1 class 2 demonic beast in 100 class 1 demonic beasts. Now, there would be 1 class 2 demonic beast in every 10 class 1 demonic beasts. Bang bang. On the battlefield, an intersect disciple crushed his SOS talisman, following which a colorful firework shot up into the sky. On top of the wall, an outer sect elder flew over and grabbed the intersect disciple. Then he killed 3 class 2 demonic beasts that surrounded him with a single palm strike. Consuming a chi returning pill, Zhao Mingyue said, there are more and more class 2 demonic beasts. We have to team up with the others. Chen Fanghua didn't have much pressure at the moment, but she agreed with Zhao Mingyue's opinion. Just as the 3 of them were preparing to move, from afar, there was a sudden explosion of dozens of horrific chi presences. Countless Class 1 and Class 2 demonic beasts were stimulated by the boundless chi presences, becoming even more frenzied and fearless. Class 3 demonic beasts. Chapter 108. With the addition of dozens of Class 3 demonic beasts, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed, and the number of casualties increased rapidly. At this time, the help talisman was not very useful. The outer sect elders and inner sect deacons who were at the Earth realm had basically all gone up to deal with the Class 3 demonic beasts. There were only a few outer sect elders left. If too many people crushed the talisman at once, even the outer sect elders would not be able to deal with it. What's that? Zhao Mingyue pointed at a group of green or blue humanoid creatures amidst the demonic beast horde. Demons. Chen Fanghua's expression changed. Be it a level 1 fiendish demon or a level 2 fiendish demon, they were all extremely terrifying. After all, demonic beasts were just beasts with low intelligence. As for the demons, their intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. It was fine if that was all. Unfortunately, demons were 10 times stronger than demonic beasts. A level 1 fiendish demon was strong enough to sweep away any level 1 demonic beast. Its strength was even stronger than a low-level level 2 demonic beast. As for the Tier 2 demons, they were even more terrifying. They were strong enough to rival the Tier 3 low-rank demon beasts. The combination of wisdom and strength made fiendish demons a taboo that would cause warriors to pale at the mere mention of it. Is this a demon? It can actually devour flesh and blood essence to heal its injuries. Li Fuchen saw that after a Class 1 demon was injured, it actually grabbed the martial artist's corpse on the ground and started to tear it apart. In just a short moment, the injuries on its body were completely healed. You can also use weapons. Zhao Mingyue was shocked. The weapons of these magical beasts were all heavy weapons. They were either hammers, axes, or maces. Although they were very crude and not as exquisite and sharp as the weapons of martial artists, they had the advantage of being heavy and powerful. The demons are coming. Be careful. Chen Fanghua did not dare to be careless against fiendish demons, even if they were level 1 fiendish demons. Jia, 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 jia. A group of demons let out cruel laughter and charged at Li Fuchen and the others. Myriad Blossom Sword Art. Chen Fanghua took a deep breath and activated the Myriad Blossom Sword technique. Countless faint red sword gleams enveloped the demon. Pu. At least half of the level 1 fiendish demons died under Chen Fanghua's sword. The remaining dozen or so fiendish demons blocked the sword with their shields. Luckily, There aren't many fiendish demons. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. Li Fuchen's mouth twitched. Close combat. Over a dozen demons were mixed among the demonic beasts and surrounded Li Fuchen's group. Dang! During the battle, a demon emerged from the monster beasts and cleaved at Li Fuchen with an axe. The surface of the axe was the size of a millstone, and the weight was estimated to be no less than 1,000 kilograms. When the axe cleaved down, the force was incomparably huge. Li Fuchen's sword actually wasn't able to shake off the opponent's axe, but only caused the opponent's body to lean back and mix into the demonic beasts. Li Fuchen was speechless. In a one-on-one fight, he could instantly kill a Class 1 demon. His opponent's attacks didn't have any technique. But in a chaotic battle, the demons were too cunning. They would always wait for an opportunity to attack and would never fight alone. Obviously, Chun Fenghua and Zhao Mingyue had noticed this as well. Myriad Blossom Sword Art. Chun Fenghua repeatedly executed the Myriad Blossom Sword Art, killing one group of demonic beasts after another. Several level 1 fiendish demons couldn't raise their shields in time and were also killed by Chun Fenghua's sword. However, in this way, the consumption of true qi would also increase by several times. Even with Chun Fenghua's cultivation, she had no choice but to consume a yellow-class high-tier qi replenishing pill. Had it not been for Chun Fenghua and Li Fuchen, she would have died a few times over. Dripping water pierces stone. With a sword light, Li Fuchen pierced the throat of a Class 1 demon. At the same time, he swung his left palm and killed a Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast with a blazing palm force. Li Fuchen and the other two could still hold on. But on the other side, Liao Hailong's group was in a perilous situation. Bang bang. 2 inner sect disciples couldn't take it anymore and crushed their help talismans. Soon enough, an outer sect elder rescued the 2 inner sect disciples, one in each hand. Bang bang. Another 2 inner sect disciples crushed their help talismans. As such, Liao Hailong's group was left with 5. Damn it, these demons are too cunning. Liao Hailong's face turned black. He was a 6th level Origin Realm prodigy, but he was actually in such dire straits by a group of Class 1 demons. Had it been a group of Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Liao Shixiang, Wu Shimi, Li Fuchen is over there. Chun Fenghua Shiji and Zhao Mingyue Shimi are there too. Why don't we group up with them? Gao Changtian suggested. All right, Liao Shixiang, what do you think? Wu Qingmei looked at Liao Hailong. Liao Hailong wouldn't admit that he needed help and nodded. They are weak in numbers. We can help them out too. The 2 groups weren't too far apart. After some effort, they finally met up. I was wondering why you dared to come to Shoshua Town. So you have Chun Shiji's protection. Liao Hailong sneered at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sneered. So what if Chun Shiji is protecting me? Unlike you, who can't even protect your own team members. You. Liao Hailong was enraged. His eyes were spitting fire. All right, the most important thing now is to defend against the beast wave. You guys don't want to crush the help talisman, right? Chun Fenghua glared at Liao Hailong. Even though the help talisman could save one's life, but after being rescued, the spoils of war would have nothing to do with them. Only those who persevered would have the right to reap the spoils of war. There were more than 100,000 demonic beasts on the battlefield. Even if only 1 out of 100 demonic beasts had a demon core, it would still be enough for everyone to make a small fortune. Of course, the prerequisite was to win this war. Oomph. With a cold glare at Li Fuchen, Liao Hailong didn't say anything else. With the 8 of them together, their combat strength increased. Even if they were surrounded by more demonic beasts and demons, the 8 of them still felt a lot more relaxed. As the battle got more intense, the 8 of them brought out their true abilities. Especially Li Fuchen, with the 13th ranked Scarlet Mystic Flame technique revolving, Wu Qingmei and Gao Changtian could feel the unbearable heat from a distance away and couldn't help but feel shocked. Seems like Li Fuchen's ability improved even faster after entering the Origin Realm. Wu Qingmei's eyes rolled. Even though she, Wu Qingmei, liked to befriend strong prodigies, but she wasn't a casual person. Be it Shang Guanhong, Yuan Tian, or Liao Hailong. She only had an ambiguous relationship with them and didn't have any substantial development. After all, she herself was a 4-star bone frame and wasn't willing to give up on herself. Vaguely, she felt that Li Fuchen wasn't just a normal bone frame and was worth befriending. Li Fuchen, let's change positions. There's a Class 1 demon here that is too cunning. Wu Qingmei suddenly said. Sure. Li Fuchen didn't suspect anything and swapped positions with her. PFFF. Executing the dripping sword style, Li Fuchen used a single blade to slay the cunning Class 1 demon. Li Fuchen, you sure hid your abilities well. From what I see, Yuan Tian is only SOSO. Wu Qingmei's pure and charming face had a trace of smile. At the side, Gao Changtian's expression dimmed. Be it compared to Yuan Tian or Li Fuchen, he felt inferior. Just a mere 4th-level Origin Realm martial artist. How good can he be? Liao Hailong saw Wu Qingmei and Li Fuchen getting intimate, and his expression turned gloomy. Revolving the Jade Shadow Mystic technique, he purposely bumped into Li Fuchen, almost sending him into the demonic beast horde. Li Fuchen took the opportunity to bump into Liao Hailong as well. Liao Shixiang is so strong. Maybe you can fight alone. Li Fuchen, you are courting death. Forcefully enduring the sneak attack of a demon, Liao Hailong was burning with anger and wanted to kill Li Fuchen. Liao Hailong, if you speak any more nonsense, get lost. Chen Fanghua spoke coldly. Good, very good. Li Fuchen, you took advantage of Chun Shiji's protection and dared to disrespect me. After the beast wave is over, I will settle the score with you. Liao Hailong forcefully suppressed his anger and cleaved a Class 1 demon to death. Chapter 109. The battle lasted until late into the night. Towards the end, the intense stench of blood dyed the stars in the sky red. Due to the darkness, no one knew how many more demonic beasts were rushing towards them. They only knew that after killing one batch of demonic beasts, another batch would come. Damn it, I've already consumed 5 yellow class, high-tier chi replenishing pills. Mine is the 6th. A single yellow class, high-tier chi replenishing pill is worth at least 3,000 gold coins. If we can't recoup the cost after the battle, it would be a huge loss. You are still thinking about the battle? Get through the beast wave first. Some of the inner sect disciples were regretting. If they knew the beast wave was so dangerous, they wouldn't have come. Roar. Just as everyone was slaughtering, a beast's roar could be heard from afar. The beast's roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing the ground to tremble. Immediately after, a violent gale blew over, sending sand and pebbles flying. Be it martial artists or demonic beasts, they all felt their blood flow, stagnating, and their movements becoming stiff. Howl! Before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. After the loud beast roar, a deep howl of a wolf could be heard. This wolf howl wasn't as loud as the beasts, but it had a penetrating power. Those with weaker cultivations could only feel their heart palpitating and their vision blurring. At the same time, an equally violent whirlwind engulfed them, causing them to have difficulty breathing. Such a fearsome chi presence. Li Fuchen and the others had a change in expression. A chi presence causing a violent gale wasn't something a Class 3 demonic beast could do. Only a Class 4 demonic beast could do it. And a Class 4 demonic beast was comparable to a heaven realm martial artist. Through the darkness of the night, everyone seemed to see 2 huge black shadows enveloping the starry sky. That wasn't a real entity, but an illusion caused by the aura. Under such a terrifying aura, anyone below the heavenly Dipper realm wouldn't have any fighting spirit at all. Their fighting spirit would directly collapse. My God, it's a Class 4 demonic beast. We are finished. A Class 4 demonic beast is enough to massacre an entire city. Why would a Class 4 demonic beast appear in a small-scale beast wave? I thought only a large-scale beast wave would have Class 4 demonic beasts. Quanzhou City has a small-scale beast wave once a year, a large-scale beast wave once a decade, and a super large-scale beast wave once a century. Could it be that this isn't a small-scale beast wave, but a large-scale beast wave? Impossible. It's impossible for there to be only 2 Class 4 demonic beasts in a large-scale beast tide. There should be at least dozens of them. That's right. There are examples of Class 4 demonic beasts appearing in a small-scale beast tide. It's just that we were unlucky and happened to bump into one. Everyone's fighting spirit weakened. How could they fight against 2 Class 4 demonic beasts? Even if everyone joined forces, it would still not be enough. I wonder if there are any Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists guarding Shoshua Town. If there aren't any, we need to retreat from the battlefield now. Chen Fanghua laughed bitterly. Liao Hailong's eyes flickered. He already had the intention to retreat. Zhao Mingwe hesitated. There should be. They were just puny origin realm martial artists, and we're here to assist. If they were to encounter a Class 4 demonic beast, they would be fools if they didn't flee. Just 2 level 4 demonic beasts, and they dare to be so arrogant. Just as Zhao Mingwe finished speaking, a cold snort came from Shoshua Town. The next moment, a dazzling red light burst out, as if a red sun was rising. The red sun rose to a height of a few tens of meters and suddenly turned into a red pillar of light, shooting towards the direction of the beast roars. Everywhere it passed through, the air seemed to boil. The terrifying temperature caused all the flammable items on the battlefield to be incinerated and turned into ashes. True Inferno technique. Li Fuchen recognized the technique that his opponent executed with a single glance. In the Tsanglan sect, there were 2 absolute arts. One was the true Tsanglan technique, a soft technique. The other was the true Inferno technique, a yang technique. It was said that these 2 absolute arts were mystic class, peak-tier techniques, and had a total of 21 ranks. Li Fuchen's 13th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was only at the 11th rank when compared to the true Inferno technique. It was at least 10 ranks away from the highest 21st rank. It's Uncle Wuji, Zhao Mingwe blurted out. The Tsanglan sect didn't have a lot of Heaven Realm martial artists, but it wasn't a small number either. There were quite a number who cultivated the true Inferno technique. If it was someone who wasn't familiar with the red light, they wouldn't be able to recognize who it was. But Zhao Mingwe could. Are you Elder Zhao Wuji? Chen Fanghua asked. Zhao Mingwe nodded yes. Her grandfather was the inner sect Grand Elder, and Zhao Wuji was her grandfather's godson. His ability was ranked at the top of the inner sect elders. With Elder Zhao here, these 2 Class 4 demonic beasts aren't even worth mentioning. Chen Fanghua let out a breath of relief. Zhao Wuji was at the 7th level of the Heaven Realm and had a record of killing Class 4 high-tier demonic beasts. If these 2 Class 4 demonic beasts weren't Class 4 high-tier demonic beasts, he would definitely lose. Even if they were Class 4 high-tier demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to deal with Zhao Wuji. The red light beam pierced through the middle of the 4 strongest Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. In an instant, the 4 demonic beasts turned into fireballs and perished. As for the remaining Class 3 demonic beasts and Class 2 demons, Zhao Wuji didn't bother to deal with them and left them to the outer sect elders and inner sect deacons. Thank you, Elder Zhao. One of the outer sect elders bowed respectfully with a cupped fist. Zhao Wuji didn't reply and increased his speed towards the 2 Class 4 demonic beasts. Boom, boom. In the thick night sky, a pillar of fire burst into the sky. The intense light illuminated the pitch-black battlefield as though it was daytime. Everyone looked over and saw an imposing figure standing in the middle of the pillar of fire, just like a demon god. Is this a Heaven Realm martial artist? Li Fuchen took a deep breath. To be able to fly with Qi, stand in the air, and contest with Class 4 demonic beasts. No matter which one it was enough to make one's heart flutter and look forward to it. Zhao Wuji didn't want to implicate the rest of the crowd and intentionally lured the 2 Class 4 demonic beasts away. The sounds of the battle gradually faded away, with the occasional clashing of thunder. Kill! Without the interference of the Class 4 demonic beasts, everyone's battle intent was restored and they fought with all their might. And they worked even harder than before. The appearance of a Heaven Realm martial artist brought them confidence and hope, as though a ray of light pierced through the dawn. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen noticed that the demonic beasts were gradually decreasing. Previously, there would be 2 or 3 demonic beasts attacking him at the same time. Now, there were only 1 or 2 demonic beasts attacking him. The demonic beasts are decreasing. Haha, the beast wave is ending. Many of them realized this and laughed hysterically. The corpses of the demonic beasts on the battlefield were at least a few 100,000. A few 100,000 corpses would produce a few thousand demon cores. If one was lucky enough to obtain a few Class 2 demon cores, it would be enough to make a small fortune. After all, a Class 2 low-tier demon core was worth at least 10,000 gold coins. A Class 2 mid-tier demon core was worth at least 20,000 gold coins. A Class 2 high-tier demon core was worth at least 40,000 gold coins. A mutated demon core was worth 5 times more than a demon core of the same class. Other than that, the materials from the demonic beasts were also of considerable value. The demonic beast hide could be used to make leather armor. The claws and teeth could be used to make accessories or weapons. Some of the materials from the body of some special demonic beasts could even be used to refine pills. Chapter 110. At the break of dawn, Zhao Wuji rushed back with a face full of smiles. No matter what, he didn't expect that of the 2 Class 4 demonic beasts, the Class 4 low-tier one would have a demon core. A Class 4 low-tier demon core was worth around 15 million gold coins. This was definitely a windfall. Zhao Wuji had accumulated for so many years, and his total net worth was only a few million gold coins. Of course, this was mainly due to his high expenditure. I wonder when will I be able to get my hands on a Class 4 demon core. On the way back, Zhao Wuji thought to himself. But soon enough, he dispelled this extravagant hope. This was definitely luck. On average, out of 100 Class 4 demonic beasts, there might not even be one with a demon core. This time, he was just lucky. Due to his good mood, Zhao Wuji helped the crowd to clean up some demonic beasts on the way back. With his ability, he didn't even need to make a move against low-tier demonic beasts. He could just use his chi to kill a large number of demonic beasts. With Zhao Wuji's help, the beast wave ended even faster. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the ground, the battle was finally over. It is everyone's credit that we were able to defend against the beast wave. Now, the spoils of the battlefield are all yours. But let me say this first. When fighting for the spoils of war, no killing is allowed and no crippling is allowed. Those who violate this rule will have to bear the consequences. Standing on top of the tall walls of Shoshua town, Zhao Wuji raised his voice. "Thank you, my lord." Everyone shouted in unison and began to fight for the spoils of war. On top of the walls, the Earth Realm martial artists didn't go down to fight for the spoils of war. The corpses of the Class 3 demonic beasts were already cut open by them. If there was a demon core, they would have already taken it. As for the Class 2 demon core, it didn't even bother about it. "Elder Zhao, you seem to be in a good mood." An outer sect elder who knew Zhao Wuji smiled. Zhao Wuji's serious face was filled with pride. "I was lucky to get a Class 4 low-tier demon core." "What? Class 4 low-tier demon core?" The outer sect elder was dumbfounded. The outer sect elders and inner sect deacons who heard this news were also dumbfounded. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji was even more proud. "Congratulations, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, you have to treat us." "Yes, Elder Zhao's luck is monstrous. You should treat us." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji laughed. "Of course I will treat, and I won't be stingy. Once we return to the sect, I will treat all of you." The outside world basically didn't have any precious delicacies, unlike the Azure Water sect, which had precious ingredients like treasure fish. Li Fuchen and the others also joined the looting camp immediately. Basically, if they saw a complete demonic beast corpse, they would split it open and search carefully. Of course, they didn't care about the level 1 demonic beast corpse. Their target was the level 2 demonic beast corpse. Haha, mid-rank 2 demon core. An Origin Realm martial artist found a Class 2 mid-tier demonic core and laughed heartily. Seeing that someone had already gained something, everyone worked even harder. With a strong consciousness, Li Fuchen does not need to be like others. a sword to split the monster beast's corpse and then slowly search. He pressed his palm on the surface of the demon beast's corpse, and his consciousness entered it along with his true chi. In just 1 or 2 breaths, he would know whether the demon beast had a demon core or not. Because of this, his efficiency was naturally much higher. In less than half an hour, he had found 3 level 2 demon cores. One of them was a level 2 mid-tier demon core. This looks like a class 2 high-tier, mutated demonic beast, golden fur bear. Underneath a pile of corpses, Li Fuchen suddenly found a demonic beast with golden fur. Shaking off the other corpses, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This golden fur bear's corpse was complete. Who killed it? Why didn't they split it open to search for the demon core? Li Fuchen didn't understand. That's right, it must have been killed by Elder Zhao Wuji. But Elder Zhao Wuji was too strong. With just a burst of true chi, a large number of demonic beasts were killed. No one else noticed. Not bothering to check with his true chi, Li Fuchen cleaved at the golden fur bear. The dead golden fur bear's corpse didn't have a tough defense and was easily split open by Li Fuchen. His true chi entered the corpse along with his true chi, causing Li Fuchen's heart to race. At the abdomen of the golden fur bear, he found a pale gold demon core that was so beautiful. Executing the red jade palm, Li Fuchen extracted the pale gold demon core. This one demon core is worth 200,000 gold coins. Li Fuchen let out a smile. A class 2 high-tier demon core was worth about 40,000 gold coins. A class 2 high-tier mutated demon core was 5 times that, which was worth about 200,000 gold coins. This was undoubtedly a windfall. Heavens, a class 2 high-tier mutated demon core. What great luck! Near Li Fuchen, a Tsanglan inner sect disciple exclaimed. Li Fuchen frowned. He understood the logic of not flaunting one's wealth, but he still got exposed. Not far away, Liao Hailong looked over. Seeing Li Fuchen keeping the pale gold demon core, his eyes couldn't help but have a flash of delight. Li Fuchen, I shall give you a chance to apologize. Hand over that demon core. Liao Hailong quickly walked over and said. Li Fuchen replied, Based on what? Based on what? You don't have the qualifications to obtain this golden fur bear's demon core. Liao Hailong didn't like Li Fuchen at all. Under normal circumstances, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with the golden fur bear. But now Liao Hailong took advantage of this opportunity. Then what qualifications do you have? Li Fuchen countered with a question. Liao Hailong spoke in a gloomy tone. Li Fuchen, I don't know who gave you the guts to provoke me. This is a foolish action. I advise you not to anger me. If not, I will beat you into a dead dog and step on you. You will never be able to rise again. Then I would like to see if you're the dead dog, or if I am the dead dog. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Even though he didn't have the confidence to defeat Liao Hailong, but he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Look, Li Fuchen and Liao Shixiang are going against each other. This Li Fuchen is too arrogant. It is fine if he is arrogant in the outer sect, but he is also arrogant in the inner sect. Liao Shixiang is 2 levels higher than him. A dog-like thing dares to provoke Liao Shixiang. He is simply looking for death. The 2 inner sect disciples that followed Liao Hailong sneered. Not good. Li Fuchen is going to suffer. Gao Changtian, Wu Qingmei, and the others saw Li Fuchen and Liao Hailong. Gao Changtian was a little anxious as he had a good impression of Li Fuchen. Gao Shixiang, don't say anything. Otherwise, Liao Shixiang might vent his anger on you. Let me go persuade him. Wu Qingmei thought for a moment and decided to persuade Liao Hailong and Li Fuchen to admit his mistake. It was better than being humiliated on the spot. Good, very good. A dog-like thing dares to talk back to me. I shall pluck out your dog teeth and break your dog legs. Let's see if you still have the qualifications to provoke me. Liao Hailong was enraged. 6th level of the Origin Realm burst out. 11th rank Jade Shadow Mystic Technique burst out. Full force of his body. Liao Hailong furiously cleaved with his blade. It was like a violent storm, lightning, and thunder. Chapter 111. Liao Hailong, others might be afraid of you, but it doesn't mean I, Li Fuchen, am afraid of you. Let's see who will be the dead dog today. Li Fuchen's body shook. Fourth level of the Origin Realm burst out. 13th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique burst out. 15,000 kilograms of physical strength was unleashed. Leaping forward, the black iron sword in his hand followed a unique path. In a split second, a stream of light burst out, and the speed of the sword increased to the limit. Mystic Class, Low-Tier Sword Art. Meteor Sword Style 2 black iron swords, one like lightning and the other like a meteor, clashed together. Clang! The horrifying sound of metal clashing was so loud that it hurt the ears of those nearby. The weeds on the ground were all pulverized. Even the fine soil was pulverized. Between the two of them, green and red lights intertwined. Sparks shot out a few meters and ignited the grass. A huge force was felt. Liao Hailong and Li Fuchen each took 7 to 8 steps back. Li Fuchen blocked Liao Shixiang's full power blade. Wu Qingmei, who was walking over, was in a daze, unable to believe her eyes. Liao Hailong was an intersect prodigy. His cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Yuan Tian because they were of similar cultivation levels. If Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the Qi realm back then, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yuan Tian. Gao Chan Tian took a deep cold breath. Interesting, this Li Shidi is much stronger than I imagined. Chen Fenghua observed the situation. He could go against Liao Hailong Shixiang. Zhao Mingyue was flabbergasted, but soon after, her eyes lit up. It must be because Liao Shixiang didn't use his full strength. How could he block a single blade from Liao Shixiang? The two intersect disciples who mocked and ridiculed Li Fuchen earlier were dumbfounded. Son of AB *TCH die, Liao Hailong consecutively slashed at Li Fuchen for a dozen times. Clang, 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 clang. Li Fuchen's meteor sword style was much stronger than his opponent's. Not only did it block Liao Hailong's wind and thunder sword style, it even slightly suppressed Liao Hailong. Liao Hailong's face turned pale. Li Fuchen, you son of a bitch. You're just a 4th level Origin Realm martial artist. How can you block my wind and thunder sword style? Are you cheating? I wonder if you still have a mouth to curse later. Every time Liao Hailong called him a bastard, Li Fuchen was infuriated. He decided that even if he didn't have a chance, he would create an opportunity to defeat Liao Hailong and give him a few tight slaps. 10 moves, 50 moves, 100 moves. Soon, 100 moves had passed. Neither side could do anything to the other. But with Chen Fenghua's eyesight, she could faintly see that Li Fuchen had a slight advantage. The combination of wind and thunder. Liao Hailong's Tempest sword art had become even more ferocious. He, who had cultivated the Tempest sword art to near the greater mastery stage, had never lost before. Break! Li Fuchen's meteor sword style was already at the perfection stage. Be it the power or the exquisiteness, it was at the extremity of the meteor sword style. In the air, streams of light burst forth. Liao Hailong's wind and thunder sword style was utterly defeated. 3 sword moves couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. At this moment, it showed the importance of an all-round ability. Just slightly suppressing Liao Hailong, Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. He executed the shadowless leg and came and went without a trace. He didn't execute the wind shadow steps. Even though the wind shadow steps combined with the shadowless leg could increase his speed, it would be lacking in attack power and wasn't as good as the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Liao Hailong was careless and got grazed by Li Fuchen's blade on his back. He was wearing a Class 3 demonic beast pelt armor and had a tough physical defense. This blade didn't seriously injure him, but did affect his condition. Tripart sword style. Li Fuchen circled around Liao Hailong and constantly attacked. His sword style was erratic. Sometimes it was meteor fall. Sometimes it was the tripart sword style. Die! Liao Hailong was extremely aggrieved. He swept his black iron sword in a circle. In the air, there was a thunderstorm, and the sword presence was oppressive. Without a sound, Li Fuchen's figure was blown away. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen was on the right side of Liao Hailong. Meteor fall. With a swing of the sword light suddenly disappeared, turning into a shooting star and disappearing. PFFF. The chi protection crumbled, and the Class 3 demonic beast-pelt armor was penetrated. Liao Hailong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, suffering a severe internal injury. Meteor Fall was too strong. It had extreme lethality and speed. The Class 2 high-tier ironback gorilla almost got its skull pierced by Li Fuchen. Xiao! 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 After injuring Liao Hailong with a single blade, Li Fuchen held his breath and consecutively executed 3 Meteor Fall. 2 of them hit the same spot. The Class 3 demonic beast pelt armor and flesh were instantly penetrated, causing Liao Hailong's face to turn pale. Clang! Li Fuchen repelled Liao Hailong's black iron sword. Now who is the dog? Li Fuchen stood in front of Liao Hailong, coldly staring at him. The 2 intersect disciples who followed Liao Hailong were stunned. They never expected Liao Hailong to lose. Liao Hailong was an intersect prodigy, and his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen won. Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't imagine what stage Li Fuchen's ability had reached. Chen Shiji, Li Fuchen won. Zhao Mingyue's eyes were intense. This was the first time she was so interested in someone. Even if it was Yuan Tian who had a 5-star bone frame, she didn't care about him. In her opinion, even though Yuan Tian had a high chance of progressing to the Heaven Realm, she was still the granddaughter of the intersect Grand Elder. A Heaven Realm cultivator wasn't worthy of her attention, unless Yuan Tian could progress to the Reincarnation Realm. A pity, even if he was a 5-star bone frame, he couldn't guarantee that he could progress to the Reincarnation Realm. Looking at the entire Tsanglan sect and the surrounding sects, the Reincarnation Realm was the pinnacle of combat strength. A Reincarnation Realm expert was enough to dominate this land and live a carefree life. That's right. What a surprise. Chen Fanghua stroked the hair on her forehead. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Fuchen, you son of a B*TCH. One day, I will kill you with my own hands and destroy everything you have. Despair, ha! Liao Hailong's face was filled with madness and hatred. Pa! Li Fuchen landed a slap on Liao Hailong's face, causing it to swell up. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Liao Hailong screamed. Pa! Li Fuchen gave another backhand slap on Liao Hailong's face. Pa! Pa Li Fuchen didn't give Liao Hailong any chance to speak. Slap after slap, ruthlessly. Liao Hailong was slapped silly, his eyes glazed over. This too. Everyone who witnessed this scene was in a daze. Domineering, truly domineering. He didn't even want to waste his breath. He slapped him straight away. Damn it. Li Fuchen is too reckless. Liao Hailong is the young master of the ancient Liao clan. His status is even higher than Fong Liahai's. Gao Changtian was well aware of Liao Hailong's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swallowed his anger and humiliation. Damn it, he dares to humiliate my clan's young master. He deserves to die. No one can save him. Chapter 112. These 2 intersect deacon apprentices were around 40 years old and were at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. With their speed, they arrived at Li Fuchen's side in a short moment. Jade Wave Sword Style. Soaring Sword Style. The 2 of them came at Li Fuchen from the left and right. With Li Fuchen's current cultivation level, he wasn't a match for 2 9th level Origin Realm intersect deacon apprentices. Myriad Blossom Sword Style. At the crucial moment, Chen Fanghua rushed over and used the Myriad Blossom Sword Style to break their Jade Wave Sword Style and Soaring Sword Style. Chen Shiji, what is the meaning of this? One of them raged. Chen Fanghua replied, Don't forget, you 2 are just intersect deacon apprentices. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the disciplinary hall? An intersect deacon apprentice had a lower status than an intersect disciple. Offending one superior was a serious violation of the sect rules. The other said, Chen Shiji, you better be clear about one thing. Our Liao clan is one of the ancient clans in the Tsanglan region, and Liao Hailong is our young master. Let me advise you, don't get yourself into trouble, or you will have to bear the consequences. That's right. Offending the Liao clan will not end well. The reason why they dared to kill Li Fuchen was because they had the support of the Liao clan. As one of the ancient clans, the Liao clan had plenty of Earth Realm martial artists and a few Heaven Realm martial artists. They had quite the say in the Songlan sect. Chun Fonghua sneered, "Then I would like to see how your Liao clan is going to deal with me. Do you think your Liao clan can surpass the Songlan sect?" At this moment, Liao Hailong finally came to his senses. He hysterically said, "Li Fuchen, you dare to slap me? Do you know you have committed a grave sin? An unforgivable sin. Kneel down and break both your arms. Then you still have a chance to save yourself. If not, no one in this world can save you. And Chun Fonghua, you still have time to scram. If not, I swear you will regret it for the rest of your life." Presumptuous. Chun Fonghua was enraged. She was an 8th level Origin Realm intersect disciple and had never been threatened by anyone, not even the Liao clan. Once she became a direct disciple, even the Liao clan wouldn't dare to touch her. Presumptuous, huh? I have even more presumptuous. I will humiliate you in every possible way. Liao Hailong wasn't afraid of Chun Fonghua at all. In terms of talent, he wasn't any worse than Chun Fonghua. He was confident that he could catch up to Chun Fonghua within a few years. Zhao Mingyue, who was standing next to Chun Fonghua, couldn't hold it in any longer. Her pretty face turned frosty as she asked, "Liao Hailong, is your Liao family very powerful?" "Our Liao clan is naturally powerful, but..." Liao Hailong looked at Zhao Mingyue, unable to continue. The Liao clan was ancient and powerful, but there was always a higher mountain. The Zhao clan that Zhao Mingyue belonged to didn't have many members and didn't have a long history. However, Zhao Mingyue's grandfather was an intersect grand elder, and her father was also an intersect elder. There was also Zhao Wuji, who was one of the top intersect elders. With the three of them's power and strength, even the Liao clan had to bow down to them. In this world, the background was important, but the background also had to bow to the absolute strength. If a reincarnation realm martial artist came, the sect had to treat him with respect. One person was equivalent to a sect. "Why aren't you talking? Isn't your Liao family quite powerful? You can kill whoever you want. Even intersect disciples aren't worth mentioning." Zhao Mingyue wasn't courteous at all. Her words were sharp. Liao Hailong braced himself and said, "Zhao Mingyue, I didn't offend you. Why do you have to go against me for an unrelated person? What's going on?" Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded. "Uncle Zhao." Zhao Mingyue quickly looked over. In midair, Zhao Wuji stood in midair. He smiled and nodded at Zhao Mingyue. "Mingyue, tell me about the situation here." Zhao Mingyue pointed at Liao Hailong and the two intersect deacon apprentices. They are Liao clansmen. Had it not been for Chun Shiji, Li Fuchen would have died in their hands. Furthermore, they even used the Liao clan to bully Chun Shiji. I can't stand it. Liao clan. Zhao Wuji laughed. "Elder Zhao, we didn't mean it that way. This piece of sh*t is too despicable. He humiliated our Liao clan's young master." One of the intersect deacon apprentices explained with a trembling voice. A powerful chi presence was released, forcing the two intersect deacon apprentices to kneel on the ground. Zhao Wuji spoke word by word. "Since when did the life and death of intersect disciples belong to your Liao clan? Then what is the use of my Songlan sect? Is your Liao clan trying to replace the Songlan sect? Elder Zhao, please spare our lives. Our Liao clan wouldn't dare." The two intersect deacon apprentices crumbled. Their expressions were filled with fear and didn't dare to explain anymore. "When we return, go to the enforcement hall to receive your punishment." Zhao Wuji spoke indifferently. "Yes." The two of them kowtowed repeatedly. Liao Hailong lowered his head and clenched his fist tightly. The killing intent in his heart had reached an uncontrollable level. Zhao Wuji might be formidable, but his great-grandfather was one of the top-ranked elders in the intersect. Of course, he didn't dare to talk back to Zhao Wuji. But that didn't mean he would let Li Fuchen and Chun Fonghua off. Today's humiliation, he shall bear it first. In the future, he would return it 100-fold. Glancing at Liao Hailong, Zhao Wuji said, "Your great-grandfather, Elder Liao, is also an important figure. Do not give him any trouble, or else the sect rules will not be merciful." As an inter-sect elder, Zhao Wuji had to give some face to Elder Liao. "All right, you may all disperse." Zhao Wuji waved his hand and floated away. "Just you wait." Giving a venomous look at Li Fuchen and Chen Fenghua, Liao Hailong turned and left. "Many thanks to the two of you for your help." After Liao Hailong left, Li Fuchen cupped his fist and thanked Chen Fenghua and Zhao Mingwei. Had it not been for the two of them, he would have lost his life here. He didn't expect the Liao clan to be so brazen and kill an inter-sect disciple. At this moment, he felt that he was still too weak. He didn't expect to become a Heaven Realm martial artist within a few years. It was impossible and unrealistic. But he could still become a direct disciple within a few years. Direct disciples were the future pillars of the Zhonglan sect. Anyone who dared to touch a direct disciple would be the same as touching the foundation of the Zhonglan sect and would suffer the wrath of the upper echelons of the Zhonglan sect. Li Fuchen, you have to be careful. Liao Hailong has an uncle, Liao Tianjun, who is also an inter-sect disciple and is at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. For you to bully Liao Hailong like this, his uncle will not let you off. Zhao Mingwei reminded. Ancient clans were terrifying. They had a deep foundation and could constantly produce outstanding talents. Even though Liao Tianjun wasn't a 4-star bone frame and was only a 3-star bone frame, his cultivation time was a few times longer than Li Fuchen's. The current Li Fuchen couldn't deal with Liao Tianjun yet. Liao Tianjun, huh? I got it. Li Fuchen memorized this name. He wasn't worried about Liao Tianjun's revenge. A mere 8th-level Origin Realm inter-sect disciple wasn't worth his worry. Give him another year, and Liao Tianjun wouldn't be a problem. Chen Fenghua said, "Since I have offended the Liao clan, if there is anything you can't solve, you can look for me." She felt depressed in her heart. Offending the Liao clan wasn't the result she wanted, but she didn't expect the Liao clan to be so arrogant. Stopping them from killing Li Fuchen would result in them bearing a grudge. In her heart, she thought, "Li Fuchen, I hope you can still be this demonic in the future. I didn't save your life in vain. Chun Shiji, today's saving grace will be repaid tenfold in the future." Li Fuchen spoke seriously. Chapter 113. The beast wave didn't just engulf Shoshua town, it also engulfed other towns. In the entire Guangzhou city, the density of demonic beasts was a few times higher than before. Even a normally safe little forest might have a few demonic beasts hiding within. The few of them didn't head to Guangzhou city to trade for demon cores. Within the sect, there are also demon cores that could be traded. The sect was actually equivalent to a city, but this city was filled with experts. 3 Class 2 low-tier demon cores, 2 Class 2 mid-tier demon cores, 1 Class 2 high-tier mutated demon core. A total of 300,000 gold coins. In the trading hall, the 6 demon cores that Li Fuchen obtained from the battlefield of Shoshua town were sold for 300,000 gold coins. "Li Shidi, you have made a fortune this time. You should treat us to a meal at the Delicacy Pavilion," Chen Fenghua suggested. "Yes." Zhao Mingwei nodded. Li Fuchen laughed. "No problem." The Delicacy Pavilion was the Zhonglan sect's high-class dining hall. It was similar to the restaurants outside, but the food inside was extremely expensive. A single meal could easily cost up to a few thousand gold coins. If it was extravagant, a single meal could easily cost tens of thousands of gold coins. The Zhonglan sect had 4 delicacy pavilion. 1 for the outer sect, 1 for the inner sect, 1 for the direct disciples, and 1 for the core sect. Inner sect delicacy pavilion. Delicious. The last time I came here, I couldn't forget about it. Now I finally get to eat it again. Chen Fenghua used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth, her face filled with happiness. Zhao Mingwei ate happily too. Even though she was the granddaughter of the inner sect grand elder, she had always been independent and rarely asked for resources. Looking at the table full of dishes, Li Fuchen finally understood why the delicacy pavilion was so expensive. The ingredients here were all mid-grade, like mid-grade spirit vegetables, second-tier treasure fish, tofu made from mid-grade spirit beans, mid-grade spirit birds, mid-grade spirit bird eggs. One had to know that a second-tier treasure fish that had just been caught was worth 1,000 contribution points per caddy. 10 caddies would be 10,000 contribution points. If it could be converted into gold, then it would be 20,000 gold. Including the processing fees, this treasure fish was worth a total of 21,000 gold. The good thing was that the other mid-grade ingredients were cheaper and only cost a total of 9,000 gold coins. This meal cost Li Fuchen a total of 30,000 gold coins. But Li Fuchen didn't feel any heartache. He was just like the other two, immersed in the process of enjoying the food. The processed mid-grade ingredients were indeed a delicacy of the world. The taste was indescribable. If the food here was compared to delicacies, the food he had eaten before would be tasteless. After the meal, the three of them felt their bodies heating up. The higher the grade of the ingredients, the more nourishing they would be. This meal of theirs was equivalent to eating several high-tier yellow-grade dragon tiger pills. It would be strange if their bodies did not heat up. After exiting the delicacy pavilion, the mountain breeze blew, cooling him down a lot. Li Fuchen, you are finally willing to come out. Break one of your arms. Don't test my patience. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I'm Liao Tanjun, Liao Hailong's uncle. 10 meters away from the main entrance of the delicacy pavilion, a stalwart-looking youth stared at Li Fuchen as though he was a dead man. Liao Tianjun, Li Fuchen is my friend. I advise you to leave now. Chen Fanghua spoke coldly. Liao Tianjun looked at Chen Fanghua. Chen Fanghua, are you sure you won't get involved in this? That's right, I'm going to take care of this. Chen Fanghua did not hesitate at all. Kiki. Liao Tianjun let out a sinister smile. Chen Fanghua, you shouldn't have done this. You could have had a bright and beautiful future. But a pity, because of a lowly ant, you are ruining your future. Maybe you think I am bragging, but in the future, you will know what a wrong decision you have made. Not knowing why, when Chen Fanghua heard Liao Tianjun's words, she felt a chill. Zhao Mingyue couldn't bear to see Liao Tianjun threatening Chen Fanghua. Squinting her eyes, she said, Liao Tianjun, I am warning you. If you dare to touch Chen Shiji, I will make you pay. Hearing this, Liao Tianjun didn't mind. Who said I'm going to touch her? Is talking about breaking the sect rules? You. How could Zhao Mingyue win against Liao Tianjun in an argument? She was immediately stopped by him. Shifting his gaze back to Li Fuchen, Liao Tianjun spoke with disdain. What? Are you going to hide behind these two women for the rest of your life and be a coward? If you break one of your arms now, I can let bygones be bygones. If not, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Don't think I am joking. I am a very serious person. When Liao Tianjun spoke, he spoke in a refined manner, but gave off the vibe of a venomous snake. Every word carried a chill that could penetrate one's heart. Li Fuchen laughed. Liao Tianjun, if I remember correctly, you are 31 years old this year, right? So what if I am? Do you think I will be too embarrassed to find trouble with you because I am older than you? You are wrong. Liao Tianjun sneered. Li Fuchen shook his head. Give me 1 year. 1 year later, let's have a showdown on the intersex Feng Yun stage. The Feng Yun stage was a place for disciples to settle their grudges. Even though the Feng Yun stage prohibited killing, but it was permissible to cripple the other party. The loser was not allowed to take revenge. If the sect found out and took revenge, the loser would be sentenced to death. 1 year, Liao Tianjun sized up Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body was like a spear. Under the mountain breeze, he didn't move an inch. Liao Tianjun's eyes were unfathomable and didn't reveal any emotions. Apologies, I don't want to give you even 1 year. Break one of your arms now. They can't be by your side forever. Liao Tianjun shook his head. He was a person who liked to do things he was confident in. 1 year later, there would be too many variables. What's more, why would he give Li Fuchen a year? Liao Tianjun, you are such a coward. You are at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, while Li Fuchen is at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. You don't even dare to wait for a year. What kind of hero are you? Zhao Mingyue said with disdain. The commotion here attracted the attention of many intersect disciples. After hearing Zhao Mingyue's words, everyone looked at Liao Tianjun with a strange expression. Liao Tianjun's expression turned ugly. Fine, I will give you 1 year. 1 year later, I will see you at the Fengyan stage. I will cripple your dantian, break all your limbs, and let you spend the rest of your life in bed. I will return the same words to you. Li Fuchen was indifferent and replied. Li Fuchen's calmness almost caused Liao Tianjun to lose control of his emotions. He was always the one in control, but in front of Li Fuchen, he had a passive feeling. No matter what he said, Li Fuchen didn't reveal any emotions. I don't believe that you can improve so much in 1 year. I hope you won't be crying and begging for mercy. Liao Tianjun threw out a statement and left. 1 year later, Liao Shixiang is going to duel with Li Fuchen at the Fengyan stage? Isn't Li Fuchen being too reckless? Liao Shixiang stepped into the 8th level of the Origin Realm half a year ago. 1 year later, he might even step into the 9th level of the Origin Realm. He is indeed a little reckless. Li Fuchen is only at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. 1 year later, he will at most be at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. What's more, each level of the martial Dao is harder to advance. Chapter 114. Li Shidi, are you confident 1 year from now? Chen Fanghua looked at Li Fuchen. Liao Tianjun was now at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. 1 year from now, he would most likely be at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. If Li Fuchen wanted to defeat Liao Tianjun, he would need to reach the 7th level of the Origin Realm within a year. If not, there would be no hope. I wouldn't dare to say 100%, but 80% to 90%. Li Fuchen replied. As long as he broke through to the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he had the confidence to defeat Liao Tianjun. After all, 1 year was enough for him to increase his Scarlet Mystic Flame technique by another rank. Since you were so confident, I am looking forward to the outcome 1 year from now. Chen Fanghua's eyes were filled with splendor. Perhaps this 1 year promise would allow her to understand Li Fuchen's potential. If Li Fuchen could really defeat Liao Tianjun 1 year from now, so what if she offended the Liao clan? She didn't care. Seems like I have to work hard too. I cannot be left too far behind by you. Zhao Mingyue said. After the three of them separated, Li Fuchen went to the martial hall. He had 150,000 contribution points now and reckoned that he should be able to redeem a Mystic class high-tier body refinement technique. A Mystic class high-tier body refinement technique required peak-tier, yellow class, body tempering pills to progress quickly. But it didn't matter without pills, it would just slow down the progress. With pills and a ridiculously high perception and willpower, 1 or 2 years would be enough to reach completion. Without pills, it might take 10 or 20 years to reach completion. If he had extra contribution points, Li Fuchen intended to redeem some yellow class, low-tier sword art manuals. As the saying goes, the higher the level of the martial arts, the higher the requirement for one's foundation. Only with a solid foundation could one cultivate higher-tier martial arts. If not, even if a high-tier martial art was presented to you, you would only be able to learn the basics. Arriving at the martial hall, Li Fuchen first went to the body refinement technique section. Silver Dipper Body Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement Technique. At completion, 35,000 kilograms of physical strength. 160,000 contribution points. Gold Battle Body Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement Technique. At completion, 36,000 kilograms of physical strength. 170,000 contribution points. Blood Concealment Body Refinement Art, Profound Level High Rank Body Refinement Art. When cultivated to perfection, one will possess a strength of 40,000 gene, worth 200,000 contribution points. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen chose the hidden blood body technique. Either he didn't choose, or he chose the strongest. In addition, the hidden blood body refinement technique was slightly less reliant on body tempering pills than other body tempering techniques. Because Li Fuchen was a first-grade intersect disciple, he had a 30% discount. 200,000 contribution points, he only had to pay 140,000 contribution points. After some consideration, Li Fuchen spent another 2,000 contribution points to redeem 100 yellow class, low-tier sword art manuals. He wanted to see how long it would take for him to train a low-tier yellow class sword technique to the trance stage. 100 sword art manuals? The martial arts Great Hall elder fumed with rage. Yes, Li Fuchen nodded. Although the foundation is important, you can't be impatient to improve. Otherwise, you will drag down your progress and easily get stuck in a dead end, the martial art hall elder reminded. Li Fuchen replied seriously, Elder, I understand. I just want to give it a try. The martial art hall elder didn't say anything and looked at the hidden blood body technique manual. He continued, to cultivate a body tempering technique, it requires a large amount of body tempering pills. If you have demonic beast blood essence, the effects will be even better. Of course, demonic beast blood essence contains evil qi. If you cannot refine the evil qi, consuming it will be harmful. You can give it a try first. Demonic beast blood essence. Li Fuchen raised his brows. He didn't know that demonic beast blood essence could replace body tempering pills. If he knew, he would have gathered enough demonic beast blood essence from the battlefield of Shoshua Town. But what Li Fuchen didn't know was that demonic beast blood essence wasn't something that could be easily gathered. Refining demonic beast blood essence was a skill that required one to be at least at the Earth realm to barely do it. Exiting the martial arts hall, Li Fuchen headed towards the resource hall. Class 1 demonic beast blood essence, 20,000 gold coins for a small bottle. Class 2 demonic beast blood essence, 200,000 gold coins for a small bottle. Class 3 demonic beast blood essence, 2 million gold coins for a small bottle. Arriving at the resource hall, Li Fuchen saw the price of the demonic beast blood essence. After some understanding, Li Fuchen realized that demonic beast blood essence wasn't expensive at all. All the small bottles were of the same size, with a small bottle containing 100 drops of demonic beast blood essence. A single drop of Class 1 demonic beast blood essence was far more effective than a single mid-tier, yellow class body tempering pill. But a single body tempering pill was worth around 500 gold coins, while a single drop of Class 1 demonic beast blood essence was only 200 gold coins. Class 1 demonic beast blood essence is useless to me. Only Class 2 demonic beast blood essence is useful. Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was far more effective than a high-tier, yellow class dragon tiger pill. It was almost on par with a peak-tier, yellow class body tempering pill. What's more, a single drop was only 2,000 gold coins. It was practically free. Hesitating for a moment, Li Fuchen purchased a small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence. After a 30% discount, it was 140,000 gold coins. He wanted to see how effective a Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was, and if it really surpassed the dragon tiger pill. Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuchen consumed a drop of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence. Roar! Li Fuchen felt as though he heard the angry roar of a demonic beast. Caught off guard, Li Fuchen's heart started to race. Such an intense, evil qi. Li Fuchen was shocked. How could he have known that a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast could only produce 2 to 3 drops of blood essence? Class 2 mid-tier demonic beasts could produce 5 to 6 drops, and Class 2 high-tier demonic beasts could only produce 10 drops. This small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was the sum of a few dozen Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts. With so many types of demonic beast blood essence mixed together, the evil qi was unimaginably intense. Those without a firm will shouldn't consume too much of it, or they would go insane and go berserk. After refining a drop of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. The effect is about 3 times that of the dragon tiger pill. But refining this evil qi requires time, which would delay my cultivation speed. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Laughing bitterly, Li Fuchen muttered to himself, "It is probably because of the evil qi that the demonic beast blood essence is so cheap. Without the evil qi, a small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence wouldn't be 200,000 gold coins, but 600,000 gold coins. Forget it. I didn't expect to cultivate the hidden blood body technique to the completion stage, as long as I can improve. Li Fuchen only carried the hidden blood body technique for practice. His true focus was still on sword arts. Yellow class sword arts were foundation sword arts. Mystic class sword arts were sword arts that contained mysticism. If one could comprehend a mystic class sword art to the trance stage, one would be able to produce sword intent. A sword art that contained sword intent would be several folds stronger than a sword art that didn't contain sword intent. Be it speed or power, they would all reach an inconceivable level. On the first day, Li Fuchen took out a yellow class, low-tier sword art manual, and started cultivating. 5 days passed. The willow sword art reached the trance stage. On the 6th day, Li Fuchen chose a yellow class, low-tier sword art manual called Casual Cleave. It took him another 5 days to reach the trance stage. Chapter 115. 1 month later, Li Fuchen had cultivated a total of 6 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. This speed was enough to shock the world. Even though yellow class, low-tier sword arts were the most basic of the basic sword arts, they still contained the essence of the sword Tao. Like the horsetail willow sword, it was a soft sword that could be slashed at any time. Within a limited space, it could bring out the full potential of the slash. It wasn't difficult to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the subperfection stage, but to fuse it with one's own understanding of the sword Tao to reach the trance stage, the difficulty would increase by a few folds or even 10 folds. If one wasn't a prodigy, it would take a month, a year, or even a few years to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the trance stage. Those who were slow would never be able to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the trance stage. This wasn't something that could be solved with time. In the first month, Li Fuchen cultivated 6 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. In the second month, it was 7. In the third month, it was 9, and in the fourth month, it was 12. The further he progressed, the faster Li Fuchen's comprehension speed became. Split. His body skimmed past the fine iron ore, and in the instant he passed it, Li Fuchen drew his black iron sword. Without even looking, he slashed at the fine iron ore behind him. This slash was much stronger than a regular slash. A hole was formed on the fine iron ore, sending shards of rocks flying. Landing on the ground, he stood straight and slowly sheathed his sword. Li Fuchen let out a breath of turbid air and thought to himself, there are tens of thousands of sword arts, but the core of all of them are the same. It is all about maximizing the speed, skill, and power of the sword art. Another month passed. This month, Li Fuchen cultivated a total of 18 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. It was 6 more than last month. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation naturally broke through to the 5th level of the origin realm. But Li Fuchen knew that his cultivation speed wasn't considered fast. Those prodigies from his batch had already reached the 5th level of the origin realm, especially Yuan Tian, who had already broken through to the 6th level of the origin realm 2 months ago. Those with superior bone frames would have a greater advantage in the later stages of cultivation. With his astounding perception, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was on par with a 4-star bone frame. But compared to a 5-star bone frame, it was still lacking. According to the Azure Water Sect's historical records, 5-star bone frames would normally break through to the Earth realm at the age of 22. 4-star bone frames would normally break through to the Earth realm at the age of 25, a difference of around 3 years. Of course, for the same 4-star bone frame, depending on the difference in perception, the time taken to break through to the Earth realm would be different. The fastest would be at the age of 21 or 22, which was equivalent to a 5-star bone frame. However, the Zhanglan sect's 5-star bone frame breakthrough record was at the age of 18. This record had not been broken for decades. Li Fuchen had a good attitude. He didn't need to compare himself with others. His only opponent was himself. As long as he surpassed one limit after another, he firmly believed that he would be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and look down on the universe. Inner Sect Cafeteria. Senior Brother Yuan, Congratulations on defeating senior brother Typhone. Typhone Shixiang is at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, but he still couldn't withstand 100 moves from you and Shixiang. Maybe in less than a year, you and Shixiang will become one of the top 10 intersect disciples. At a dining table, 2 intersect disciples were having a meal with you and Tian. The 2 of them were praising you and Tian. You and Tian's expression didn't change. Defeating Typhone isn't much. He is just a 3rd-grade intersect disciple. You can't say that. Not everyone can cross 2 levels to defeat Typhone Shixiao. In the entire intersect, there wouldn't be more than 10 who can do it. That's right. Typhone Shixiao has been an intersect disciple for more than a decade. He has accumulated a lot of experience and isn't just any regular 8th-level Origin Realm martial artist. All right, you and Shixiao, have you heard of the intersect disciple named Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun Shixiao having a 1-year appointment? Overestimating himself. Mentioning Li Fuchen, you and Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was a prideful person. Losing to Li Fuchen was a thorn in his heart. Every time he thought about it, he would lose control of his mind. The 2 of them observed you and Tian's expression and knew he wasn't happy. One of them mocked Li Fuchen, overestimating himself. Liao Tianjun Shixiang is a 2nd-grade intersect disciple, and his cultivation level is 4 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Who does he think he is? Even sword maniac Shixiang couldn't cross 4 levels to defeat a 2nd-grade intersect disciple when he was at the Origin Realm. Blindly arrogant will only bring about one's own destruction. The Fengyin stage isn't a good place. The 2 of them severely belittled Li Fuchen. I hope his injuries aren't too severe on the Fengyin stage. If not, I will lose a lot of fun. Even though he lost to Li Fuchen, you and Tian still didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. He had a 5-star bone frame, and his cultivation was progressing at a rapid pace. This gap would only get bigger and bigger. In just a few years' time, he and Li Fuchen would no longer have any interactions. After all, he would be an Earth Realm martial artist in a few years' time. Why would an Earth Realm martial artist have any interactions with an Origin Realm martial artist? 7th month, Li Fuchen had comprehended 26 yellow class, low-tier sword arts. Close to 1 sword art a day. At the end of the 8th month, Li Fuchen had redeemed 100 yellow class, low-tier sword arts. All of them had been comprehended to the trance stage. 100 sword arts were created by 100 individuals. It was considered 100 sword arts. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt as though 100 individuals were executing sword arts in his mind. An indescribable thing was growing and growing. Break. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen wielded the black iron sword and with a simple thrust, he thrust at the fine iron ore. Buzz. A mystical chi presence was emitted. This thrust of Li Fuchen's was obviously just a simple thrust, but it gave off a feeling of myriad changes. If someone was to fight with Li Fuchen now, there was a high chance that they would make a mistake in judgment. Crackle. The fine pieces of the fine iron ore sputtered in a spiral shape. A nearly perfect hole appeared on the iron, or that was the height of a human. The sword moves with the heart moves with the sword. With the sword and heart as one, nothing can stop it. Li Fuchen had a flash of enlightenment in his mind. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. Li Fuchen was still immersed in this mystical state. At the start of the 9th month, Li Fuchen began to practice the meteor sword style. Unsure if it was Li Fuchen's illusion, he felt that his meteor sword style had come alive and had its own breath. And even though it was just a single sword move, meteor fall, it had evolved into countless possibilities. Just like a meteor shower with countless meteors. Each meteor might look similar, but their final destination was entirely different. Pu 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 pu. On the fine iron ore, a stream of light burst forth and holes appeared. Break! As the countless streams of light faded, the last stream of light appeared. The speed of this stream of light had reached a limit. It was so fast that it seemed to be fixed in time. Pop! A beautiful and shocking sound echoed. The fine iron ore was penetrated by the sword. Due to the extreme speed of the sword, it wasn't fine pieces of ore that sputtered, but powder. Chapter 116. Sword Intent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. In that instant, all the sword arts that he had learnt were infused in a meteor fall, giving it a unique life force. And this life force was exactly sword intent. Of course, this sword intent was still very weak, just like a budding seed that had yet to grow. But it was already very strong, terrifyingly strong. Li Fuchen didn't know that a slight adjustment to the meteor fall would allow the sword move to burst out with a power that was several times stronger. It was simply unimaginable. Sword intent may be the essence of the sword Tao. A complete sword Tao contains countless sword intents. When all these sword intents are fused together, it becomes the ultimate sword Tao. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with a bold idea. As the days passed, Li Fuchen's meteor fall sword intent was perfected. With a swing of the blade, without any change in force, the sword speed would at least double. With the same amount of force, the sword speed would increase by at least 3 folds. Middle of the 10th month, on the fake mountain in the middle of the courtyard. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged, his body emitting a fiery qi presence. After 10 months, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique finally showed signs of a breakthrough. If the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique broke through again, it would be at the 14th rank. No matter what technique, the last 3 ranks were of utmost importance. With every increase in rank, one's combat ability would greatly increase. It was the same for the 13th rank, and even more so for the 14th rank. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Li Fuchen's qi presence was getting increasingly fiery. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen's body suddenly emitted a layer of qi flames. That's right, it was qi flames. Previously, when Li Fuchen's qi was exposed, his qi protection was just like a flame, but it wasn't at the level of qi flames. Now that he had broken through to the 14th rank, his qi had a qualitative change. It was even more significant than advancing from the 4th level to the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Boom! The qi flames intensified by a few folds. Li Fuchen's entire body became a flaming man. The surging qi flames rushed into the sky, blowing away all the debris within a few meters radius. Such a strong burst strength. Li Fuchen's eyes were flashing with passion. He could feel that his burst strength had increased by a few folds. He was now an Origin Realm martial artist, and not a Qi Realm martial artist. An Origin Realm martial artist's explosive strength was extremely terrifying. There is less than 2 months left. I wonder how is Li Fuchen's strength progress? The 1-year promise was gradually approaching, and it affected many people's hearts. Among them, Chen Fanghua was the most concerned. If Li Fuchen could really defeat Liao Tianjun, it would prove that Li Fuchen's potential was definitely at the demonic class and not just a normal bone frame. Of course, even if Li Fuchen didn't defeat Liao Tianjun, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen's potential was lacking. After all, Li Fuchen had only been an inner sect disciple for 3 years. Li Fuchen, my grandfather will be watching this match personally. I hope you don't disappoint my grandfather. That day when Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun agreed on the 1-year pact, Zhao Mingwen informed the inner sect Grand Elder, Zhao Tianda, about it. Zhao Tianda was interested in Li Fuchen's normal bone frame and decided to take a look himself. In a spacious courtyard in the inner sect, Li Fuchen, wait for your death. Liao Tianjun laughed heartily. Just today, he had broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. At first, he was a little worried that there would be variables. But now, he wasn't worried at all. Even if Li Fuchen were to advance 2 levels in a year, he still had the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. The difference of 3 levels wasn't something that could be easily overcome. Li Fuchen, you shouldn't have offended my Liao clan. Offend me, Liao Tianjun. I will break all your limbs, cripple your dantian, and let you live in agony for the rest of your life. Those who go against my Liao clan will never have a good ending. Liao Tianjun was confident and had a sinister expression on his face. After the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through to the 14th rank, Li Fuchen's absorption speed of heaven and earth energy increased by several folds. It was as though his dantian was hiding a furnace. No matter how much heaven and earth energy entered his body, it would be quickly converted into scarlet fire chi by the furnace. What's more, Li Fuchen could faintly feel a surge of energy being born. This energy was similar to sword intent, but it was more reserved and violent. Li Fuchen knew that this was scarlet fire intent. Mystic class martial arts, when cultivated to the extremity, would give birth to intent. Mystic class sword arts were sword intent. Mystic class fist arts were fist intent. But for mystic class techniques, it was technique intent. In fact, no matter what technique was cultivated or what rank the technique was at, the martial artist would always feel the existence of technique intent. But this technique intent didn't provide any substantial help to the martial artist. Only when a mystic class technique broke through to the highest rank would the martial artist truly experience the benefits of technique intent. For example, when a cultivation technique was of a low grade or rank, the technique intent was just a fetus. Only when a mystic class technique broke through to the highest rank would the fetus turn into a human and allow the technique's power to increase exponentially. I wonder what kind of power the 15th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique would have. Li Fuchen had an intense anticipation towards the true Scarlet Fire intent. The Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was a mystic class, mid-tier technique. The Scarlet Fire intent that was born should be much stronger and more fearsome than the Meteor Sword intent. Most importantly, to cultivate a mystic class sword art, it required a certain level of sword Dao foundation. But mystic class techniques didn't have this problem. From the first rank, mystic class techniques were already in the process of developing technique intent. It required a gradual process. On the 11th month, Li Fuchen had complete mastery of the Meteor Sword intent. The advantage of having complete mastery of the Meteor Sword intent was that he could execute the Meteor Sword style as he wished. It wasn't like the beginning, where he could only release it but not retract it. Once it was executed, the opponent would surely die. On the 12th month, Li Fuchen broke through from the 5th level of the Origin Realm to the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Originally, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. The Origin Realm, each level was harder than the previous. At the Origin Realm, other than the 4-star and 5-star bone frames, no one could break this rule, especially Li Fuchen, who had a normal bone frame. Luckily, Li Fuchen's perception made up for his lack of bone frame. After becoming an inner sect disciple for less than 3 years, his Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through from the 9th rank to the 14th rank. The increase in rank of his technique was the same as increasing his bone frame star grade in a short period of time. At least it was so up until now. But Li Fuchen knew that his cultivation speed was closely related to the increase in rank of his technique. When a Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was at the highest rank, it wouldn't take long before he would need to switch to a higher rank technique. If he didn't have a higher level cultivation method for him to display his skills, then his cultivation speed would gradually slow down. By the time those who had better bone frames than him cultivated their profound level middle tier cultivation method to the highest realm, his cultivation speed would be several times slower than them, maybe even 10 times slower. Without bone frame, the path of perception was destined to be a path of improvement. Chapter 117. 1 year was up, and it was the appointed time for Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun. On this day, there were plenty of inner sect disciples gathered around the Fengyun stage. Most of them were here to spectate the duel between Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun. There was also a small portion who came to spectate the duels of other inner sect disciples. The Fengyun stage was a square platform made of white jade. It was 10 meters tall and 100 meters long. It was rumored that the Fengyun stage was reinforced with a sturdy array. Even an Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to damage it. On the Fengyun stage, 2 inner sect disciples were in the midst of a duel. Zhou Xiaodian, you snatched my childhood sweetheart. I will not let you live under the same sky as me. Today, either you or I will be crippled. Zhang Xiaohai, do you think you are worthy of Wang Li Shimi? Since you don't know your place, then I shall let you know what it means to have no way out. The battle between the 2 inner sect disciples was extremely intense. The inner sect disciple named Zhang Xiaohai had blood on his cheek, which was left with a cut. Die. Zhang Xiaohai's sword presence burst forth as he used the soaring sword style to attack the intersect disciple named Zhou Xiaotian. This soaring sword style was obviously at the completion stage. In a single move, the sword light was erratic and chilling, as though dozens of swords were attacking Zhou Xiaotian at the same time. Zhang Xiaohai, no wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that you have cultivated the soaring heaven sword skill to near major completion. Unfortunately, my soaring cloud killing slash is also near major completion. Break for me. Zhou Xiaotian let out a long howl as his sword light was like a waterfall, piercing through the sky and slicing apart Zhang Xiaohai's sword presence. Kacha! An arm fell off and was turned into a mist of blood by the sword light. Zhang Xiaohai let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. He looked at Zhou Xiaotian with a twisted expression. Zhou Xiaotian's cultivation level was higher than his by 1 level. He thought that with his sword skills at the completion stage, he would be able to fight with Zhou Xiaotian to a draw. This was the result he wanted. As for defeating Zhou Xiaotian, he didn't have much confidence. But the heavens were blind and couldn't even fulfill this small wish of his. Pointing his black iron sword at Zhang Xiaohai, Zhou Xiaotian laughed sinisterly. Don't think I will let you off just because you lost an arm. Don't worry, I will slowly sever your tendons and cripple your dantian. Then you will never be able to cultivate again. Before going on the Fengyun stage, both sides had signed the Fengyun agreement. If the opponent wasn't killed, the loser would be dealt with. For the Fengtian, their Warren's Tian and Li Fengyun and Li Fuchen, the Fengyun stage was Tian had was. Of course, the other party had to agree first. If the other party did not agree, no one could force him to go up. Feng of Xiao Futian. With a shake of the black iron sword, Zhou Xiaotian cut off one of Zhang Xiaohai's tendons. Zhang Xiaohai's face turned pale from the pain, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Senior brother Zhou, forget it. He is already half crippled and will no longer have the ability to challenge you in the future. Below the stage, a pretty female intersect disciple with a round, but said lightly, Since junior sister Wang, Li has spoken, I will let you go. Zhang Xiaohai, take revenge on me in your next life. Ha! Zhou Xiaotian laughed and jumped off the Fengyun stage in high spirits. Zhang Xiaohai's eyes dimmed, and he was sent off by an intersect deacon. What a pity. His childhood friend was snatched away, and his arm and leg tendons were severed. His life is basically over. How can the Fengyun stage be taken lightly? Between the two of them, one will be crippled. That childhood sweetheart of his is really something. She actually got together with Zhou Xiaotian. I heard that someone saw them doing it in the woods. That butt is so white and big. Is there such a thing? When Zhou Xiaotian is bored, we might have a chance to play. The intersect disciples below the stage were gossiping, and their words were filthy. Although the duel was over, most people didn't leave. This caused those who didn't know to look at each other in dismay. There was still a duel on the Fengyun stage? That was the only explanation. Senior brother, who will be fighting on the Fengyun stage next? One of them couldn't help but ask. The intersect disciple who was questioned replied with astonishment, Don't you know? Today is the day of Liao Tianjun Shi Xiang and Li Fuchen's duel. They should be here soon. Liao Tianjun Shi Xiang. TSK. I heard that Liao Tianjun Shi Xiang progressed to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. This Li Fuchen is overestimating himself. Interesting. First it was Zhang Xiaohai, now it is Li Fuchen. These two are destined to be tragic characters. Almost no one thought highly of Li Fuchen, as the difference was too great. Zhang Xiaohai and Zhou Xiaotian were only 1 level apart, yet he lost an arm and a leg tendon. Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun were at least 4 levels apart. They didn't think that Li Fuchen could advance 2 levels within a year. Wang Li Shimi, there are too many reckless people these days. I thought there was only one Zhang Xiaohai this year. Who would have thought there would be another Li Fuchen? Zhou Xiaotian couldn't help but sneer when he found out about the duel between Liao Tianjun and Li Fuchen. The female intersect disciple, named Wang Li, said, I heard that this Li Fuchen once defeated Yuan Tian in the outer sect and became the outer sect's #1 disciple. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. Zhou Xiaotian secretly caressed Wang Li's, and was rewarded with a roll of her eyes. He grinned and said, "Times have changed. I admit that he is strong in the same realm, but that is the Qi realm. Now that he is at the origin realm, everything is different. Let alone the fact that he isn't a match for Liao Tianjun. Even if it is Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for him. Yuan Tian was a 5-star bone frame after all. News of him spread very quickly. 4 months ago, Yuan Tian had already progressed to the 7th level of the origin realm. He was probably not far from the 8th level of the origin realm. It seems like this Li Fuchen is overestimating himself. Wang Li was speechless. She didn't understand why there were so many people who didn't know their own limits. Zhang Xiaohai was like this. Li Fuchen was like this. Look, Liao Tianjun is here. Liao Hailong is here too. That is Elder Liao Tianyin, right? Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw 3 people walking over from not far away. They were Liao Tianjun, Liao Hailong, and a middle-aged man who was about 50 years old. He looked similar to Liao Tianjun and was an inner sect elder. Liao Tianyun, inner sect elder, 2nd level of the heaven realm. Uncle Tianjun, on the Feng Yin stage, don't hold back. Liao Hailong spoke viciously. Liao Tianjun gave a conceited smile. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Those who offend my Liao clan shall all go to hell. This Li Fuchen, I will let him have a taste of the most terrifying things in this world. I will let him live in fear and inferiority for the rest of his life, living in the shadow of our Liao clan. At the side, the imposing Liao Tianyin said, "Do not harm his life, in case he brings trouble to the Liao clan." "Father, I know." Liao Tianjun nodded. "Why isn't this Li Fuchen here yet? Could he be afraid and regretting it? It isn't impossible. Since he didn't sign a contract, it doesn't count. If that is the case, I will mock him every time I see him." Chapter 118. Li Shidi, although I know you have absolute confidence and certainty, but on the Feng Yun stage, anything can happen. Do not be careless. Chen Fanghua reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. Even a lion will use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Chen Shiji, don't worry. A lion fighting a rabbit. Chen Fanghua didn't know why, but when she heard this, she immediately relaxed. Liao Tianjun, you're really pitiful. Of all the people you could have offended, you just had to offend junior brother Li. Chen Fanghua thought to herself. Li Fuchen's arrival caused the atmosphere to explode. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen with eyes that were rejoicing in his misfortune. 6th level of the origin realm. What capabilities does this Li Fuchen have to actually advance to the 6th level of the origin realm? One of the inner sect disciples sensed and exclaimed, "What? 6th level of origin realm?" Hearing this, all the inner sect disciples released their qi. He is indeed the 6th level of the origin realm. This is impossible. He is just a normal bone frame. Isn't his cultivation speed too fast? It is comparable to a 4-star bone frame. He must have taken some forbidden medicine for this duel. That's right. He must have taken a forbidden medicine. This kind of forbidden medicine has great side effects. In the next 3 to 5 years, he can forget about advancing again. So what if he is at the 6th level of the origin realm? Liao Tianjun Shi Xiang is at the 9th level of the origin realm, which is 3 levels higher than him. Even though Li Fuchen's advancement to the 6th level of the origin realm shocked everyone, no one thought that Li Fuchen could defeat Liao Tianjun. Everyone believed that Li Fuchen must have consumed an exorbitant amount of forbidden medicine. A dog dares to challenge Liao Tianjun? He's simply courting death. Fang Lihai sneered from within the crowd. Li Fuchen is too rash. It was unknown when Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei had arrived near the storm platform. Gao Changtian sighed. He was very clear what kind of place the wind cloud platform was. Only one of them could walk down, the other had to be carried down. No matter where he is always the center of attention. This kind of man is really rare. A seed was planted in Wu Qingmei's heart. This seed seemed to be showing signs of germination. Yuan Shi Xiao, how many moves do you think Li Fuchen can withstand? On the east side of the storm platform, a small group of people was extremely eye-catching. The center of this group of people was Yuan Tian. No matter where a five-star bone frame was, he would be the center of attention and was like the sun in the sky. In fact, if Li Fuchen had a five-star bone frame, there wouldn't be so much criticism. Fang Laihai and Liao Hailong wouldn't have offended Li Fuchen. One had to know that any five-star bone frame was the sex wealth. Whoever dared to touch a five-star bone frame was equivalent to touching the sex foundation, let alone the main city lord. Even the Liao clan's upper echelons would come to question them. Yuan Tian sized up Li Fuchen and noticed that Li Fuchen was at the 6th level of the origin realm. He then said, "You will lose within 100 moves." From the start, he was certain that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand 20 moves, and this was already overestimating him. But Li Fuchen breaking through to the 6th level of the origin realm surprised him. In his heart, he wasn't so sure anymore. 100 moves? Senior brother Yu overestimates him. I think 10 moves is more like it. Senior brother Yuan must have his reasons for saying this. Don't embarrass yourself. Just as they were talking, a figure swept onto the storm platform. Li Fuchen, get your ass up here, Liao Tianjun shouted. Liao Tianjun, are you in such a hurry to die? Li Fuchen had a sarcastic expression. With a flash, he too skimmed onto the storm platform. What a sharp mouth you have. I will make you cry later. Liao Tianjun laughed sinisterly. I wonder who will be the one crying later. Li Fuchen retaliated. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't retaliate. But once he did, everyone found him an eyesore and felt that he was too arrogant. Those who originally had some sympathy for him immediately changed their stance and supported Liao Tianjun. They hoped that Liao Tianjun could torture Li Fuchen and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. On the storm platform, an inner sect deacon appeared. He frowned and seemed to find Li Fuchen an eyesore as well. Taking out a demonic beast pelt scroll, he said, "Will the two of you please sign your names? Once you sign, there are no other rules except for not killing the other party. Before you sign, you may reconsider." "No need to reconsider, I will sign." Liao Tianjun signed his name on the spot. "What about you?" The inner sect deacon looked at Li Fuchen with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Of course I will sign." Picking up the brush, Li Fuchen signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Keeping the demonic beast pelt scroll, the inner sect deacon announced, "The storm duel shall officially begin. Both of you do your best." Finishing his statement, he turned and jumped off the storm platform. Boom! Hearing the announcement, the atmosphere in the audience heated up again. "Mingwei, is this the Li Fuchen you mentioned? His cultivation progress isn't bad, but he is too high profile. His temperament is questionable." On a small hill not far away, an elder stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him was an absolute beauty. "Grandfather, don't be prejudiced by your first impression. I am sure that Li Fuchen isn't any inferior to a 5-star bone frame." The absolute beauty was Zhao Mingwei. She didn't agree with the elder's evaluation and argued. "You are too confident." The elder laughed lightly. Just you wait and see." Zhao Mingwei was a little angry. "Don't tell me you have fallen for him?" As though he thought of something, the elder got nervous. He didn't wish for his granddaughter to get together with a normal bone frame. The bone frame was related to the inheritance of the bloodline. If the parents had a decent bone frame, the child's bone frame wouldn't be too bad either. If the parents had a terrible bone frame, the child's bone frame would be terrible too. His granddaughter had a 4-star pure Yin bone frame. Such a bone frame wasn't inferior to a 5-star bone frame. "Grandfather, what did you say?" Zhao Mingwei was annoyed. "Mingwei, tell me seriously. Do you like him?" The elder had a serious expression and even had a trace of strictness. Zhao Mingwei hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "That's good." The faintly discernible aura on the old man's body dissipated, and he once again returned to his previous calm and leisurely appearance. On the storm platform, Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun stood 20 meters apart. Grinning, Liao Tianjun's imposing body exploded with a terrifying qi presence. This qi presence was like a storm that engulfed Li Fuchen. Without waiting for Li Fuchen to react, Liao Tianjun roared, earth-scarce sword style. The Earth Scare sword style was an extremely cruel sword style. As long as a wound was made on anyone's body, the vicious sword force would invade the body and destroy the meridians and blood vessels, causing the opponent to be in excruciating pain. When a sword was brandished, a distorted and sharp light appeared in the air. The sharp light was like a swimming fish and was extremely agile. The Earth-Scarce sword, Qi, actually appeared. Liao Tianjun Shi Xiao has cultivated the Earth-Scarce sword style to the completion stage. How sad. Li Fuchen probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blade. He was so arrogant before the duel, but now he is probably kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 119. To reach the completion stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword art was extremely difficult. Even Liao Tianjun, a second-grade intersect disciple with a 3-star bone frame, spent close to a decade to achieve it. Of course, there were even more second-grade intersect disciples who spent 10 years and still couldn't reach the completion stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword art. Most of them were stuck at the threshold of the completion stage. Earth-Scarce sword style. Li Fuchen was slightly surprised. The Earth-Scare sword style was considered one of the hardest mystic class, low-tier sword arts to cultivate. Who would have thought that Liao Tianjun could actually cultivate it to the completion stage and had a perception that exceeded a regular 3-star bone frame? What a pity! Li Fuchen shook his head. If he had merely broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he might not be a match for Liao Tianjun. But now, even 2 Liao Tianjuns wouldn't be a match for him. Meteor fall. The black iron sword was unsheathed, and a stream of light appeared. Then it froze and no longer moved. In the next moment, there was a burst of blinding sparks. Liao Tianjun felt as though he was struck by lightning, and his black iron sword almost flew out of his hand. His entire body leaned back and retreated. Everything happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, Liao Tianjun was still in control of the arena. But in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. The crowd couldn't even see how Li Fuchen made his move. They could only see the sparks and the flashes of light. Such a fast and terrifying blade. The crowd was flabbergasted. This was too much. Liao Tianjun was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, but he couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. Those who were certain that Li Fuchen couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen now felt their faces hurting, as though they were slapped 100 times. This, Gao Changtian was flabbergasted. At the side, Wu Qingmei's eyes were wide open and forgot to breathe. In her mind, she kept replaying the scene of that blade and Li Fuchen's confident look. So he wasn't bragging. Liao Tianjun was courting death by challenging him. How is this possible? Zhou Xiaodian exclaimed. Wang Li, who was beside him, looked as though she saw a ghost. Zhou Xiaodian was formidable, but compared to Liao Tianjun, he was still lacking. Liao Tianjun couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen and was forced to retreat. Impossible! How is this possible? He must be cheating. Below the stage, Liao Hailong was in a daze, unable to believe what he was seeing. 1 year ago, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger than him. 1 year later, his uncle Liao Tianjun couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. This was a huge blow to him, and his martial Dao confidence had collapsed. Seeing his son being repelled by a single blade from Li Fuchen, Liao Tianyun narrowed his eyes and had a gloomy expression. Damn it! Why is this Liao Tianjun so useless? Fang Laihai cursed in his heart. At the same time, he hated Li Fuchen even more. As the Mountain Sea City's young city lord, he was humiliated by Li Fuchen. Not only was he unable to take revenge, but he had to watch Li Fuchen prosper. It was truly unbearable for him. Well done, junior brother Li. Chun Fanghua's emotions were extremely agitated and complicated. In just a short span of year, Li Fuchen didn't just surpass Liao Tianjun, even she didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. Such a talented individual was rarely seen in the entire Songlan sect. Grandfather, what do you think? I told you he isn't a normal person. Zhao Mingyue was also shocked by this result, as it was out of her expectations. After being shocked, she couldn't help but speak to the veteran beside her. The veteran slowly let out a breath, 6th level of the origin realm, physical strength exceeding 20,000 kilograms, Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique at the 14th rank, Meteor Sword Style at the perfection stage. Such a perception is definitely not a normal person. But most importantly, his grasp of timing is one level higher than the other intersect disciples. He can find a flaw of the Earth Scare Sword Style in a split second. What? The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique is at the 14th rank? Last time he was at the 13th rank? Zhao Mingyue's red lips slightly opened. She didn't have the eyesight of a Heaven Realm martial artist, hence she couldn't see much. This child's perception is comparable to Sword Maniac. But now, Sword Maniac has a 4-star bone frame, and he doesn't. If the veteran knew that Li Fuchen's Meteor Sword Style wasn't at the perfection stage, but at the trance stage, he wouldn't have said this. Back when Sword Maniac was at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he didn't even reach the trance stage for a Mystic class, low-tier sword style, and comprehend sword intent. On the Feng Yun stage, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. With his opponent's ability, he couldn't even force out his sword intent. Why would he give chase? That's right, he didn't use his sword intent for that Meteor Fall move. Hence to outsiders, Meteor Fall was only at the perfection stage. Li Fuchen had his own considerations for doing this. He had plenty of enemies now, and it was inevitable that he would be ambushed. Hence, it was necessary to keep some trump cards. Once his trump cards were exposed, there wouldn't be any chance of a comeback. He didn't wish for such a thing to happen. If I use my sword intent, I can even kill 2 Liao Tianjuans in an instant. Li Fuchen thought to himself. There was a huge difference between using sword intent or not. The presence of sword intent was enough to double the speed of Meteor Fall and amplify its firepower by at least 3 times. In the face of absolute speed, any technique or power wasn't worth mentioning. A single strike was a sure kill. A pity that he couldn't use it and didn't need to. Bastard, what'd you do just now? After retreating over 10 steps, Liao Tianjun finally stopped his retreating momentum. He lifted his head and asked with a questioning expression, "You aren't a match for me. It's not too late to back out now." Unless absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't want to fight to the death with the Liao clan. Hence, he was willing to give his opponent a chance to retreat. Dream on. Don't be too arrogant. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Liao Tianjun was infuriated. A pill that was hidden in his mouth was suddenly crushed. In the next moment, an extremely violent energy surged out. The intensity of his chi presence was increased by at least 30%. What is going on? Liao Tianjun Shixiang's chi presence got stronger. Did he conceal his ability? I knew it. How could Li Fuchen be a match for Liao Tianjun? Liao Tianjun Shixiang must have been careless. Everyone suddenly realized. Something isn't right. Chen Fanghua frowned. Liao Tianjuan's chi presence was formidable, but didn't seem like it was cultivated by himself. Half Mystic Class Pill, Chi Burst Pill. Such audacity. Beside Zhao Mingyue, the veteran frowned. Grandfather, he is violating the rules of the Feng Yun stage. Why aren't you going to stop him? Zhao Mingyue asked. On the Feng Yun stage, no external force was allowed. If not, the Feng Yun stage's basic fairness would be gone. The veteran shook his head. Let's wait and see. This kid shouldn't be so simple, right? He was prepared to make a move at the crucial moment. If Li Fuchen couldn't stop Liao Tianjun, then Li Fuchen wouldn't be worthy of his attention. Little bastard, lie down. The Chi Burst pill was a half Mystic Class pill. One pill was worth 70,000 gold coins. At first, he thought his father was making a big fuss. Now that he thought about it, his father was indeed wise. As long as he could win, who cared about the process? Mixed with a horrific chi presence, Liao Tianjun slashed at Li Fuchen again. The violent sword presence was like the sharpest storm that could cut through anything. Chapter 120. A medicinal pill that increases true chi. Li Fuchen frowned. This seemed to violate the rules of the storm platform, but since the intersect deacon in charge of the storm platform did not say anything, he obviously could not say anything. Woo woo woo. When it was 10 meters away from Li Fuchen, the distorted earth scares sword chi suddenly flew out from the sword. True chi was released. After swallowing the explosive Qi pill, Liao Tianjun reached the level of true Qi externalization and could kill people from a distance. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and changed his footsteps before vanishing without a trace. Low-tier, profound, level leg art, shadowless kick. Clang, clang, clang. The twisted sword Qi brushed past the ground and exploded into a layer of pale white sparks. Do you think you can escape? Liao Tianjun grinned hideously as he swung his sword again and again. Streams of earth-scarred sword Qi were like swimming fishes, covering a radius of 10 meters. This 10-meter area was undoubtedly a death zone. Anyone who was weaker than him would be sliced into a bloody mess by the numerous sword Qis. Li Fuchen's footwork was extremely fast. It was as though his entire body was weightless. He turned into a ghostly shadow and shuttled around the Feng Yun stage. The earth-scarce sword Qi that was like a swimming fish was unable to get close to him. Liao Tianjuan's face darkened. Do you only know how to run? Coward. How could he not see that Li Fuchen's leg art had probably reached the perfection stage? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge so many earth-scarce sword Qi. Escape? That might not be the case. Li Fuchen made a turn in midair and took 3 consecutive steps on the ground. Like a wisp of green smoke, he passed through a large amount of earth-scarce sword Qi and instantly appeared on the left side of Liao Tianjun. Liao Tianjun was distracted by Li Fuchen's footwork, and his reaction was slightly slower. However, Liao Tianjun was quite formidable. At the crucial moment, his body spun like a spinning top, and he used the ultimate move of the earth-scarred sword technique. Heaven crippling, earth-scarred. Woo 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 woo. His body was like a giant top that was spinning violently. At the same time, streaks of arc-shaped sword Qi were shot in all directions. Li Fuchen was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. He had to swing his sword to neutralize the streaks of sword Qi. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen was forced to retreat more than 10 meters away. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Gale Swift Sword. Liao Tianjun let out a furious roar and changed his sword stance from Earth Scarcity to Hurricane Swift Sword. Even though the Hurricane Swift Sword was only a yellow-class peak-tier sword art, it wasn't as profound as the Earth-Scarce sword art, and its power was far from being comparable to the Earth-Scarce sword art. Its advantage lay in its speed. Not only was it fast, it was ferocious as well. It was like a violent gust of wind, unstoppable. Li Fuchen is going to lose. Below the stage, someone couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen's footwork was indeed incredible and could easily dodge the earth-scarce sword Qi. But when Liao Tianjun executed the violent wind quick sword, the space for Li Fuchen to dodge was shrunk by a few folds. Don't even mention a human. Even a bird wouldn't be able to dodge. The dense sword Qi swept over, and the range was so wide that it almost covered half of the storm platform. Since I can't use my sword intent, this is the only way. Withdrawing the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and revolving the Wind Shadow steps, Li Fuchen lightly leapt forward like an arrow leaving the bow. In a split second, he flew a few dozen meters away. That speed was simply unheard of and wasn't something a regular Origin Realm martial artist could achieve. How could it be so fast? Everyone was shocked by Li Fuchen's speed. I don't believe you can dodge all of my attacks. Liao Tianjun went berserk and poured all of his Qi into the black iron sword. The density of the sword Qi increased once again. At the same time, Liao Tianjuan's left hand would occasionally send out punches. The violent fist force enveloped Li Fuchen. With the fist force in front and the concentrated sword Qi behind, if it was anyone else, even if it was a first-grade intersect disciple at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, they wouldn't be able to dodge and would have to face it head-on. But Li Fuchen wasn't one of them. Completely disregarding the inertia of extreme speed, Li Fuchen lightly tapped on the ground with his feet and flew backwards. Not only did he dodge the fist force, he even leapt over the sword Qi. If this was it, it would have been fine. After leaping over the sword Qi, Li Fuchen used his left hand to suck on the ground. Under the violent suction force, Li Fuchen's speed shot through the air and landed on the ground in an instant. But this time he was head down and legs up. Tapping the black iron sword on the ground, Li Fuchen flipped his body and landed behind Liao Tianjun like he was juggling. From start to finish, Li Fuchen gave off a feeling that he was defying the laws of nature and gravity. It was as though nature couldn't restrain him any longer. Is he still human? Is he a monster? Everyone was in a daze. They never thought that a human's body could perform such high speed and difficult movements. It was simply challenging the limits of their vision. Wind shadow steps at the perfection stage. Shadowless leg at the perfection stage. This child is rather interesting. The veteran's eyes shrunk. He couldn't help but admit that Li Fuchen's perception was definitely at the heaven-defying class. Not only did he cultivate his sword arts to the highest rank, his light body technique and leg arts were also ridiculously high. If a regular person could achieve any one of them, they would be proud. You have lost. Without waiting for Liao Tianjun to turn around, Li Fuchen placed his sword on his opponent's throat. Liao Tianjun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Lost? What did I lose? Pung! Liao Tianjun suddenly punched at Li Fuchen's chest. Even with his 20,000 kilograms of physical strength and astounding physical defense, Li Fuchen couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. Despicable! Chen Fanghua cursed. Shameless! Zhao Mingyue couldn't hold back her anger. Li Fuchen had already let him off, but he didn't expect Liao Tianjun to not admit defeat and sneak attack Li Fuchen instead. Li Fuchen, don't pretend to be righteous. Do you really think it is hard for you to defeat me? On the Fengyun stage, other than killing, there are no other rules. It is impossible for you to win without a fight. Now, lie down. Don't worry, I will only chop off your limbs. I will preserve your dantian for you. Ha! Liao Tianjun followed up with the earth scare sword style to envelop Li Fuchen. I was too careless. Li Fuchen sighed. Liao Tianjun knew that Li Fuchen didn't dare to kill him. Hence he was unrestrained. Li Fuchen had underestimated his opponent's shamelessness. At such a close distance, he couldn't even execute his body technique in time. After all, the radius of the fist force was too wide. Unless he could instantaneously shift, there was nothing he could do. Li Fuchen, who was sent flying while vomiting blood, took a deep breath and rushed into the sky. Since you aren't willing to admit defeat, then don't blame me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold glow. The combination of the wind shadow steps and shadowless leg wasn't just this. Body like the wind, wind like a shadow, shadow without a trace. At this moment, Li Fuchen showed everyone what a light body technique was and what it meant to surpass the limits of one's vision. In just a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen was behind Liao Tianjun again. His speed was even faster than before. Liao Tianjun didn't expect the injured Li Fuchen to be even faster, but he wasn't worried in his heart. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen would dare to offend the Liao clan and hurt him, but he underestimated Li Fuchen's determination. With a flash of light, Li Fuchen pierced Liao Tianjun's left arm. With a spin of the black iron sword, with a flick a huge arm flew into the sky and blood rained down. Chapter 121. Seeing Liao Tianjun howling miserably, the vicinity of the storm platform was completely silent. No one could imagine that Liao Tianjun would lose so miserably. This was especially true for those who knew that Liao Tianjun had consumed a qi explosion pill. Their hearts were filled with shock. Li Fuchen was only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Once he advances to the 9th level of the Origin Realm, how strong would he be? Would he be able to go against an Earth Realm martial artist? How ruthless! He actually dared to injure senior brother Liao Tianjun. Having lost his left arm, senior martial brother Liao Tianjun's battle prowess has been greatly reduced. In a battle of the same cultivation realm, he will suffer a great loss. That's right. Although the left arm looks useless, it can ensure the balance of the body. At the crucial moment, it can even attack the opponent from both sides. Sigh, what a pity. Severing Liao Tianjun Shixiang's arm. This Li Fuchen has completely offended the Liao clan. His future days will be tough. In addition to being shocked by Li Fuchen's ability, everyone was also shocked by Li Fuchen's decisiveness and ruthlessness. When facing a colossus like the Liao clan, It was inevitable to suffer some losses. But if you dare to let them suffer, then sorry, they will definitely let you know what it means to seek your own death. Stupid, do you really think that the grudge will be resolved after you leave the storm platform? Yuan Tian said coldly, not feeling good. Little bastard, if you dare to break my son's arm, I'll break all your limbs. With a roar, a phantom instantly appeared on the storm platform. It was Liao Tianyan. Liao Tianjun, who had lost an arm and was breathing weakly, stood up. Liao Tianyan's aura erupted and filled the entire storm platform. Under the shroud of this horrific chi presence, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was being pressed by a mountain. His knees went soft, and he couldn't help but kneel down. Never. Li Fuchen bit his lips and resisted the chi presence. Due to using too much strength, Li Fuchen bit his lips and didn't even know that blood was flowing out. Father, I lost an arm. I'm done for. Liao Tianjun was in so much pain that his eyes were numb. Heavenly Army. Liao Tianyun looked anxious. He didn't expect that Liao Tianjun, who consumed the Qi Burst pill, would still lose to Li Fuchen. This was completely different for what he expected. Little bastard, it's just a competition. Why are you being so heavy-handed? What are your intentions? Liao Tianyun stared at Li Fuchen with a cold expression. His eyes surged with murderous intent. Under the shroud of the opponent's Qi presence, Li Fuchen couldn't utter a single word. He gritted his teeth and his veins were exposed. But from the start to the end, Li Fuchen didn't even let out a grunt. In his eyes, there was only an unyielding look, and there wasn't a trace of begging. Seeing Li Fuchen's expression, Liao Tianyan's face turned even colder. Even with his heaven realm Qi presence, he wasn't able to force Li Fuchen to kneel. The tenacity of this child's willpower was simply appalling. Generally, people with strong willpower would have great achievements in the future. This kid couldn't be allowed to live. Liao Tianyan felt a hidden danger, and his killing intent exploded. Little B asterisk starred. You are so young, and yet you are so ruthless. You are a scourge to our Azure Water sect. Today, I shall represent the sect to cripple your dantian and break your limbs. While speaking, Liao Tianyin swung his hand. 5 sharp chi forces assaulted Li Fuchen's dantian and limbs. Is this the end? Li Fuchen stared at the chi attack and roared in his heart. Below the stage, although most of the people were gloating, there were still a few people who could not bear it. The Liao family was too overbearing. On the storm platform, as long as one did not kill, there were no rules. Could it be that only your son was allowed to cripple Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen was not allowed to hurt your son? What kind of logic was this? What's more, Li Fuchen had already let your son off once. The current outcome was your son's own fault. Unfortunately, Liao Tianyin couldn't hear the thoughts of these people. Even if he did, he would only scoff at them. His Liao clan was an ancient clan of the Zhonglan region. How could a trash like Li Fuchen compare to their clan's descendants? Seeing that Li Fuchen was about to become a cripple, Liao Tianyin, stop. A vigorous and forceful voice echoed out of nowhere. In the next moment, a chi wall appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The 5 streams of energy shot out, but Liao Tianyin disappeared without a trace. This was not good. It was the intersect Grand Elder. Liao Tianyin was unwilling to give up. Gritting his teeth, he executed another attack. This attack was with his full strength. An extremely intimidating chi force, as though it was going to rip apart the void, turned into a sharp sword and ruthlessly slashed at the chi wall. Presumptuous! Get down! The chi wall surged and shattered the sharp sword. In the next moment, an even more horrifying chi presence descended and pressed down on Liao Tianyin. A shocking scene happened. Liao Tianyin, who was at the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm, couldn't withstand this chi presence and laid down on the ground, unable to move an inch. Liao Tianyin used his chi presence to suppress Li Fuchen and didn't even make Li Fuchen kneel. But his opponent used his chi presence to suppress him to the ground. How much ability did he have to achieve this? Below the stage, the crowd kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to make sound. The fight between the intersect elders wasn't something they could discuss, let alone disturb. In the skies above the Feng Yun stage, a green-robed veteran landed slowly with an angry expression. Intersect Grand Elder Zhao Wujin, peak-level Heaven Realm cultivation, one of the upper echelons of the Azure Water sect. Apart from the sect Patriarch, Supreme Elder, and the sect Protector, he had the highest and most respected status. Liao Tianyun, you are too presumptuous. Who do you think you are to interfere with the Feng Yun stage's duel? Are you trying to rebel? Zhao Wujin didn't let go of his qi presence and continued to suppress Liao Tianyun. Liao Tianyun bellowed while lying on the ground. Grand Elder, this child is ruthless. He didn't take into consideration our fellow sect members and severed one of my son's arms. How can I let him off so easily? Zhao Wujin's face flashed with a strange expression. This person was really thick-skinned to even say such words. He couldn't help but snort. How can there be any fellow sect members on the Feng Yun stage? Your son is too overbearing. He asked for it and reaped what he sowed. No matter what, my Liao clan's disciple isn't someone he can compare to. Grand Elder, please allow me to punish him. What a joke. Get lost. If I find out that your Liao clan dares to deal with this child, I will report to the sect Patriarch and punish your Liao clan. Zhao Wujin revealed a look of disgust. With a sweep of his qi presence, he sent Liao Tianyun and Liao Tianjun flying. Just as Zhao Wujin was about to speak a few words with Li Fuchen, another vigorous voice echoed. Grand Elder, aren't you being too overbearing? My Liao clan has made great contributions to the Azure Water sect, and this is how you treat my Liao clan? From afar, a green-robed figure flew over. It was a white-haired veteran who was even older than Zhao Wujin. His qi presence was like an abyss as deep as the sea. With a single glance, it was like a giant whirlpool that sucked away one's essence qi. Liao Haiwang, is it me who is overbearing or your Liao clan who is overbearing? You should know in your heart. I shall not argue with you. Hurry up and bring your Liao clan's disciples away. Zhao Wujin immediately called out the white-haired veteran's name. SSS. Many of the spectators took in a deep, cold breath. What was going on today? First, it was the intersect Grand Elder, Zhao Wujin, who came to spectate the match. Now, even the Liao clan's founder, Liao Haiwang, was here. Liao Haiwang, a 9th-level Heaven Realm martial artist, was one of the top 10 intersect elders of the Azure Water sect. His status was only half a rank lower than the intersect Grand Elder. Chapter 122. So this is a Heaven Realm martial artist? Li Fuchen's body was drenched in sweat, as though he just got out of the water. A Heaven Realm martial artist was too strong. They didn't even need to make a move. Just their qi presence was enough to crush someone to death. Li Fuchen was able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence, not because he was strong. In fact, even a first-grade intersect disciple at the 9th level of the Origin Realm might not be able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence. Because it wasn't just cultivation-level suppression, but also spirit willpower suppression. Spirit willpower was very mystical. It could interfere with reality. If a regular person subconsciously thought that they were sick, then their body would have problems very quickly. Some places were very evil and haunted. Those who went in would come out as if they were possessed. They would have a strange expression and would sometimes do things that normal people couldn't understand. But it was actually the spirit willpower that was distorted, resulting in hallucinations. The spirit willpower was a person's intrinsic quality. When this intrinsic quality was being pressured, the body would have an intense reaction. For those who cultivated their spirit willpower, a single look would cause you to have intense hallucinations, causing you to do things that went against your own will. Of course, these kinds of people were extremely rare, less than 1 in 100 million. Only those who possessed an extremely special bone structure were able to cultivate their own spirit and soul. Li Fuchen was able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence mainly because his soul spirit and willpower were much stronger than a normal person. If not, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Not bad. To be able to defeat Liao Tianjun, who consumed a qi burst pill, is already shocking enough. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand Liao Tianyun's Qi presence. Do you know that even a regular Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it? Turning around, Zhao Wujin looked at Li Fuchen with a face of admiration. Putting aside his perception, even his spirit willpower was so strong. Zhao Wujin couldn't help but appreciate this talent. Perhaps a normal bone frame would limit Li Fuchen's potential, but with Li Fuchen's current potential, progressing to the Earth Realm wouldn't be a problem. With his perception, once he reached the Earth Realm, he would definitely be one of the strongest in the Earth Realm. If he had enough opportunities, progressing to the Heaven Realm wouldn't be impossible. Many thanks for Grand Elder's help. Fuchen will never forget it. Li Fuchen expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for Zhao Wujin, he would have become a cripple. The peak of the martial Dao and the peak of the sword Dao had nothing to do with him. This is the Azure Water sect. If he is allowed to mess around, what prestige and justice does the Azure Water sect have? Zhao Wujin coldly snorted. Grandfather, the Liao clan is so shameless and overbearing. Why don't you report them to the sect master? Zhao Minghua also jumped up. Zhao Wujin shook his head and said, It's not that simple. Do you think it's that easy to topple an ancient family? On the surface, their strength might not be comparable to our Zhao clan, but in terms of connections, they aren't any weaker than our Zhao clan. In fact, they might even be superior. What's more, the Liao clan is still a member of the Azure Water sect. If we take them down, it will cause our Azure Water sect strength to suffer and benefit our rival sections. Most importantly, he didn't have to fight to the death with the Liao clan. After all, they didn't offend him. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujin looked at Li Fuchen again and said slowly, With your bone frame, you originally didn't have the qualifications to become a prodigy of the Azure Water sect. But after seeing your perception and spirit will, I have decided to give you the identity of a prodigy. But this prodigy status isn't that stable. If one day you suddenly lose your perception and your cultivation speed slows down, this prodigy status will still be taken back by the sect. As the inner sect Grand Elder, he had the authority to give a prodigy status to someone without the approval of the other upper echelons. Of course, the prerequisite was that Li Fuchen had the ability and could withstand scrutiny. It wasn't like he could just randomly find someone and give them the status of a prodigy. Thank you, Grand Elder. Li Fuchen, who never showed his emotions, couldn't help but get excited after hearing these words. Even though intersect prodigies were also first-grade intersect disciples, but when redeeming sect items, they would receive a discount that was much more than first-grade intersect disciples. First-grade intersect disciples received a 30% discount, while intersect prodigies received a 50% discount, saving 20% of contribution points. Now, if he were to redeem Class 2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, a single bottle would only cost 100,000 gold instead of the original 140,000 gold. He had saved a total of 40,000 gold. Your hard work and cultivation is the greatest repayment to me. Work hard. Zhao Wujin patted on Li Fuchen's shoulder. He was a person who loved talents. Be it Zhao Wuji or Li Fuchen, they were both good seedlings in his eyes. But Li Fuchen and Zhao Wuji were different. Li Fuchen had too many uncertainties, and he wasn't sure how far Li Fuchen could go. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's monstrous perception, he would at most praise him and not give him the status of a prodigy. Don't worry, Grand Elder. Li Fuchen nodded. There is nothing else for me to do here. This old man shall take his leave. Zhao Wujin laughed, and with a flash, he turned into a stream of light and vanished from everyone's sight. After helping you so much, shouldn't you treat me and Chen Shiji to a meal? Zhao Minghua laughed. Naturally. In this year, in order to cultivate the hidden blood body technique, he had already purchased 3 bottles of Class 2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, which cost him a total of 420,000 gold coins. Now he was only left with a few 100,000 gold coins, which wasn't much. But when it was time to treat, he still had to. Below the Feng Yun stage, the crowd didn't leave immediately. They all looked at Li Fuchen with envy and jealousy. The intersect Grand Elder actually gave him the status of an intersect prodigy. How enviable! If I had the status of an intersect prodigy, my improvement speed would be much faster than now. That's right. Inner sect prodigies can redeem sect items at a 50% discount. How much contribution points can they save? Don't be envious. The entire inner sect doesn't even have 30 inner sect prodigies. Even if you were given the status of an inner sect prodigy, you wouldn't feel secure. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Hearing the discussions, Yuan Tian snorted and immediately left the Feng Yun stage. Li Fuchen, I shall let you be arrogant for a while. Feng Lihai left sullenly. Inner sect prodigy, huh? Li Shidi sure is a blessing in disguise. Chen Fanghua laughed. Not waiting for the crowd to leave, the three of them went to the delicacy pavilion and had a feast. Even though Li Fuchen felt the pinch from spending a few tens of thousands of gold coins, but compared to the status of an inner sect prodigy, these tens of thousands of gold coins weren't even worth mentioning. He could just buy a bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence to save up. Of course, he needed gold coins first. Half of the year has passed. It is time to carry out a sect mission. The yearly sect mission had to be carried out, and no one could reject it. This time, Li Fuchen was prepared to carry out a high-tier mission to earn more contribution points. Who knows, he might even be able to earn some gold coins too. After finishing his dinner, Li Fuchen headed back. At the foot of the mountain, when he passed by a courtyard, Li Fuchen suddenly stopped. This courtyard originally belonged to Zhu Hongxiu. A year ago, Zhu Hongxiu became an inner sect disciple. But a week later, Zhu Hongxiu disappeared along with her cousin, Zhu Xiaoming. Intuition told Li Fuchen that something happened to the Zhu clan. Chapter 123. The next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the mission hall. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found a suitable high-tier mission. The mission was to kill the three Wang brothers and take back the Jade Buddha. The Wang brothers were all at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Cultivation skill, yellow class, great blood chi skill. He practiced martial arts, blood saber chop, blood palm imprint, and blood transformation grand technique. Mission reward, 20,000 contribution points. This mission is quite interesting. Li Fuchen was rather interested. The three Wang brothers were martial artists from Linsha City. After a fortuitous encounter, the three of them received the inheritance of an Earth Realm martial artist. They learned the yellow class, peak-tier cultivation technique, blood chi technique, and 3 other formidable martial arts. Since then, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. A regular 9th-level Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't even be a match for the three brothers. This is it. Tearing the mission slip, Li Fuchen strode out of the mission hall. He left the quest hall. He must be going out to do some quests. Outside the mission hall, a few inner sect deacon disciples had different expressions. Facing Fiend City was a border city of the Azure Water region and was just a few hundred miles away from the Heaven Fiend region. The Heaven Fiend region was ruled by the Heaven Fiend sect, a sect that was slightly more dominant than the Azure Water sect. This time, Li Fuchen didn't intend to temper his light body technique and chose to ride a horse instead. The horse was a rank 2 demonic blood horse. It was extremely fast and had astonishing endurance. Hiya! Tightening his legs around the horse's abdomen, the Class 2 demonic blood horse carried Li Fuchen and shot out like an arrow. Its speed was several folds faster than a Class 1 demonic blood horse. Chase! Not long after Li Fuchen left, a group of inner sect deacon disciples rode on Class 2 demonic blood horses and chased after him. Interesting, this little bastard actually has so many enemies. Not long after the group of inner sect deacon disciples left, another figure appeared. Looking at this person's aura, he was actually at the Earth Realm. Well, it's not fun to kill this little bastard at once. When they're almost done fighting, I will break his legs and bring him back to the Liao family. The figure grinned. Then, his figure flashed and floated away like a wisp of smoke. This little fellow is really troublesome. However, it's been a long time since I went out. It's not bad to look at the scenery. High up in the sky, a middle-aged man stood in the air and saw everything. If Li Fuchen was here, he would have recognized the middle-aged man as the main examiner of the inner sect disciple trials, Elder Yu. Elder Yu's name was Yu Hua. As an inner sect elder, he had an esteemed status and would usually be in seclusion. Only occasionally would he carry out his duties in the inner sect. This time, He came out of seclusion because he was entrusted by the intersect Grand Elder, Zhao Wujin. He requested for him to protect Li Fuchen when he was carrying out his mission. If it were anyone else, Elder Yu would have rejected the offer. What did the safety of an intersect disciple have to do with him? But Li Fuchen was different. Yu Hua had high hopes for Li Fuchen. If not, he wouldn't have suggested for Li Fuchen to become an intersect prodigy. Yu Hua soared into the sky like a giant bird and soared into the sky. A total of 11 ninth-level origin realm martial artists should be able to settle this. Li Fuchen had already noticed that he was being followed, but he didn't notice the existence of that earth realm martial artist. This was a small forest. After passing through the small forest, there was a large river. The river meandered like a white dragon, reaching the ends of the world. On the official road near the forest, Li Fuchen gradually slowed down. He discovered us. From afar, the group of intersect deacon apprentices slowed down as well. So what if he discovered us? Does he think he can go against the 11 of us? One of the intersect deacon apprentices snorted. That's right. He may have defeated Liao Tianjun and is stronger than any of us. But with the combined strength of the 11 of us, even 3 Liao Tianjuns wouldn't be a match. Since that is the case, then let's go. Kill him and end this once and for all. Hiya! The 11 of them clamped onto their horses and galloped towards Li Fuchen. Who are you people? Li Fuchen sized up the 11 of them. He initially suspected the Liao clan, but with the Liao clan strength, they wouldn't send out a 9th-level origin realm martial artist, but an earth realm martial artist. Even though he knew that once he left the sect, he would be ambushed. But he had no choice. He had to carry out the sect's mission. The only thing he could do was to purchase some survival items. He believed that with these survival items, even an earth realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill him easily. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that this day next year will be your death anniversary. Kill. The 11 intersect deacons slapped on the back of their horses and rushed towards Li Fuchen for the kill. If I didn't guess wrongly, you people are from the Shintu clan, Yang clan, and Guan clan? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and revealed a cold light. Kill him. Hearing this, the 11 of them panicked. They didn't expect Li Fuchen to be able to guess their identities. The 11 of them were like 11 giant birds, attacking Li Fuchen from 11 different directions. In an instant, the sword light was dense and chilling. If it was Liao Tianjun here, he would have been turned into a hornet's nest. Staring at the 11 of them like they were dead men, Li Fuchen drew his sword. Once the sword was unsheathed, 3 streams of light appeared at the same time. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. 3 of the intersect deacon apprentices paused in midair as their chests were pierced through with a blood hole. Sliding close to the ground, Li Fuchen brandished his sword 3 more times. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. One of them had his lower body pierced, another was severed in half at the waist, and the last one had his spine broken. The sound of corpses falling to the ground could only be heard at this moment. And in this short period of time, Li Fuchen had already killed 6 of them. Damn it, his sword is 2 times faster than when he fought against Liao Tianjun. The power is also 3 times stronger. The remaining 5 of them were terrified. They had never seen such a fast sword. The speed of the sword had already exceeded the limits of their vision and their reflexes. Run. The 5 of them had completely lost their will to fight. With a flash, they prepared to escape in all directions. Do you think you can escape? Stomping on the ground, Li Fuchen executed his light body technique and leg arts to the limits. His entire body was like a phantom passing through the 5 of them. In the next moment, all 5 of them had their eyes wide open. They either fell facing the sky, face down, or tilted their bodies and fell limply to the ground. Li Fuchen's eyes widened. Sheathing the black iron sword, Li Fuchen let out a breath. With the death of 11 intersect deacon apprentices, I believe the Shintu clan, Yang clan, and Guan clan will be heartbroken. The 3 major clans of Yunwu City weren't the Liao clan. The 3 major clans only had a few Earth Realm martial artists. 9th-level Origin Realm martial artists were their backbone. With so many 9th-level Origin Realm martial artists dead, Li Fuchen didn't believe the three major clans wouldn't be heartbroken. Just as Li Fuchen was about to search them, he suddenly froze on the spot with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Interesting. On the Feng Yun stage, you actually concealed so much of your ability. Since it is like this, all the more reason to not let you live. Unknowingly, an elder appeared a few dozen meters away. The elder was dressed in gray robes, with a masked face and a stern expression. Earth Realm martial artist? Li Fuchen didn't turn around. Just by sensing his chi, he knew that this person was definitely an Earth Realm martial artist. As for which level of the Earth Realm he was at, he couldn't tell yet. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. That would be too easy on you. The gray-robed elder strolled over with a calm and confident expression. Pung. Chapter 124. Courting Death. The gray-robed elder was infuriated. His left and right hands parted the clouds and released two powerful chi forces. Swish! The white smoke was parted, but Li Fuchen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Despicable little b****************************** D. Wait till I catch you. I will let you taste all the pain in this world. The gray-robed elder's figure flashed and entered the forest. Apart from the forest, there was no other concealment. The gray-robed elder naturally assumed that Li Fuchen entered the forest. A moment later, the two stacked corpses were pushed aside and Li Fuchen stood up. What a smart lad. Up in the sky, Yuhua saw everything. Even he was almost fooled. Had it not been for his high vantage point, he would have assumed that Li Fuchen entered the forest like the gray-robed elder. Not daring to waste any more time, Li Fuchen rode on the Class 2 demonic blood horse and galloped away. Had it not been for my spirit's soul ability to conceal my chi presence, it would have been a tough task to get rid of this Earth Realm martial artist. On the horse, Li Fuchen thought to himself. Li Fuchen had yet to experience the strength of an Earth Realm martial artist. Of course, he didn't want to experience it himself. Even though Liao Tianjun was able to externalize his chi and was comparable to a first-level Earth Realm martial artist, but be it his reaction speed or the volume of his chi, they were far inferior to an Earth Realm martial artist. In a fight with an Earth Realm martial artist, there was only a slim chance of survival. The Class 2 demonic blood horse was extremely fast and disappeared at the end of the road. Swish! A figure emerged from the forest. It was the gray-robed elder. He took a quick glance and noticed that one of the demonic blood horses was missing. Damn it! How could the gray-robed elder not know that he was fooled? Just as he was about to give chase, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and broke out in cold sweat. In the sky, a majestic figure slowly descended. Elder you. The gray-robed elder had a fearful expression. Who allowed you to pursue an inner sect disciple? Elder you released his chi presence and immobilized the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder begged, Elder you, I am innocent. I only wanted to capture him and not kill him. So you admit it. Yuhua's chi presence intensified and pressed down on the gray-robed elder like a mountain. The gray-clothed old man immediately understood that Yuhua wanted to kill him. Yuhua, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, my Liao family won't let you off. Puff. After that, the gray-clothed old man could no longer speak because he had already turned into a pool of blood. Heaven Realm martial artists were too powerful. Just their chi presence alone was enough to shatter an Earth Realm martial artist. Of course, this was mainly because the gray-robed elder's willpower wasn't strong enough. Once one's willpower collapsed, one's body would become extremely weak. Little fellow, work hard. I hope that one day, you can truly control your own destiny. Looking at the direction of Li Fuchen's departure, Yuhua flashed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. For the next few days, Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless and had 2 white miasma bombs ready at all times. On the 3rd day, Li Fuchen slightly relaxed his vigilance. Since they hadn't caught up to him yet, it was impossible for them to catch up to him in the future. The Zhonglan sect was located in the northwest of the Zhonglan region, and Linsha City was also in the northwest. The distance between the two wasn't as far as Li Fuchen imagined. In less than half a month, Li Fuchen finally arrived at Linsha City. Linsha City was just a small city with a population of less than 200,000. Not only were there martial artists from the Zhanglan region, there were also martial artists from the Tiansha region. Even though City Lord Su Ping was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm and was much stronger than most of the city lords of large cities, he was still trembling in fear as he sat in this position. He was afraid that an expert from the Tiansha region would come and eliminate him. He couldn't be bothered with the theft of the Zheng clan's Jade Buddha by the three Wang brothers. He immediately posted the mission to the Zhanglan sect and waited for someone else to deal with it. The Zheng clan was a small clan, and the strongest martial artist in the clan was only at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. On this day, Li Fuqin arrived at the outskirts of the Zheng clan. The Zheng clan patriarch personally came out to welcome him. Sensing that Li Fuqin was only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, his expression turned ugly. What could a 6th level Origin Realm martial artist do? He thought that Zhanglan sect would send a 9th level Origin Realm prodigy over. Zhanglan sect intersect disciple Li Fuqin greets Patriarch Zheng. Li Fuqin cupped his fist. Young hero Li is too polite. Even though he wasn't pleased, the Zheng clan patriarch didn't dare to neglect Li Fuqin and led him into the Zheng clan. In the Zheng clan's grand hall, the Zheng clan's upper echelons were all present. Why is he only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm? Could it be that the reward is too low and none of the Zhanglan sect's formidable intersect disciples are willing to accept the mission? The upper echelons of the Zheng clan were in a heated discussion. This mission wasn't issued by City Lord Su Ping, but by the Zheng clan. That's why the mission had a reward of 30,000 gold coins, which wasn't a small sum to the Zheng clan. The Zheng clan's annual income was only a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Clearing his throat, the Zheng clan patriarch asked Li Fuqin, "Young hero Li, this mission isn't that easy. Are you the only one here?" Li Fuqin naturally knew what the Zheng clan patriarch meant. Zheng clan patriarch, I am the only one. The Zheng clan patriarch sighed. Since that is the case, I shall bring some men to accompany you to retrieve the Jade Buddha. No matter how incredible Li Fuqin was, he could only go against one of the three Wang brothers. Li Fuqin wouldn't be able to deal with the other two. Li Fuqin shook his head. I alone am enough. Young hero Li, the three Wang brothers are all at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, and they cultivate the yellow class, peak tier technique, blood chi technique. I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with them alone. A veteran from the Zheng clan stood up. Li Fuqin gave a faint smile. Who is the strongest among you guys? Untalented, it is this old man. The veteran who spoke just now replied, If you can withstand a palm strike from me, I will leave immediately without a second word. If you can't, then everything is up to me. Li Fuqin replied. Hearing this, the veteran from the Zheng clan was infuriated. He had been at the 9th level of the Origin Realm for many years and had a robust chi. Had it not been for his low-grade cultivation technique, he might have already progressed to the Earth Realm. Since when was he looked down upon by others? Since young hero Li is so confident, then this old man shall offend you. The veteran from the Zheng clan came in front of Li Fuqin and revolved his technique, emitting a heavy chi presence. Ha! With a low growl, the veteran sent a palm strike at Li Fuqin. In the center of his palm was a ball of radiance that contained an astounding amount of energy. Return. Li Fuqin casually placed his palm on the Zheng clan's veteran's palm. A blazing intent flashed from Li Fuqin's body, causing the air in the hall to distort. In the next moment, the veteran flew backwards and landed on his chair with a shocked expression. Too strong. So strong that it was beyond logic. Was this the strength of a Zhanglan intersect disciple? No, a regular Zhanglan intersect disciple wouldn't be this strong. Li Fuqin must be a prodigy of the Zhanglan sect. Young hero Li's martial arts is astounding. This old man is impressed. The veteran's expression changed several times before he finally forced out a smile. Chapter 125. Li Fuqin found out from a Zheng patriarch that after the Wang brothers stole the Jade Buddha, they hid in the Feishua Mountains. The Feishua Mountains was perennially covered in snow and was sparsely populated. It was bordered by both the Zhanglan and Tiansha regions. Due to the frequent snowstorms, Not to mention 3 individuals. Even if an entire army entered, they wouldn't be able to cause a ripple. Patriarch Zheng, what's so special about this jade Buddha statue? Intuition told Li Fuchen that this jade Buddha wasn't simple. The Zheng patriarch hesitated and didn't know if he should tell Li Fuchen. The Zheng clan's veteran interrupted. There is no harm in telling young hero Li. It is still unknown if this jade Buddha can be recovered. Clearing his throat, the elder of the Zheng clan said, "This jade Buddha is a treasure of our Zheng clan. It contains a secret technique called the mystical dragon secret technique. The mystical dragon secret technique can only be cultivated by referring to the jade Buddha. The 3 Wang brothers must have obtained this secret information from somewhere, which is why they stole the jade Buddha." Mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Secret techniques were a special type of martial arts, and a very rare type of martial arts. The Canlan sect had countless martial arts manuals, but only a few dozen secret techniques. Only direct disciples were qualified to redeem secret techniques. But Yuan Tian seemed to have redeemed a secret technique, and someone saw him execute it. It was rumored that the Canlan sect's strongest secret technique was called Sect Origin Swords. This secret technique was much more famous than the true Azure Water technique and the true Inferno technique. Once executed, the sky and earth would be filled with sword chi, leaving no room for escape. Not sure what grade this mystical dragon secret technique was. Secret techniques were graded differently from martial arts manuals. Secret techniques were split into 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 star being the highest. But the Sect Origin Swords was only a 5-star secret technique. Secret techniques that were above 5-star were those of the legends. Li Fuchen reckoned that the mystical dragon secret technique should be a 1 or 2-star secret technique. The elder from the Zheng clan continued, "As long as young hero Li can help us retrieve the jade Buddha statue, young hero Li can cultivate the mystical dragon secret technique on the jade Buddha statue. Also, this old man forgot to tell young hero Li that this mystical dragon secret technique is neither a 1-star secret technique nor a 2-star secret technique, but a 3-star secret technique." What? 3-star secret technique? Li Fuchen was shocked. 3-star secret techniques were extremely precious. If the Sect Origin Swords was the Azure Water sect's sect-defining secret technique, 4-star secret techniques were absolute secret techniques, and 3-star secret techniques were first-rate secret techniques. That's right, a genuine 3-star secret technique. The Zheng veteran wanted to retrieve the jade Buddha the most. In order to make Li Fuchen work harder, he didn't mind revealing the grade of the mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen nodded and thought of something. "I wonder what rank everyone has cultivated the mystical dragon secret technique to." A 3-star secret technique was extremely powerful. Even if one only had a superficial understanding of it, it would still increase the strength of an Origin Realm martial artist by quite a bit. If that was the case, the Zheng clan's high-leveled Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't have to fear the 3 Wang brothers and would be able to retrieve the jade Buddha by himself. After all, the Zheng clan had quite a number of high-leveled Origin Realm martial artists. The elder from the Zheng clan said awkwardly, "The mystical dragon mystic technique is divided into 3 stages. Other than me, who has cultivated it to the 1st stage, no one else has managed to cross the threshold." I see. Li Fuchen thought about it and agreed. If a 3-star secret technique was so easy to cultivate, it wouldn't be a 3-star secret technique. In addition, the secret technique was closely related to the bone frame. A 3-star secret technique corresponded to a 3-star bone frame, which meant to say, only when the bone frame was at the 3-star level would it be easier to cultivate the secret technique. But the Azure Water sect Origin Swords could only be cultivated by a 5-star bone frame. Those below the 5-star bone frame could only reach the entry stage or subcompletion stage. Don't worry, everyone. Since I have accepted this mission, I will do my best to complete it, Li Fuchen declared. Then we shall thank young hero Li. The Zheng clan's veteran and patriarch were grateful. The Zheng clan's upper echelons all stood up and cupped their fists. Even though the mystical dragon secret technique on the Jade Buddha was hard to cultivate, it was still a 3-star secret technique. If there was a day when the Zheng clan had a 3-star bone frame, it would definitely allow the Zheng clan to flourish and rise from the ranks of the minor clans. Everyone, you don't have to send me off. Walking out of the Zheng clan, Li Fuchen didn't ride on the demonic blood horse. With a flash, he flew out like a shadow and vanished into the horizon. Such a light body technique. Unbelievable. If our Zheng clan had someone like young Hero Li, we wouldn't have to worry about our clan being weak. The Zheng clan's veteran lamented. MT Feishue was situated 200 miles away from Linsha City. Before even getting close to MT Feishue, Li Fuchen could already feel the chilling intent of MT Feishue. MT Feishue isn't considered big, but it isn't small either. To find the 3 Wang brothers is no different from finding a needle in the bottom of the sea. I can only try my luck. Arriving at the foot of MT Feishue, Li Fuchen exhaled a breath of hot air and executed his maneuvers to dive into the mountains. Within the mountains, there was a heavy snowstorm, blanketing the entire place in whiteness. If a regular martial artist were to come here for a prolonged period of time, they would definitely be frozen to death. But Li Fuchen realized that the cold weather had a huge impact on his qi. Even if he didn't cultivate, his qi would still slowly grow stronger. Climbing to the top of a snowy peak, Li Fuchen looked around. Li Fuchen's eyesight was very good. Without the obstruction of the snowstorm, he would have been able to see a mouse that was 10 miles away. The golden amulet changed his soul spirit, and the soul spirit changed his perception. For the next few days, Li Fuchen climbed all the snowy peaks and looked around. When he was thirsty, he would melt some snow to drink. When he was hungry, he would slaughter some edible demonic beasts to eat. Life wasn't that tough anymore. The part of MT Feishue that was connected to the Heaven Fiend region. On this day, a black-clothed absolute beauty arrived at the mountain range. The black-clothed young lady seemed to be extremely familiar with MT Feishue. She executed her light body technique and left no traces on the snow. In just half a day, she arrived at the waist of a towering mountain peak. Pushing away the snow, a cave that was as tall as a human appeared. The black-clothed young lady entered the cave. The cave extended in all directions, as though it was connected to the depths of the underground. The black-clothed young lady didn't wander around randomly. After a few turns, she arrived at a giant karst cave. This karst cave was at least a few dozen feet tall. At the top of the karst cave, there was an incomparably large stalactite. In front of this stalactite, a human would look like an ant. Below the stalactite was a small pond that was a few meters in radius. Drip, drip. Drops of milky white liquid dripped down from the stalactite and soaked into the small pool of water. The black-clothed young lady took off her clothes. Her skin was like snow and jade. Her thighs were long and slender. Her buttocks were perfectly round and perky, and her waist was slender. Keeping her clothes and shoes, she placed them into a waterproof bag and tied it to her arm. Plop! The young lady was like a mermaid. She dove into the pond and didn't emerge for a long time. The cave extended in all directions. What the young lady didn't know was that one of the tunnels was connected to the inside of another mountain peak. There was also a karst cave here, but it didn't have that giant stalactite. 3 middle-aged men were sitting cross-legged. In front of them was a palm-sized jade Buddha that sat on the ground. Lao San, it is your turn to go hunting today. The oldest man casually said. Why is it me again? Isn't it second bro? Bullsh asterisk T. I already went hunting yesterday. The middle-aged man, who was the second oldest, cursed. All right, I will do it. You guys wait. Chapter 126. On top of a snowy mountain peak, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged. His right hand grabbed a piece of demonic beast meat and was roasting it. The demonic beast meat was slowly roasted and emitted a fragrant aroma. Li Fuchen started to devour it bite by bite. And, looking into the distance, Li Fuchen saw a black shadow a few miles away. Using his eyesight to the extreme, Li Fuchen could clearly see the appearance of the black shadow. It's the third of the Wang brothers. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Finishing the demonic beast meat in 2 or 3 bites, Li Fuchen executed his movement technique and skimmed down the mountain. The Wang brothers were called Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San. Wang San searched around and quickly found a snow-ground boar. The snow-ground boar was a Class 1 mid-tier demonic beast. Its meat was practical and tasted great. Without much effort, Wang San killed the snow-ground boar with a single palm strike. He then carried the carcass and headed back. Li Fuchen silently followed behind. This was the back of the mountain peak, where the wind and snow couldn't enter. With familiarity, Wang San entered one of the flat caves. "Big bro, second bro, I am back." Wang San was born with a loud voice, shouting and yelling. Shouting and yelling all day long. "I am so annoyed by you," Wang Er said with disdain. Wang San snorted, "Don't eat it if you have the guts. Can the 3 of you share some with me?" A clear voice echoed. "Who is it?" The 3 of them turned around and looked at the direction of the voice. A white-robed Li Fuchen slowly walked out. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Wang Er had a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen looked at Wang San. "This is all thanks to him." Hearing this, Wang San's expression didn't look good. "You actually followed me?" At this moment, the silent Wang De spoke. "Since you are here, then don't leave. Us Wang brothers have killed plenty of Origin Realm martial artists, but we have never killed its Song Lan sect intersect disciple. Reaching the 6th level of the Origin Realm at such a young age, even a fool would know that Li Fuchen was its Song Lan intersect disciple. I wonder how the Azure Water sect intersect disciples would fare after getting hit by my blood transformation technique." Wang Er licked his lips. The great art of blood dissolving. Anyone who was struck by it would immediately turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely tyrannical and suited Wang Er's temperament. "I originally just wanted to cripple you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being merciless." Li Fuchen drew his black iron sword and walked towards the trio. "Die." Wang San's hands were blood-red as if they were smeared with blood. Blood palm print. Profound level low-tier palm art. Of course, Wang San had only cultivated the blood handprint to the lesser mastery stage. Blood transformation grand art. Blood-red true chi erupted from Wang Er's body. The true chi tumbled like a collapsing sea of clouds. Blood transformation grand technique. 2-star secret technique. This was a secret technique that allowed one's chi to boil and vibrate. A regular 9th level Origin Realm martial artist would have their chi dissipate the moment they came into contact with the blood transformation grand technique. Their body would be corroded by the blood transformation grand technique and turn into a puddle of blood. For a moment, blood palm shadows were flying and blood-red chi was bursting out, shrouding Li Fuchen. Meteor fall, one blade without life. With the help of his sword intent, Li Fuchen's sword was like a meteor that suddenly escaped. Wang San clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Wang Er's blood transformation grand technique was pierced through by the sword. His chest and lungs were pierced by the sword. Fresh blood gushed out, and he breathed his last. What? He broke Lao Er's blood transformation grand technique? Wang De, who was about to make a move, felt his scalp go numb. Wang San's blood palm print might be incredible, but its cultivation level was too low. But Wang Er was different. Wang Er's blood transformation grand technique was already at the lesser mastery stage. A lesser mastery 2-star secret technique was extraordinary. A 1-star secret technique was already envied by Origin Realm martial artists. A 2-star secret technique was something even Earth Realm martial artists yearned for. Run! Grabbing the Jade Buddha, Wang De frantically sprinted. Li Fuchen reached out his hand and sucked out a manual from both Wang Er and Wang San. Without even looking, he chased after Wang De. The cave extended in all directions, and one of the passages was extremely long. Wang De flew to the front and would occasionally use his palm to shatter the rocks to obstruct Li Fuchen's path. Seeing that speed wasn't enough, Li Fuchen revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and used his chi protection to shatter the rocks. Whenever he encountered a giant rock, he would use a mountain-splitting palm to shatter it, with one chasing and the other escaping. An hour later, they arrived at a giant karst cave. It was obvious that this was Wang Da's first time here, and he was shocked. But the most important thing now was to get rid of Li Fuchen. Here you go, Jade Buddha. Wang Da exerted strength in his arm, and the Jade Buddha turned into a stream of light, shooting at Li Fuchen. Using a gentle force with his left hand, Li Fuchen caught the Jade Buddha. Blood saber slash. Right at this moment, Wang Da drew a blood-colored long saber and slashed at Li Fuchen. This slash was extremely ruthless. With a slash, it was extremely fast, as though it wanted to slash and kill everything in its path. All life in this world would be extinguished under this slash. Blood saber slash, mystic class, low-tier saber art. With the sharpness of the artifact saber, Wang Da's slash was even more horrifying than Wang Air and Wang San combined. He didn't believe that the moment Li Fuchen caught the Jade Buddha, he would still be able to block this slash. This slash would at least severely injure Li Fuchen. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill Li Fuchen in a single slash. By then, the Jade Buddha would still be his. Thinking of this, Wang Da's eyes were filled with malevolence. Li Fuchen shook his head. His opponent was too greedy. Greedy people usually didn't live long. Catching the Jade Buddha with his left hand, Li Fuchen shook his right wrist, and two streams of light appeared. Ding! PFFF. A stream of light blocked Wang Da's blood saber slash, while the other stream of light pierced through Wang Da's throat. Why is it so fast? Wang Da couldn't understand why Li Fuchen's sword was so fast. This had already broken through the limits of an origin realm martial artist. It was impossible to achieve this with just chi and bodily functions. This is sword intent. Li Fuchen said indifferently. The existence of sword intent was to turn the impossible into the possible. It was said that heaven-class sword art's sword intent could materialize and interfere with heaven and earth. With a suction force, Li Fuchen extracted two manuals from Wang Da's body. Including the manuals from Wang Air and Wang San, there was a total of 4 manuals. There were the blood chi technique, blood saber slash, blood change technique, and blood palm print. Too bloody and vicious, not suitable for righteous martial artists. Li Fuchen frowned. These 4 manuals weren't suitable for him, nor for the Li clan. He really didn't know where the Wang brothers got their hands on these 4 manuals. This is the Milk Stone? Keeping the Jade Buddha and the manuals, Li Fuchen finally had the mood to size up the karst cave. The karst cave was unbelievably huge, a few tens of feet high. A person standing inside looked tiny. At the top of the karst cave was a stalactite that was a few tens of feet long. The closer it was to the ground, the thinner the stalactite. At the tip of the stalactite, drops of milky white liquid dripped. The milk stone is a treasure of heaven and earth. The effects of the 100-year milk stone is already comparable to a mid-tier, yellow-class body-tempering pill. The effects of the 1,000-year milk stone is comparable to a peak-tier, yellow-class body-tempering pill. Even though most of the water in this pool is water, after mixing with the milk stone, it is turned into milk stone water. Li Fuchen's heart was on fire. Chapter 127. Using his index finger to catch a drop of white stalactite, Li Fuchen put it into his mouth. This medicinal effect seems to be far beyond the yellow class, peak tier. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The stalactite melted in his mouth and dispersed into his limbs, nourishing his flesh and bones. Li Fuchen once consumed a yellow class, peak tier, body-tempering pill that cost 10,000 contribution points, a bloodbone pill. Even though the duration of a bloodbone pill was longer than a drop of stalactite, the strength of the pill was far inferior. I wonder how old this stalactite is. Li Fuchen knew the effects of 100-year stalactite, but he didn't know the effects of stalactites older than 100 years. Taking a look at the pool, Li Fuchen took off his clothes without hesitation, revealing his slender and muscular body. With a plop, Li Fuchen dived in like a fish. So comfortable. Li Fuchen felt as though he was immersed in a refreshing stream of qi. The qi penetrated into his body and changed his body, inch by inch. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Not daring to waste, Li Fuchen immediately revolved the hidden blood body technique. The hidden blood body technique was a qi circulation technique. Every circulation would consume a large amount of qi. Without the support of body-tempering resources and frequent cultivation, one would turn into a dried corpse. The hidden blood body technique that was progressing slowly under the nourishment of the stalactite began to revolve at a frenzied pace. Li Fuchen's body became tougher and stronger, especially his bones, which were tempered the most. Be it the crimson battle form or the interception form Dao, they weren't enough to temper the bones. The bones are the foundation of a human strength. Without the support of the bones, it would be hard for one's strength to reach the limit. Once one exerted too much strength, it was normal for the bones to break. Visible to the naked eye, the white substance within the pool was gathering towards Li Fuchen. His life force was gradually strengthening. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that 10 meters below him, a naked young lady was sitting in a lotus position. The young lady had an extremely beautiful face, just like a jade carving. In terms of facial features, even the four beauties of the Zhanglan sect paled in comparison. Only Zhao Mingwei could barely match up to her. The young lady's body was emitting a black glow. Within the black glow, there was a white glow, giving off a deep and gorgeous vibe. The 1,000-year stalactite had a body-tempering effect that was comparable to a half-mystic class pill. Even if she, Yin Qingwu, was the Heaven Fiend sect's supreme genius, she could not afford so many elixirs. The sect believed in self-reliance. If you wanted something, you had to obtain it yourself. You wouldn't be able to achieve great things by relying on others. Her identity as a prodigy only made it easier for her to obtain resources. The innate fiend body-tempering art was the strongest body-tempering art in the innate fiend sect. It was a mystic class peak-tier body-tempering art. When cultivated to the highest level, one could have the strength of 100,000 pounds. Relying on the 1,000-year stone milk, Yin Qingwu had already cultivated to the second layer. She had the strength of 40,000 pounds, and the second layer of perfection would be 50,000 pounds. When he opened his eyes, 2 bright rays of light flashed in the pond. The young girl's eyes were extremely beautiful, but they contained an astonishing, baleful aura. The corners of her eyes were as sharp as knives, and no one dared to look at them directly. Yin Qingwu couldn't sense it when she was cultivating previously. However, after she stopped cultivating, she immediately sensed that there was someone above the pond. Damn it! Yin Qingwu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pulled out his machete and swam upwards. So cool. Li Fuchen was in a state of cultivation. A year ago, his hidden blood body technique was only at the 3rd rank and had 25,000 pounds of physical strength. But in just an hour, the 3rd rank of the hidden blood body technique was at the completion rank, and his physical strength was at 30,000 pounds. To be able to cultivate so quickly, firstly, Li Fuchen had an abnormally high perception and willpower. As long as he had enough resources, he could continue to improve. When cultivating the Crimson Battle form and Interception form Dao, Li Fuchen was limited by resources and didn't reach the limits of his cultivation speed. Secondly, Li Fuchen had already cultivated the hidden blood body technique to the 3rd rank. Before reaching the completion rank of the 3rd rank, there weren't many obstacles. Thirdly, and most importantly, the medicinal effects of the 1,000-year stone milk was too intense. It was practically boosting the hidden blood body technique circulation. A half-mystic class pill was worth at least 50,000 gold coins. Normally, it would be around 70 to 80,000 gold coins. This pond of 1,000-year stone milk was equivalent to an unknown number of half-mystic class pills. Now that the hidden blood body technique was at the completion rank of the 3rd rank, Li Fuchen wanted to try for the 4th rank. But there was a killing intent coming from the bottom of the pond. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen quickly retreated. Rumble. The pond exploded and a saber light burst out like a black crescent moon. Yin Qingwu was a little surprised. She executed the cloud roaming technique to get close to Li Fuchen and executed the black moon saber style. She thought she could kill her enemy in a single saber. But she failed today. In the past, with this saber, as long as it wasn't an Earth Realm martial artist, no matter how formidable an Origin Realm martial artist was, they would be split apart by her saber. There was no need for a second saber. Because she didn't expect herself to fail, Yin Qingwu didn't have a stitch of clothing on. Her naked body was presented in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen only saw a blur in front of him, and an additional white jade figure appeared. Beautiful. Li Fuchen's first impression was that it was beautiful. Beautiful face. Beautiful body. Everywhere was beautiful. Li Fuchen was, after all, a hot-blooded youth. When he saw such a beautiful scene, his lower body couldn't help but have a reaction. Die. Having her body seen. Yin Qingwu's killing intent intensified. The black curved saber cleaved again. The saber light was like lightning, sharp and ruthless. Danger! Li Fuchen's scalp went numb. This young lady was at most 16 or 17 years old, but her cultivation was abnormally high. She was actually at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. When Li Fuchen was 16 years old, he only progressed to the Origin Realm. Yuan Tian, who was a 5-star bone frame, was only half a year older than Li Fuchen. But this young lady was already at the 8th level of the Origin Realm at the age of 16 or 17. Perhaps before the end of the year, she would advance to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Could she be the legendary 6-star bone frame? Li Fuchen was overwhelmed with shock. A 5-star bone frame was already considered a prodigy among prodigies. A 6-star bone frame was something that only existed in historical records. This unprecedented danger pushed Li Fuchen's reflexes to the limits. With a push of his right hand, Li Fuchen moved half a meter to the side, dodging this lightning-like saber. Immediately, Li Fuchen's right hand reached out with lightning speed in an attempt to snatch his opponent's weapon. His black iron sword was on the shore and couldn't be retrieved in time. Yin Qingwu didn't expect Li Fuchen's reflexes to be so fast. In an instant, her wrist was grabbed. Just as she was about to use her strength to shake off Li Fuchen, she didn't expect Li Fuchen to stick close to her. For a moment, the two naked bodies were entangled together. An indescribable feeling assaulted their hearts, causing their bodies to freeze. "I'm going to kill you." A horrifying killing intent exploded. Yin Qingwu's body shook as her qi burst forth. PFFF. Spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen flew out of the pond and landed on the shore. Not caring about his injuries, Li Fuchen quickly grabbed the black iron sword and readied himself for battle. "If you dare to leave, I will definitely kill you." Yin Qingwu didn't chase out of the pond, but dove into it instead. Chapter 128. This girl is too strong. Although she is limited by her age and has not comprehended saber intent, my chances of winning against her are less than 50%. Just now, when the young lady's qi burst out, Li Fuchen knew that her mystic class, mid-tier cultivation technique had probably reached the 13th rank. In addition, her cultivation level was 2 levels higher than his, which was why he suffered such a heavy internal injury in a single move. Li Fuchen couldn't imagine, if he was given a little more time, what level would he reach. Of course, if he was given more time, he didn't know what level he would reach. A year had passed, and 80% of his soul had turned light blue. Once his soul completely turned light blue, his perception would undergo another qualitative change. With a flash of thought, Li Fuchen quickly put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, Li Fuchen kept the Jade Buddha and manuals and headed back the way he came. "You want to leave?" The speed at which Yin Qingwu put on her clothes was much faster than Li Fuchen imagined. Just as Li Fuchen entered the tunnel that he came from, Yin Qingwu leaped out of the pool and chased after Li Fuchen. In less than an hour, the two of them arrived at the Karst Cave, where the 3 Wang brothers were in seclusion. "You can't escape." Yin Qingwu's light body technique proficiency might not be comparable to Li Fuchen, but her cultivation was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Hence, the gap between the two of them wasn't widened at all. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Li Fuchen didn't run anymore. If he wanted to escape, he could definitely do so. The combination of wind shadow arts and shadowless leg would allow him to slowly increase the distance between them. However, Being chased away by a girl who was younger than him made him unhappy. Withdrawing the wind shadow steps and revolving the scarlet flame mystic technique, Li Fuchen's sharp eyes locked onto Yan Qingwu's figure. Yan Qingwu's expression turned solemn too. She could feel a formless and sharp qi presence from Li Fuchen's body. Black moon illuminates the world. Yan Qingwu brandished her saber. The black curved saber in her hand was like a black bolt of lightning. It drew across the air and arrived in front of Li Fuchen. In the air, there was a black arc of light that appeared like a black crescent moon. Ding! When Li Fuchen thrusted his sword, the sword light was like a meteor that came out of nowhere. The burst of speed and radiance was enough to numb one's scalp and send a chill down one's spine. Sparks flew as the two separated. Sword intent. Yan Qingwu frowned. True martial intent was an existence that she had yet to come into contact with. It wasn't that her comprehension was lacking, but rather that her foundation was lacking. Originally, when she returned this time, she planned to comprehend the 100 saber arts to strengthen her saber Dao foundation and comprehend the Black Moon saber intent in one go. Once she comprehended the Black Moon saber intent, her ability would instantly double. No one below the Earth realm would be able to block a single blade from her. Even if it was a first-level Earth realm martial artist, he would be slain by her in a single blade. As expected, the girl was extremely powerful. If he was unarmed, he would definitely not be her opponent. However, with a sword in hand, his strength could be multiplied several times. The meteor sword intent allowed his meteor sword art to be as fast as a shooting star, and its power was extremely great. No matter how fast a blade art was, he would be able to block it. "You are a Songlan inner sect disciple?" Yan Qingwu asked. Li Fuchen didn't answer and asked back, "You are a Heaven Fiend sect inner sect disciple." The Heaven Fiend sect was the strongest sect within the radius of 100,000 miles. Their overall ability was slightly superior to the Songlan sect. This sect was neither righteous nor evil. They were the only ones in the sect, and all their disciples were domineering. Li Fuchen had accidentally seen her naked body. He didn't know how much she would hate him. "Cripple both your eyes now, and I can spare your life." Yan Qingwu spoke coldly. Li Fuchen laughed lightly. "What does it have to do with me if you strip naked for me to see? Furthermore, why should I ask you to spare my life? Damn it, you really think I can't do anything to you? Go to hell." Yan Qingwu was enraged. With a black curved saber in her hand, she cleaved horizontally and horizontally. The saber speed was extremely fast, and the saber skills were extremely accurate. Every saber was executed with the utmost speed and strength. It was like a black rainbow that pierced towards Li Fuchen. Cling, 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 cling. In the air, sparks were bursting. Be it their maneuvers, saber skills, or sword skills, they were all at the pinnacle of speed. If a regular high-leveled Origin Realm martial artist was here, they wouldn't even be able to see the saber and sword paths clearly. Only when their saber and sword clashed would there be a moment of pause. This battle lasted for 2 hours, and there was still no clear victor. Yan Qingwu had the advantage of physical strength and dense qi. Li Fuchen had the advantage of the meteor sword intent. Die. All of a sudden, Yan Qingwu held her saber with both hands and cleaved diagonally. Ho! In the air, it was as though there were black streaks of lightning. That was saber qi, a black saber qi. With the mystic class, mid-tier Earth Fiend technique at the 13th rank, and her cultivation level at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, Yan Qingwu was already able to release her qi. But she was too proud and wanted to defeat Li Fuchen with her saber skills, which was why she didn't use it. Such a fast saber qi. Even though it was the same qi release, there was a difference. Liao Tianjuan's sword qi was more than 2-fold slower than this young lady's saber qi. Shadowless leg, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, Li Fuchen's body turned transparent. When the saber qi cleaved, it dissipated into nothingness. Such a brilliant leg art. Even though Yan Qingwu hated Li Fuchen to the core, she had to admit that Li Fuchen was much more outstanding than most of the men she had met. Even though she cultivated the light body technique, cloud ambush, and cultivated it to the perfection stage, She didn't cultivate any leg arts or footwork techniques. But Li Fuchen's light body technique and leg arts were obviously at the perfection stage. Against Yan Qingwu's saber chi, Li Fuchen would dodge if he could. If he couldn't, he would use his sword to disperse the saber chi. The release of chi wasn't invincible. His meteor sword intent was enough to defend against any attack, unless the opponent's attack was too strong and he couldn't block it. Damn it, if only my Black Moon saber style was a group attack saber style. Yan Qingwu frowned. Group attack saber styles could release multiple saber chi with a single saber, but the Black Moon saber style focused on the saber's strength and didn't have much saber chi. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. The two of them were drenched in sweat. With the chi returning elixir to recover their chi wouldn't be depleted. But the intense battle was a challenge to their endurance and physical strength. In a battle between experts, the consumption was 10 times or 100 times more than a normal battle. This saying wasn't false. The two of them fought for a few hours, which was equivalent to a normal battle for 1 or 2 days. Had they not been body refinement martial artists, they would have collapsed from exhaustion. If you can still block this saber, I will let you off today. Yan Qingwu's body was drenched in sweat. Her black and soft bangs stuck to her forehead, making her look even more charming. If it wasn't for her young age, she wouldn't have been able to display her charm to the fullest. Just bring it on. Li Fuchen was ready for battle. Boom! Yan Qingwu's chi presence surged. Streams of chi gathered in her palm and gathered on the black curved saber, constantly compressing. This is a secret technique? Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. Generally, things that could increase one's strength were either elixirs or secret techniques. She didn't consume elixirs, which meant she was using a secret technique. What star-grade secret technique was it? Black Moonshine. Chapter 129. Danger. Intuition told Li Fuchen that if he couldn't block this saber, he would be severely injured. Revolving the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to its limits, the surging scarlet fire chi flowed into the black iron sword. The black iron sword suddenly lit up like a burning red iron sword, thrusting at the black light. TSS, TSS. As the saber and sword clashed, the ground on both sides of Li Fuchen looked as though it was plowed as 2 cracks appeared. In the next moment, Li Fuchen was sent flying, and when he landed, he left a few charred footprints on the ground. What an incredible saber. Li Fuchen coughed. His opponent's saber force was formidable. Even after being split into 2 by his sword force, it was still able to leave a crack on the ground. It wasn't hard to imagine what would have happened if this blade missed its target. Worthy of being called a sword intent. Yan Qingwu's eyes retracted. She executed the 2-star secret technique, Sun Congregate Hand. This secret technique allowed more chi to be gathered on the palm and transferred to the inside of the curved saber. She had just learnt the Sun Congregate Hand and wasn't proficient in controlling it. If not, that saber would have been even more concentrated. Live well. I will claim your life next time. Sheathing the curved saber, Yan Qingwu executed her maneuvers and vanished into a nearby tunnel. PFFF. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen felt his internal injuries worsening. I wonder what kind of secret technique is this mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen was getting more and more curious about the mystical dragon secret technique hidden within the Jade Buddha. The secret technique that the young lady executed just now increased her attack power by several folds. Had it not been for the lack of concentration, he would have been defeated by that saber. If he could learn a secret technique, his combat ability would increase tremendously and he would have an additional trump card. Of course, putting aside the study of the Jade Buddha, the first thing to do was to recuperate. Consuming a recuperation pill, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and began to revolve the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. As his chi revolved, Li Fuchen's internal injuries were gradually alleviated. 2 hours passed. His injuries were more or less healed. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen retrieved the Jade Buddha from his chest. From the outside, the Jade Buddha didn't seem to have any abnormalities. But when she was injected into it, Li Fuchen could see that the body of a Jade Buddha was filled with tiny spots. This is an acupoint diagram. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Among the densely packed dots, dozens of small dots lit up, and a thin line connected them. This should be the first level of the mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen followed the instructions and began to use his qi to open up each acupoint. As the last acupoint was opened, a simple acupoint diagram appeared within Li Fuchen's body. Pouring qi into it, Li Fuchen was surprised to find that this simple acupoint diagram had the effect of compressing qi. Boom! Bursting with qi, Li Fuchen cleaved at the ground not far away. With a cracking sound, the crushed stones on the ground flew in all directions. A deep sword mark that was 3 meters long and several inches wide appeared. The explosive power of his Zhen Qi has increased by 20%. This is too terrifying. Just the first level could increase one's explosive power by 20%. If it was the third level, wouldn't it be more than 50%? Most importantly, the girl's secret technique increased the explosive power of the vital energy in her hands, while the mystical dragon's secret technique increased the explosive power of the vital energy in her entire body. The old man from a Zheng clan said that he was the only one in the entire Zheng clan who had cultivated the mystical dragon secret technique to the first stage. Why is it that I have no difficulty cultivating it at all? After mastering the first rank of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen had some doubts. How could Li Fuchen know that the difficulty of secret techniques was originally lower than martial arts of the same level? But this mystical dragon secret technique had a higher requirement for qi control. Without sufficient control, it would be impossible to attain perfection in the first rank of the mystical dragon secret technique. But Li Fuchen's soul spirit was formidable, and his qi control was much stronger than normal people, which was why he was able to master it in one go. If it was a normal person, they would have to slowly train their qi control. After mastering the first rank, Li Fuchen began to study the second rank. The second rank was much more difficult than the first rank. It involved over 100 acupoints. Taking a look, the acupoint diagram vaguely resembled the shape of a dragon. At this moment, just qi control wasn't enough. One's perception was required too. With so many acupoints, if any of them weren't smooth enough, it would affect the overall effect of the compression. Even for Li Fuchen, he had to try and study again and again. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Li Fuchen finally grasped the key points. The most important thing for the mystical dragon secret technique is to complete it in one go. There cannot be any pauses in between, which is why the direction of the acupoint diagram has to be the fastest and smoothest. It shouldn't be the pursuit of extreme compression, which would cause the acupoint diagram to twist and turn. After finding the crux, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the mystical dragon secret technique suddenly increased. After the second week, Li Fuchen finally succeeded in cultivating the second rank of the mystical dragon secret technique. As compared to the first rank, the second rank had a 50% increase in burst strength. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if he progressed from the 6th level to the 7th level of the origin realm, his qi burst strength wouldn't be as great. In other words, once he revolved the second rank of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat strength would actually be at the 7th level of the origin realm and not the 6th level. This secret technique is too terrifying. There is a huge difference between cultivating a secret technique or not. Li Fuchen was overwhelmed with emotions. With his current ability, unless he changed to a stronger technique or cultivated an even stronger sword art, the only way to increase his ability was to advance his cultivation level. Who would have expected that a single mystical dragon secret technique would increase his overall ability by 50%? Luckily, I accepted this mission. If not, who knows when I would be able to obtain a secret technique. Li Fuchen rejoiced. In the Zhonglan sect, only under special circumstances, inner sect disciples could redeem secret techniques. And they could only redeem 1-star secret techniques. To redeem a 2-star secret technique, the sect would require you to do something for them. She should have left by now. Li Fuchen didn't intend to leave MT Feishue for now. He still wanted to soak in the pond that had a large amount of thousand-year stone milk. Returning to the pond, Li Fuchen didn't dive into the water. Instead, he threw a piece of rock into the pond. After half a day, seeing that there wasn't any commotion, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and entered the water. As the days went by, Li Fuchen's physical strength didn't increase as fast as the first time he soaked in the pond. 31,000 kilograms, 32,000 kilograms, 33,000 kilograms, 35,000 kilograms. A few days later, Li Fuchen's physical strength had increased to 35,000 kilograms. I'm almost at my limit. My body's qi and blood are starting to become impure. I need to purify my qi and blood before I can continue soaking. Li Fuchen felt that the energy within his body was in a mess. A lot of the stone milk energy was hidden within his flesh and bones and hadn't been completely converted. I better head back first and come back again if I have the chance. The feeling of being stuffed didn't feel good. 35,000 kilograms of physical strength. At least 2,000 kilograms of physical strength wasn't real and was supported by the stone milk energy. It was just like a regular person who consumed a huge supplement and had boundless strength. This strength didn't belong to the user and would dissipate after a period of time. Chapter 130. Zheng Clan. A month of waiting was unbearable for the upper echelons of the Zheng clan. The Jade Buddha was the Zheng clan's heirloom. The mystical dragon's secret technique was the Zheng clan's inherited secret technique. No matter which one it was, they couldn't afford to lose. If Li Fuchen failed, they wouldn't know what to do next. I wonder if young hero Li found the Wang brothers. In a 7-story pavilion, the Zheng clan's patriarch and veteran gazed into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Fuchen's figure. Sigh. After looking for a long time, the veteran shook his head and was about to leave. Second uncle, look, isn't that young hero Li? The Zheng clan's patriarch had an excited expression as he pointed into the distance. Let me see. The old man from the Zheng family hurriedly walked back. It's young hero Li. Ha, let's go welcome him. The veteran laughed heartily. Outside the Zheng clan's main entrance, the upper echelons of the Zheng clan formed 2 rows and went out to welcome. Young hero Li, I wonder if the Jade Buddha... The Zheng clan's patriarch asked carefully. Li Fuchen walked over and smiled. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Finishing his statement, he took out the Jade Buddha from his chest. Many thanks, young hero Li. Many thanks, young hero Li. The Zheng clan's patriarch was overwhelmed with emotions as he received the Jade Buddha from Li Fuchen. Due to the need for the Jade Buddha to cultivate the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuchen had no choice but to temporarily stay at the Zheng clan. He intended to cultivate the mystical dragon's secret technique to the 3rd rank before returning, in case he had to return again. Young hero Li, your lunch. Outside the courtyard, 2 maids walked in with a meal. Put on the stone table outside, I will eat later. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from within the house. Young hero Li sure is hardworking. It has been a week, and he has been practicing his martial arts diligently. No wonder he has such ability. Sigh, if only my husband was young hero Li. Stop dreaming. Our Zheng clan's young lady isn't worthy of young hero Li. You better give up. I was just saying. Placing down the meal, the 2 maids giggled and left. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly and shook his head. The 3rd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. After half a month, he still hadn't found the opportunity to break through. He reckoned that it would take at least 1 or 2 months before he could succeed. On this day, Li Fuchen was still cultivating. Dozens of miles away from the Zheng family, a group of people riding demonic blood horses were galloping towards the Zheng family. Young Master Qingyang. This young family head really refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's the Zheng family's fortune that young Master Qingyang has taken a fancy to the Zheng family's young lady, Zheng Wei. That's right. The young lady of the Liu family dared to disobey young Master Qingyang. In the end, she still obediently became young Master Qingyang's concubine. The leader riding on the rank 2 demonic blood horse was a young man in his 30s. He had a horse face and a bulbous nose. He wasn't ugly, but he made people feel uncomfortable. The two men beside him kept flattering the young man. The young man's name was Ma Qingyang. He said viciously, "The young lady of the Liu family didn't obey me, so I tortured her for a month. This young lady of the Zheng family didn't obey me, so I will bring her back and torture her for 3 months." His Ma clan was one of the 3 major clans of Linsha City. Within the clan, there were 3 Earth Realm martial artists and plenty of Ma clansmen that entered the Azure Water sect. In the entire Linsha City, apart from the other 2 major clans, no one dared to offend the Ma clan. "Young Master Qingyang, we've arrived at the Zheng family. Charge in." Ma Qingyang didn't slow down as he charged into the Zheng clan. With so many people rushing in, the Zheng clansmen were in a panic. Patriarch Zheng forced a smile and walked to Ma Qingyang, who was riding the demonic blood horse. He cupped his fist and asked, "Young Master Qingyang, what brings you to the Zheng clan today?" Ma Qingyang didn't reply. The man beside him snorted, "Bring your daughter out. Our young Master Qingyang wants to bring her back to the Ma clan. Prepare 100,000 gold coins as a betrothal gift. If not, you will be held accountable." Patriarch Zheng suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke in a soft voice. "Logically speaking, it is my daughter's fortune that young Master Qingyang has taken a liking to my daughter. But my daughter already has someone else in her heart, so how dare you? Do you know that young Master Qingyang is the only grandson of the founder? If you dare to be so long-winded, I will eradicate your Zheng clan." Another man drew his sword and roared. Patriarch Zheng was the patriarch of a clan after all, and had never suffered such humiliation before. He spoke in a rigid tone. "Does the city lord know about your Ma clan's misdeeds?" Facing Fiend City's #1 clan was undoubtedly the city Lord Su clan. Hearing this, Ma Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You dare to use the city lord's name to suppress me? Do you want to die?" "I don't dare, but don't force me either." Patriarch Zheng didn't believe that the Ma clan would dare to eradicate his Zheng clan. The Azure Water sect was a righteous sect, and its territory was relatively peaceful. For a major clan to eradicate a minor clan, unless it was done secretly and without anyone knowing, the city lord would definitely intervene. After all, if such a thing happened in the city under his jurisdiction, his prestige would be tarnished. "Hee, eradicating your Zheng clan? I'm not that foolish. But bringing you back for interrogation is still within my capabilities. Everyone listen up. Patriarch Zheng plotted to murder one of my Ma clan's clansmen. Now that we have caught the evidence, bring him back for interrogation immediately. Anyone who disobeys shall be crippled." Ma Qingyang waved his hand and spoke with a stern expression. "You dare." The veteran of the Zheng clan walked out from the Grand Hall and shouted in anger. "Why wouldn't we dare? Our Ma clan is the sky of facing Fiend City. If you dare to disobey the Ma clan, then prepare for the worst." Following Ma Qingyang's command, 4 9th-level Origin Realm martial artists came down from the demonic blood horse and surrounded the Zheng clan's veteran and patriarch. Patriarch Zheng's expression was extremely gloomy, too arrogant and lawless. "Father." Right at this moment, an elegant young lady rushed over anxiously. "Wei, why are you out? Hurry up and go back in." Patriarch Zheng's expression changed. "Since you're already out, why go back in?" "Zheng Wei, your father has committed a crime, and he's going back to the Ma clan with me. It's best if you come along as well. Who knows, you might be able to lessen your father's suffering. If you serve me well, it's not impossible for me to let your father go." Ma Qingyang was lustful as he grinned. "I will follow you back, but you have to let my father go." Zheng Wei had a look of resignation. "Wei, you can't." Patriarch Zheng was burning with anxiety. "Your father spoke rudely and violated my taboo, but I can give him a chance. Let him kneel down and beg me." Ma Qingyang didn't get off his horse and spoke in a condescending tone. "Damn it." Patriarch Zheng was about to risk his life. "Such arrogance. Who gave you the guts to strut around here?" Right at this moment, a figure walked into the Zheng clan's front yard. "Little bastard, do you want to die? How dare you call young Master Qingyang a dog?" A man drew his sword and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he executed a palm strike. With a blinding red light, the man was instantly turned into a charcoal and was sent flying. Seeing the scene, the Ma clansmen were flabbergasted. This man actually dared to kill their Ma clansmen. This man had committed a grave crime, and no one could save him. Now that the city lord was here, they had their reasons. Where did this bastard come from? Slaughter him. Ma Qingyang roared. Kill. Chapter 131. Pung, 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 pung. A series of collisions could be heard. The Ma clansmen that rushed at Li Fuchen were all sent flying with broken bones and charred chests. You are dead meat. Even the heavens can't save you for killing my Ma clansmen. Kneel down and confess your sins while you still have a chance. Once I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. Ma Qingyang spoke with a stern expression. Even a sect wouldn't dare to say such words. A mere Ma clan dares to talk about the heavens? Li Fuchen didn't even bother about the Ma clan. With his current status and ability, such a city-class clan was nothing in his eyes. Only the Earth Realm martial artist behind them could make Li Fuchen slightly apprehensive. You are courting death. Let this old man teach you how to behave. One of the Ma clansmen, who was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, drew his sword and used a sharp sword style to attack Li Fuchen. Pung! The veteran came and went quickly. He was sent flying by a single palm strike from Li Fuchen. The three of you come at me together and kill me. Ma Qingyang spoke with a sinister expression. In front of everyone, Ma Qingyang wouldn't be able to take this lying down. Kill. 3 9th level Origin Realm martial artists worked together to kill Li Fuchen. 9th level Origin Realm martial artists were rare even in the Ma clan. There were only a dozen of them, and Ma Qingyang brought 4 of them, just in case. The one who attacked first was the weakest. Overestimating yourself. Li Fuchen didn't make a move and revolved the Scarlet Flame mystic technique. A layer of fiery red qi emerged from his body and formed a qi protection. The 3 of them froze in midair. The swords in their hands couldn't even penetrate Li Fuchen's qi protection. How is this possible? One of the 3 was shocked and couldn't believe his own eyes. You are a Tsonglan inner sect disciple. The other one seemed to have thought of something and asked with fear. Only a Tsonglan inner sect disciple could withstand the combined attack of the 3 of them with just a qi protection. If it was a regular 6th level Origin Realm martial artist, they would have been dead by now. Get lost. Li Fuchen spat out a single word. With a burst of qi, the blazing scarlet fire qi sent the 3 of them flying and causing them to vomit blood. Such strength! The Zheng clansmen were all shocked and flabbergasted. At the same time, a sense of awe and envy arose in his heart. If they were this strong, why would the Ma family bully them like this? You, Ma Qingyang pointed at Li Fuchen and couldn't utter a single word. You what you? Get off the horse. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, Ma Qingyang tumbled off the demonic blood horse, looking extremely pathetic. He couldn't stand the sight of such domineering and unreasonable disciples. Back in Yunwu City, the disciples of the Shinta clan, Yang clan, and Guan clan were all like this. This Ma Qingyang was even worse than them. You dare hit me? Do you know that my grandfather is the Ma clan's founder and is at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm? My cousin brother is the Azure Water Sect's inner sect deacon apprentice. My uncle is the Azure Water Sect's inner sect deacon apprentice. You are dead meat. Ma Qingyang had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been treated like this? He was so angry that his mind was in a mess, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bang! Li Fuchen kicked at Ma Qingyang's abdomen and sent him flying. Furthermore, a scarlet fire qi invaded and damaged Ma Qingyang's lower body meridians. Without any miraculous pills or experts to treat him, he would lose all interest in women for the rest of his life. If you don't leave now, I will take your head, Li Fuchen said coldly. Young Master Qingyang, let's go. One of the 9th level Origin Realm martial artists who was severely injured by Li Fuchen helped Ma Qingyang up and said, a wise man knows when to retreat. With their ability, they couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. They were afraid that Ma Qingyang would infuriate Li Fuchen and incite his killing intent. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's return to the Ma clan first. Just you wait. Ma Qingyang could only feel the pain in his lower body. With a ruthless statement, He led the demonic blood horse and left the Zheng clan. In just a short moment, the Ma clansmen were all gone, leaving behind a charred corpse. Many thanks to young hero Li for your kindness. The Zheng clan patriarch and veteran bowed in gratitude. The Zheng clan patriarch's daughter, Zheng Wei, bowed too. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. Beauties love heroes. This was an unchanging rule since the ancient times. In this world where the strong ruled, who wouldn't wish for their husband to be an unparalleled hero who could protect them for life? Li Fuchen waved his hand. I will still be staying here for a period of time. Just prepare some good wine and food. Finishing his statement, he turned and walked back to his own courtyard. The third-rank acupoint diagram of the mystical dragon secret technique is obviously in the shape of a dragon. Could it contain a trace of the dragon's mystical ability? Looking at the hundreds of lit-up acupoints within the Jade Buddha, Li Fuchen went into deep thought. Dragon was the strongest demonic beast in this world. It could call the wind and summon the rain. It could be big or small. It could roam the void and dominate the universe. It could reach the 9 underworlds and communicate with ghosts and gods. It was almost omnipotent. Even the term demonic beast couldn't be used to describe a dragon. It should be described as a divine beast. But no one had ever seen a dragon. It wasn't even known if a dragon existed. It only existed in legends and myths. Li Fuchen found it hard to associate the 3-star secret technique, mystical dragon secret technique, with a dragon. After all, the difference between the two was too huge. A 9-star secret technique was more like it. 3 days later, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to comprehend the 3rd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique. At this moment, Ma Qingyang and his group had already returned to the Ma clan. Grandfather, you have to help me. Ma Qingyang knelt in front of a veteran dressed in luxurious clothes and cried bitterly. The veteran dressed in luxurious clothes helped Ma Qingyang up and spoke in a cold voice. How dare you? So what if you're an inner sect disciple of the Azure Water sect? My Ma clan isn't a nobody in the Azure Water sect. The veteran dressed in luxurious clothes was the Ma clan's founder, Ma Taichung, a 2nd-level Earth Realm martial artist. Grandfather, I got kicked by him. My lower body feels numb and swollen. Ma Qingyang recalled something and suddenly said, Let me see. Ma Taichung reached out and pressed on Ma Qingyang's abdomen. A moment later, Ma Taichung's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What a vicious little b****************** D. He actually dared to end my only grandson's lineage. If I don't take revenge, how am I supposed to be a man? As his chi entered Ma Qingyang's body, Ma Taichung could clearly feel that the meridians on Ma Qingyang's abdomen were scorched and withered. A scorching chi presence even damaged the internal organs. It wouldn't be easy for him to recover completely. After all, the meridians on the lower body were already weak and couldn't bear any damage. Grandfather, have I lost my ability as a man? Hearing this, Ma Qingyang was dumbfounded. Don't worry, it isn't impossible to heal. Follow me to the Zheng clan first. I want to settle the score with this little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* teeth. The most important thing for a clan was the bloodline. If this generation couldn't do it, they could wait for the next generation. But to sever the bloodline was the same as severing the clan's inheritance. This hatred wasn't inferior to killing one's father or stealing one's wife. 3 days later, boom, the Zheng clan's main door was smashed. Under Ma Taichung's lead, a group of over a dozen men entered the Zheng clan. Where's that little b***************? D? Come out now. A thunderous voice echoed throughout the entire Zheng clan and even reached the courtyard where Li Fuchen was at. Why are there so many fools in this world? Chapter 132. Under Ma Taichung's aura, everyone from the Zheng family trembled in fear. Even the Zheng family's patriarch and the Zheng family's elder were pale, not daring to utter a single word. In the martial Dao realm, every great realm was separated by a chasm. Especially when one reached the Disha realm, they would be able to use their aura. The aura was a combination of one's cultivation aura and one's spirit will. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that under normal circumstances, 7 to 8 ninth level Origin realm martial artists wouldn't even be able to defeat a first level Earth realm martial artist. It wasn't because they didn't have enough ability, but because they didn't have enough battle intent. Under the envelopment of an Earth realm martial artist's chi presence, it would be considered good if they could utilize 60% to 70% of their ability. Of course, if there were more ninth level Origin realm martial artists, then it would be hard to say. With more people, the imposing aura would be stronger. Against an army of thousands, even a heaven realm martial artist wouldn't dare to use his imposing aura to resist. Where is that little bastard? Ma Taichung questioned the Zheng clan's patriarch and the Zheng clan's elder. You're already so old. Why aren't you enjoying yourself at home and running out to spew dog shit? Li Fuchen walked out slowly. Little bastard, don't be so sharp-tongued. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Ma Taichung's chi pressured towards Li Fuchen. Against Ma Taichung's chi presence, Li Fuchen ignored it. Your chi presence is too weak. With just this bit of chi presence, you dare to come out and embarrass yourself. Based on Ma Taichung's chi presence, Li Fuchen reckoned that he cultivated a peak-tier, yellow-class technique. Perhaps when he was young, he had also entered the Azure Water sect. Of course, when he was young, he was most likely a servant disciple or an outer sect deacon disciple. He did not have the opportunity to come into contact with a profound level cultivation technique. In order to cultivate a mystic class cultivation technique, one either had to become an inner sect disciple and exchange large amounts of contribution points or join the Songlan army. In short, there weren't many options. Ma Taichung originally didn't expect to suppress Li Fuchen with his chi presence. He just wanted to test his opponent. Seeing that his chi presence was ineffective, he burst forth with chi and intended to make a move. Old dog, it just so happens that I also want to test the power of the secret method. So I'll use you as an example. The 14th level of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Art revolved. The second level of the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique was activated. Boom! Li Fuchen's chi presence rushed into the sky and didn't seem to be any weaker than Ma Taichung. The quality of his chi presence seemed to be above Ma Taichung's and contained an indescribable prowess. What? He has cultivated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique to the second stage? The old man from a Zheng family was dumbfounded. When cultivating the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, one's aura would contain a special kind of majesty. This kind of majesty could increase the pressure of one's aura. He had only cultivated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique to the first level, so this kind of special prestige was very faint and of little use. But Li Fuchen's chi presence contained a special prowess that was more than 10 times stronger than him. He had obviously cultivated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique to the second level. Peerless genius. The old man from the Zheng family took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the dizziness. Ma Taichung's pupils constricted. He had a bad feeling about this. But now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting. He had to take down the other party first. Drawing his sword, Ma Taichung used the Ardent Wind Sword style to attack Li Fuchen. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen thrust his sword over. Pop! In the front yard of the Zheng family, a strong gust of wind blew, and everyone's clothes fluttered in the wind. He can actually block my blade. What kind of monster is this little b asterisk 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 d? Ma Taichung's scalp went numb. He was a second-level Earth Realm martial artist. When dealing with a 6th-level Origin Realm martial artist, he didn't even need to make a move. With a wave of his hand, he could send his opponent flying. No wonder he is a 2nd-level Earth Realm martial artist. Putting aside the cultivation level, Li Fuchen's other qualities were much superior than his opponent. Even if a yellow-class peak-tier technique was cultivated to the highest rank, it would only be equivalent to a 7th-rank Mystic class, mid-tier technique. Li Fuchen was 7 ranks higher than his opponent. In terms of physical strength, his opponent's physical strength was at most 1,000 kilograms, while Li Fuchen had 35,000 kilograms of physical strength. In terms of sword arts, his opponent cultivated a yellow class, peak-tier sword art, while Li Fuchen cultivated a mystic class, low-tier sword art. It was already at the trance stage and had developed sword intent. But with so many advantages, it could only make up for Li Fuchen's disadvantage in cultivation level. After all, there was a difference of 5 levels between the two of them, and there was still the huge barrier from the origin realm to the earth realm. Cling, clang, clang. The two of them crossed swords. The speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Dance of ardent wind. Suddenly, Ma Taichung's long sword revolved, and a sword chi swirled towards Li Fuchen like a tornado. Let's see how you block this. After releasing this blade, Ma Taichung sneered. He wasn't a brute. In the Tao of battle, one had to know how to play to one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. Li Fuchen might be strong, but he couldn't release his chi, which was his greatest advantage. I might be able to release my chi, but it isn't as strong as my opponent. Might as well not waste my chi. Activating the second rank of the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, Li Fuchen could already release his chi, but he didn't want to. Executing the shadowless leg, Li Fuchen was like a shadow, dodging the sword chi. After dozens of moves, the two of them were still in a stalemate. Among the Ma clansmen, Ma Qingyang was flabbergasted. How could this be? It shouldn't be. He couldn't understand the world of prodigies, and even more so, the world of demons. As the battle raged on, Li Fuchen fell into a strange state of mind. He felt as though something was being nurtured within his body. As the battle got more intense, this feeling got more intense. Is it the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique? Soon enough, Li Fuchen found the reason. The Mystical Dragon Secret Technique was a combat secret technique. Only through battle could one comprehend it faster. Especially from the second rank to the third rank, one would need to experience at least 100 battles. Multitasking, he immersed his consciousness into his body while battling with Ma Taichung. Hundreds of acupoints were flickering. The Mystical Dragon Secret Technique wasn't the same as a cultivation technique. It didn't need to be circulated at all times. As long as the acupoints were activated, chi would flow into the acupoints, and it would naturally circulate, increasing the burst strength of the chi. Of course, as a result, the chi consumption would increase exponentially or even by several folds. The dragon fights in the wilderness. Its blood shall be yellow and black. Not knowing why, Li Fuchen's heart suddenly came up with a very old saying. Little brat, I don't know what secret technique you use to increase your ability, but this secret technique will definitely consume a lot of chi. Let's see how long you can last. Ma Taichung wasn't in a hurry anymore. There was no point in being anxious. The most important thing was the result. Is that so? Li Fuchen let out a mysterious smile. With his exceptional perception, just a single battle allowed him to comprehend the crux of the third rank of the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique. Of course, the long period of comprehension was also very useful. Indistinctly, an extremely dignified roar of a beast could be heard. What is that sound? Ma Taichung was frightened. This is the sound of your defeat. Li Fuchen laughed loudly, as a horrifying chi presence rushed into the sky. Under the shroud of this chi presence, it was as though a giant dragon was cruising around. Their spirit willpower went into a trance and didn't dare to move. Third rank of the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique. The Zheng veteran had his mouth wide open and couldn't close it. Defeat. Li Fuchen felt as though his chi was about to combust, turning into magma that flowed within his body. Executing Meteor Fall, a meteor shot out from the sky. Chapter 133. Puff. The meteor pierced through his body, and Ma Taichung froze in place. Whatever protective chi, whatever demonic beast leather armor, they were all useless at this moment. All of them were pierced by the sword. With a swing of the black iron sword, another sword chi flew out and severed Ma Qingyang's arm. Li Fuchen spoke in an indifferent tone. From today onwards, if any Ma clansman dares to step into the Zheng clan, kill without mercy. He didn't kill Ma Taichung. Of course, Ma Taichung would be half-crippled even if he didn't die. Similarly, he didn't kill Ma Qingyang. Cutting off one of his arms was a warning to him. Go, let's go. The Ma clansmen no longer dared to be arrogant. They carried Ma Taichung and Ma Qingyang and left in a hurry. Everyone from the Zheng clan felt like they were in a dream. The Ma clan had come to the Zheng clan twice, and both times they were beaten to the point of fleeing like dead dogs. And the root cause of all of this was this young man before him. A single person and a single sword had caused the Ma clan to flee in a sorry state. They probably wouldn't dare to come to the Zheng clan in the future. How awe-inspiring, how glorious it was. Be it man or woman, old or young, everyone looked at Li Fuchen with eyes of reverence. Young hero Li, I can't thank you enough. Although the Zheng family is a small family and can't help young hero Li much, in the future, as long as young hero Li says the word, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. The head of the Zheng clan and the elder of the Zheng clan walked over and bowed with cupped fists. Their upper bodies were so low that they were almost touching the ground. The Zheng clan was indebted to Li Fuchen. Retrieving the Jade Buddha was a kindness. Getting rid of the Ma family was another favor. Without Li Fuchen, they didn't know what would happen to the Zheng clan. Perhaps they would decline and vanish without a trace. Li Fuchen said, I don't owe you any favors. I am just returning the favor. Don't mention this matter again. A 3-star secret technique was enough to repay this favor. Li Fuchen had a balance in his heart and wasn't willing to take advantage of the Zheng clan. Hearing the statement, the Zheng clansman's impression of Li Fuchen rose from reverence to reverence. This was a true swordsman. His character was like jade, and he was transparent and upright. After cultivating the mystical dragon secret technique to the 3rd rank, Li Fuchen intended to leave. However, he did not intend to return to the sect just yet. He wanted to head to the soaring snow mountain range again. He had already completely refined the power of the stalactite within his body. This time, he had to cultivate the hidden blood body refinement technique to the grand perfection realm. Mount Feishue, inside the giant peak. The Karst cave was dozens of meters tall. Giant stalactites hung down like the awl of a deity, about to pierce through the earth. Beside the pool, Li Fuchen threw a stone into it. Seeing that there was no reaction, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and jumped in. There was only half a month left until the end of Li Fuchen's 3rd year as an inner sect disciple. Li Fuchen finally cultivated the hidden blood body technique to completion, and his physical strength reached 40,000 kilograms. It's time to return to the sect. If he didn't hand in the mission within a year, or if he couldn't complete the mission, he would be punished. Even though the punishment was only some contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't want to be punished. A few days after Li Fuchen left, Yin Qingwu arrived at Mount Flying Snow. You actually dared to come again. Yin Qingwu's face was as cold as ice. There was a limit to the 1,000-year stone milk in the pool water. Compared to the previous time, the 1,000-year stone milk in the pool water had decreased by at least 30%. Don't let me see you again. After taking off her clothes, the dazzling white Yin Qingwu jumped into the pond and sank to the bottom. The 3rd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique sure is mystical. The 1st and 2nd rank is about compressing qi, but the 3rd rank is about transforming qi. No wonder I couldn't comprehend it until the battle with Ma Taichung. While on his way back, Li Fuchen couldn't help but recall everything that happened during this period of time. Obtaining the mystical dragon secret technique was undoubtedly his opportunity. This 3-star secret technique was too formidable. When he cultivated it to the 2nd rank, his qi burst strength was equivalent to advancing to the 7th level of the origin realm. When he cultivated it to the 3rd rank, his qi burst strength was equivalent to advancing to the 8th level of the origin realm. It was a known fact that there was a huge difference between the strong and the weak when advancing to the next rank. When the weak advanced to the next rank, there was a limit to the increase in ability. When Li Fuchen advanced to the next rank, the difference in ability was like heaven and earth. A single secret technique allowed his combat strength to reach the 8th level of the origin realm. It was unbelievable, but thinking about it, it was normal. The 1st and 2nd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique was about compressing qi. The 3rd rank was about transforming the scarlet fire qi into an even stronger type of qi. Li Fuchen named this type of qi as mystical dragon qi, or it could also be called fire dragon qi. The fire dragon qi was domineering like magma. It wasn't a gaseous state, but a half-liquid state. With this mystical dragon secret technique, I can at least save a year of hard work. Fate sure is unpredictable. Shaking his head with a smile, Li Fuchen tightened his grip on the Class 2 demonic blood horse's abdomen to increase its speed. On the last day of his third year as an inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen returned to the Tsanglan sect. After submitting his mission, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief as he almost didn't have time to submit his mission. Walking out of the mission hall and passing through a small path, Li Fuchen saw Guan Yilong, Yang Ao, and Li Tianshi. Li Tianshi was interrogating the two of them. Guan Yilong, Yang Ao, Fuchen has yet to return. Did you do something? Li Tianshi shouted angrily. Yang Ao and Guan Yilong snorted. Li Tianshi, is your brain damaged? How dare you behave atrociously in front of us? What's more, that be asterisk 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 D is just a normal bone frame. It would be best if he died outside. At least he could purify your Li clan's bloodline. The two of them were certain that Li Fuchen was dead, but they didn't think that it was their clan's inner sect deacon apprentices who killed him. There were over a dozen inner sect deacon apprentices from the three clans, and they had yet to return. They were probably dead outside. They assumed that it was the Liao clan who sent someone to kill Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen had yet to return. Since Li Fuchen was already dead, they naturally had nothing to fear. Previously, they were actually a little afraid of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, who defeated Liao Tianjun, had already become their nightmare, causing them to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. You are all shameless. Li Tianshi felt sorrow in his heart. No matter what, he was still a descendant of the Li clan and wished for the Li clan to prosper. But Li Fuchen undoubtedly had the potential to become a direct disciple of the Tsanglan sect and bring honor to his ancestors. Guan Yilong laughed sinisterly. Li Tianshi, you better take care of yourself first. The weather is unpredictable. Who knows when you'll be dead too? That's right. Be careful when you walk next time. Don't fall to your death. Yang Ao mocked. The two of you are in such a good mood. A familiar voice could be heard. Yang Ao and Guan Yilong were stunned and turned to look. Immediately, the two of them had a face of fear. Fuchen, you are back. Li Tianshi was delighted. Nodding slightly at Li Tianshi, Li Fuchen looked at Guan Yilong and Yang Ao with a cold gaze. Are you disappointed that I am not dead? Li Fuchen, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Guan Yilong swallowed his saliva and forced himself to speak. I am saying, are you disappointed that I am not dead? Li Fuchen's voice got louder. The loud volume caused Guan Yilong and Yang Ao's legs to tremble. Li Fuchen, don't be reckless. This is the sect. Yang Ao took a look behind him and had the intention to retreat. Kneel. Li Fuchen's qi presence rushed into the sky as his right hand pressed towards the two of them. Patter, patter. Chapter 134. Li Fuchen, you dare to humiliate me. The veins on Guan Yilong's face bulged as he roared. Li Fuchen, do you know the consequences of your actions? Yang Ao almost went crazy. Since young, when had he ever knelt to anyone? He didn't expect to kneel in front of Li Fuchen today. At this moment, the two of them weren't thinking about how Li Fuchen's ability could be so strong, which was several-fold stronger than when he fought with Liao Tianjun. The only thing they could think about was their pride. Fuchen's strength. Li Tianshi realized that he couldn't understand Li Fuchen at all. Li Fuchen's improvement in ability was too fast. After a short period of time, Li Fuchen would improve by a huge margin. Only a short period of time had passed, and Li Tianshi was already this strong. So what if I humiliate you? Li Fuchen said indifferently. Li Fuchen, what are you doing? Right at this moment, a cold snort came from not far away. Li Fuchen and Li Tianshi looked up. It was the Shun Tu clan's youth generation leader, Shun Tu Jiaming. Shun Tu Jiaming. What does this have to do with you? Li Tianshi was much bolder than before and said bluntly. Shun Tu Jiaming stared coldly at Li Tianshi. Li Tianshi, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? In the Tsanglan sect, Shun Tu jamming may not be considered much. But in front of the other three major clans descendants of Yunwu City, Shun Tu jamming was the heavens. As long as Shun Tu Jinha was in power, his status would always be higher than the other three major clans' descendants. Shun Tu jamming, if you don't want to lose face, scram. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to be polite with Shun Tu jamming. The City Lord's family clan or the Shun Tu family clan were nothing in his eyes. In the past, when he was in Cloud Fog City, he had fantasized about the day when he entered a sect and had some achievements. He would definitely fight against the three major clans. But now he had already given up on fighting the three great clans. He only wanted to crush the three great clans because the three great clans were not worthy of fighting him. When he returns to Cloud Fog City, it will be the time when the three major clans tremble. What did you say? Shun Tu jamming pointed at Li Fuchen and trembled with anger. I told you to get lost. Li Fuchen shouted coldly. Li Fuchen, do you know who you were talking to? Are you trying to rebel? Aren't you afraid my Shun Tu family clan will punish your Li family? Shun Tu jamming's face was livid as he revealed his killing intent. The Shun Tu family clan is nothing. Since you're not going to scram, then come over and kneel down. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, an invisible chi force forced Shun Tu jamming to kneel. Li Fuchen, you son of A.B. *TCH. I want you dead. Shun Tu jamming's eyes were red. Pa 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 pa. Li Fuchen gave his opponent a few dozen slaps in one breath, causing his opponent to look like a pig's head. Fuchen wouldn't doing this. Li Tianxue was still afraid of the Shun Tu family clan as he hesitated. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, Don't worry, I know my limits. The three great families had been arrogant for so many years, and it was time for them to pay the price. Unfortunately, it was not yet time. The commotion here was a little big. In just a short while, dozens of intersect disciples had gathered and were pointing at Shun Tu jamming and the other two. Isn't that Li Fuchen? Why is it that every time I see him, something big happens? I wonder how these three offended Li Fuchen. They were actually forced to kneel down. What a disgrace. Who asked Li Fuchen to be so domineering? Even Liao Tianjun Shixiang suffered a loss and lost an arm. Just you wait. The Liao clan's revenge will come sooner or later. The world always sympathized with the weak and couldn't stand Li Fuchen's dominance. Dominion Sword Shixiang, what happened over there? Let's go take a look. A few hundred meters away, a few intersect disciples were walking together. Leading them was Dominion Sword, Lu Wuhuang. Dominion Sword, Lu Wuhuang, was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. He was the most famous in the intersect, even more so than Yuan Tian. After all, Yuan Tian was a 5-star bone frame, and so was he. Most importantly, he was older than Yuan Tian. In just a short period of time, he would progress to the Earth Realm and become a direct disciple. In just a short moment, they arrived at the crowd and saw the three kneeling on the ground. They also saw Li Fuchen. It's Li Fuchen. One of the disciples beside Lu Wuhuang was shocked. This Li Fuchen is too much. Asking people to kneel. Who does he think he is? A normal bone frame acting like a 5-star bone frame. I can't stand it. Dominion Sword Shixiang, why don't you go and take care of this? At the same time, you can take down Li Fuchen's reputation. To be honest, Lu Wuhuang couldn't stand Li Fuchen either. With his title of Dominion Sword, he was naturally domineering. But he could be domineering. But he couldn't stand others being domineering. Stepping out of the crowd, Lu Wuhuang ignored Li Fuchen and arrived in front of Shun Tu jamming. The three of you can leave. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is never too late. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Finishing his sentence, he released his chi presence to neutralize Li Fuchen's chi presence. Li Fuchen laughed. This Shixiang, aren't you being a busybody? If it was a regular person, even if they provoked him, he wouldn't have asked them to kneel. After all, it was too humiliating. But why would Li Fuchen care about the feelings of these people who wanted to kill him? If this was the outside world, he would have already killed the three of them. Lu Wuhuang turned around and said indifferently, Do you like to ask people to kneel? Li Fuchen didn't reply. You are strong enough to make them kneel. If I am strong enough, can I make you kneel too? Lu Wu Huang's gaze was like a sword, penetrating the soul and giving off a strong pressure. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Fuchen replied. Oh, is that so? I would like to try. Lu Wu Huang's qi presence was getting stronger. An incomparably domineering qi presence, like the prestige of a king, shrouded Li Fuchen. Activating the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's qi presence rushed into the sky as well. A prowess that could intimidate all beings contended with Lu Wu Huang and even subtly suppressed him. Plop, plop, plop. Just as Shen Tu Jiaming and the other two stood up, they were forced to kneel again by the qi presence of the two. For a moment, their minds were buzzing and they lost their wits. Damn it! Shen Tu Jiaming clenched his fist tightly. He couldn't wait to return to Yunwu City and start a massacre at the Li clan. Do you know the consequences of provoking me? Lu Wu Huang's voice was indifferent. Li Fuchen replied, It seems you were the one who provoked me first. Seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to repent. Kneel down too. With Lu Wu Huang's sharp eyes, he could tell that within Li Fuchen's qi presence, there was something else mixed within it. His actual ability shouldn't be that strong. Pouring qi into his hands, Lu Wu Huang was about to make his move. All of you stop. Right at this moment, an inner sect elder who was passing by let out a cold snort. His voice immediately dispersed Li Fuchen and Lu Wu Huang's qi presence. Elder. Everyone got a shock and bowed with their hands. An inner sect elder wasn't the same as an outer sect elder. No one dared to disobey. All of you disperse. Creating a ruckus here is unbecoming. This inner sect elder obviously had something to do. After leaving behind this statement, he walked into the mission hall. Consider yourself lucky. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Lu Wu Huang stared at Li Fuchen with disdain and left. I shall wait for you. Li Fuchen didn't even look at Shen Tu Jiaming and the other two and left with Li Tianshi. Such a pity I didn't get to see Dominion Sword Shi Xiang teach Li Fuchen a lesson. It is a pity, but don't worry, the inner sect is only so big, Li Fuchen can't escape. I wonder what would happen if Li Fuchen kneels down. Seeing the main characters leave, everyone dispersed, leaving behind Shen Tu Jiaming and the other two. Chapter 135. Fuchen, what is your ability now? Along the way, Li Tianshi was pleasantly surprised. Li Fuchen's ability was too strong. Forget about Yang Ao and Guan Yilong, but Shen Tu Jiaming was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Li Fuchen was able to make Shen Tu Jiaming kneel with ease. This method was 10 times stronger than defeating Shen Tu Jiaming. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't answer. Tianshi Ji, in a few more days, you'll be 36 years old. What plans do you have? The Zhonglan sect had a rule that if one could not break through to the Earth realm before the age of 35, they would not be able to become a direct disciple. They would either be demoted to an inner sect deacon apprentice or apply to the sect to return to the clan. Li Tianshi was already 35 years old. In a few more months, he would be 36, but he was only at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. Li Tianshi laughed bitterly. It is too difficult to become a direct disciple. Even a 3-star bone frame disciple would not be able to become a direct disciple, let alone me. As for my future, I have not thought of it yet. His current feelings were complicated. After so many years, he was already used to the sect's lifestyle. If he left the sect, he would definitely not be able to adapt. But the inner sect deacon apprentice required a lot of work. He didn't know if he could adapt. Patting on Li Tianshi's shoulder, Li Fuchen said, Tianshi Ji, think about it carefully. If you have any difficulties, let me know. Maybe I can help. Many thanks. Li Tianshi was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. In the past, as the leader of the Li clan's youth generation, he could still maintain the demeanor of a senior. But now he felt like a junior, while Li Fuchen was the senior. As his soul spirit gradually turned pale blue, Li Fuchen noticed that his perception was improving bit by bit. He observed that during the transformation process, 10% of the soul spirit's color changed, but the increase in perception wasn't obvious. 20% of the soul spirit's color changed, but 10% of the soul spirit's color changed. Now that it was 90%, his perception had increased by 40%. Of course, he was just casually guessing. After all, perception was something that was too abstract. Maybe for a period of time, your perception would be strong, but after a period of time, your perception would weaken. Perception would be affected by the environment, and it was normal for it to fluctuate. 90% seems to be a threshold. After 90% of the soul spirit turned pale blue, the transformation speed slowed down by a few folds. Perhaps this is because my soul has changed from green to light blue. Light green souls and green souls were of the same color system, but the depth was different, so the transformation was faster. As for the color difference between a green soul and a light blue soul, it was normal for the difficulty of the transformation to be greatly increased. In the past, I've been using medicinal pills to aid my cultivation. It's time to use medicinal pills to increase my cultivation. Li Fuqian had a premonition that something big was going to happen soon. His ability was formidable, but no one would dislike being stronger. Arriving at the resource hall, Li Fuqian spent 20,000 contribution points to redeem a half mystic class pill, the Flame Spirit Pill. The Blaze Spirit Elixir originally required 40,000 contribution points, but Li Fuqian was an inner sect prodigy, hence he only needed to pay half the price. In the courtyard, Li Fuqian consumed the bright red Flame Spirit Pill and began to revolve the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique to refine it. The half mystic class elixir was indeed worthy of being called a half mystic class elixir. The medicinal effects were extremely intense. Lumps of energy, like diluted magma, spread throughout Li Fuqian's body. Later stage of his 6th level of Origin Realm. Peak of 6th level of Origin Realm. Early stage of the 7th level of Origin Realm. In the middle of the night, an intense red light flashed. In the hidden room, the temperature rose sharply. Even the miscellaneous items were set ablaze. Finally, at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Except for the feeling of his chi being a little superficial, Li Fuqian didn't feel any discomfort. As for the problem of his chi being superficial, it shouldn't take long to solve. His Scarlet Flame Mystic technique was already at the 14th rank. Every time he revolved the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique, his chi would be purified. Li Fuqian's premonition was very accurate. 3 days later, in the morning, dang, 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 in the inner sect, the melodious bell rang continuously. It rang a total of 7 times. The bell had a limit of 9 rings. Once it rang 9 times, it meant that the Tsanglan sect's life or death moment had arrived, and everyone had to gather. Of course, the bell that rang wouldn't be the inner sect bronze bell, but the Tsanglan sect's treasure bell, the Tsanglan bell. Ringing 7 times was also a major event, and all the inner sect disciples had to be present. Upon hearing the bell, all the inner sect disciples gathered at the plaza in front of the inner sect grand hall. After 2 hours, close to 20,000 inner sect disciples were all present. At the entrance of the inner sect grand hall, inner sect grand elder Zhao Wujin stood with his hands behind his back. On both sides of him were inner sect elders. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Zhao Wujin spoke in a loud voice. The reason why I've gathered everyone here is because of the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain opens once every 5 years and will open again 3 months later. By then, as long as you are at the Origin Realm, you'll be able to enter. But the quota is limited. Our Tsanglan sect only has a quota of 10. Hence, only 10 inner sect disciples will be able to enter the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain. Just as Zhao Wujin finished his statement, the inner sect disciples' plaza exploded into a commotion. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain is finally opening. I have waited for so long. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain has countless of herbs. Mystic class herbs that are hard to find in the outside world are all over the place. Legends say that there are even Earth class herbs inside. During the previous opening of the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain, Sword Maniac Shixiang found a Mystic class, peak tier herb, 9 elements herb. After consuming it, His cultivation broke through from the 9th level of the origin realm to the 2nd level of the earth realm. He then slaughtered all the prodigies from the other sections. Sword Tiger Shixiang also found a mystic class, peak tier herb, red tiger herb, and used it to cultivate a secret technique, mystic tiger transformation. Other than herbs, the 100 Herbs hidden domain also has plenty of precious ores. Yellow class, ores are like cabbages in the market. There are plenty of mystic class ores too. If we can bring them back, I wonder how many contribution points we can exchange for. Everyone was talking at once, and their expressions were very excited. Hidden domain of heaven and earth, 100 Herbs hidden domain. Li Fuchin's eyes flashed with a glaring light. Hidden domains were the mystical spaces that were formed when the heaven and earth were born. The heaven and earth energy within were 10 times or even 100 times denser than the outside world. Herbs required a place with abundant spirit chi to grow. The higher the grade of the herb, the more it was so. Hidden domains were also separated into different levels, earth class and heaven class. Earth class hidden domains were already huge and had a radius of a few hundred miles. The 100 Herbs hidden domain belonged to the earth class hidden domain. Heaven class hidden domains were even bigger. Legends said that heaven class hidden domains were as big as a region. My fated chance is finally here. Dominion Sword Lu Wu Huang gave a conceited smile. In fact, he was already able to break through to the earth realm. But in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he intentionally suppressed his cultivation level and didn't allow himself to advance. Gesturing for the crowd to be quiet, Zhao Wujin said, "The 100 Herbs hidden domain will only open in 3 months. Before that, we will have to decide the top 10 intersect disciples. All intersect disciples who are at or above the 7th level of the origin realm are eligible to participate. If you are in the top 10, you can choose a 2-star secret technique of your choice." Boom! The plaza was in an uproar again. Chapter 136. I must enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Li Fuchin's eyes were filled with determination. For the cultivation of the martial Tao, talent was important, but so were resources. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, there were countless mystic class herbs. Any one of them would allow his path of the martial Tao to be smoother. In the outside world, a stock of mystic class, low-tier herb would be worth 10,000 to 30,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, mid-tier herb would be worth 50,000 to 100,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, high-tier herb would be worth 200,000 to 500,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, peak-tier herb would be worth 1,500,000 to 3 million gold coins. If the herb was refined into a pill, the value would increase by another 10-folds. Even Earth Realm and Heaven Realm martial artists were in need of mystic class herbs, let alone Origin Realm martial artists. A stock of mystic class, peak tier herb was enough for 2 Heaven Realm martial artists to fight it out. If anyone dares to stop me from entering the 100 Herbs hidden domain, I will never forgive him. Yuan Tian's eyes were filled with ambition. He was a 5-star bone frame, and his cultivation speed was already extremely fast. He was currently at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, but he wanted to be even faster. Regular yellow class pills were no longer able to help him increase his cultivation level. They could only assist in his cultivation, but mystic class herbs could. 100 Herbs hidden domain? I am looking forward to it. Chun Fanghua had already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Realm for a period of time. She naturally wanted to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, but she knew that it wasn't that easy to enter the top 10 of the intersect. There were too many intersect disciples who suppressed their cultivation to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Those 3-star bone frames were still all right, but 4-star bone frames were undoubtedly terrifying. According to Chun Fanghua's knowledge, there were at least a dozen 4-star bone frames who suppressed their cultivation for a few months, or even more than a year, just to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. In such a long period of time, they had accumulated a tremendous amount of cultivation. As per usual, the top 10 intersect disciples will be decided by a tournament. The tournament will be held 3 days later. All of you better prepare well. Don't blame the heavens and the earth when you lose. Zhao Wujin continued. Elder, why can 7th and 8th level origin realm martial artists participate too? Isn't this a waste of time? An intersect disciple who was at the peak stage of the origin realm raised an objection. Zhao Wujin smiled. If you're confident in yourself, then there's no need to care about these details. Naturally, there will be a screening round before the tournament. Only those who pass the screening round can participate in the tournament. Those intersect disciples who had objections instantly stopped speaking when they heard this. All right, let's disperse. In the next 3 days, everyone should work hard and strive to enter the top 10. After explaining, Zhao Wujin and the other intersect elders left, leaving the excited intersect disciples behind. Who do you think has a chance of entering the top 10? I don't know about the others, but I do know that senior brother Overlord Sword will definitely be in the top 10. There's no need for you to say that. Senior brother Overlord Sword is at least in the top 5. He might even be in the top 3 or even first place. Only those senior brothers who have suppressed their cultivation for a long time can match him. That's right. I heard that Xiao Shixiang could have advanced to the Earth realm over a year ago, but in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he forcefully suppressed it until now. Senior brother Bai as well. Yuan Shixiang has a high chance as well. He is a 5-star bone frame. Then do you guys think that Li Fuchen has a chance? I just noticed that Li Fuchen has progressed to the 7th level of the Origin Realm and is qualified to participate in the screening contest. Li Fuchen, just forget about him. Liao Tianjun Shixiang is no match for the top-ranked Shixiang. Any one of them can easily defeat Liao Tianjun Shixiang. Li Fuchen has no chance at all. What's the point of talking about him? In the plaza, everyone was in a heated discussion, occasionally looking at those popular figures. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Li Fuchen didn't mind. Ability was obtained through combat, not words. 3 days later, everything will be revealed. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly stopped. Dominion Sword Lu Wu Huang blocked his path. Seems like you have the intention to take the 100 Herbs hidden domain too. To be able to break through from the 6th level of the Origin Realm to the 7th level of the Origin Realm in such a short period of time. Lu Wu Huang spoke coldly. Li Fuchen didn't speak and listened quietly. I advise you to give up. If you dare to step on the stage, I will kick you off. He, Dominion Sword Lu Wu Huang, had never been disobeyed before. He had always kept the incident that happened a few days ago in his heart. Li Fuchen laughed lightly. I don't know if you have heard of this saying before. Leave some leeway for future encounters. We originally didn't have any enmity between us, but you chose to make me your enemy. So what if I made you my enemy? What can you do to me? Lu Wu Huang was disdainful. Let me return the same words to you. If you dare to step on the stage, I will kick you off. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. 3 days later, I want to see how you're going to kick me off the stage. 3 days was a short period of time, and Lu Wu Huang could afford to wait. Li Shidi, since when did you become enemies with Lu Wu Huang? Chen Fanghua was convinced by Li Fuchen. No matter where he went, there were enemies everywhere. It was as though he had enemies everywhere. Li Fuchen replied helplessly, Maybe I am too outstanding. PFFF. Chen Fanghua couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Mingyue walked over. Chun Shiji, Li Fuchen is right. He is too outstanding, but he doesn't have a good bone frame, which is why those equally outstanding individuals would view him as an enemy. Chun Fanghua nodded. Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Zhao Mingyue said to Li Fuchen, You have to be careful. Lu Wu Huang may be domineering, but he is extremely capable. Even my grandfather said that he has the potential to create his own sword Dao. Li Fuchen nodded. Don't worry, I will not underestimate anyone. Of course, I will not overestimate anyone either. Li Fuchen had his own pride. Since this Lu Wu Huang insisted on provoking him, he would give him an unforgettable memory. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen was practicing his sword. The more he practiced the meteor sword style, the more Li Fuchen felt that there was no end to the sword. Logically speaking, when the meteor sword style reached the trance stage and produced sword intent, it should have reached the pinnacle and couldn't be improved any further. But Li Fuchen felt that the appearance of the sword intent merely opened a door. After entering this door, one would gradually understand the profoundness of the sword Dao, the prowess and killing intent of the sword Dao. From the meteor sword intent, Li Fuchen could feel the quintessence of the meteor sword style. How could the meteors in the sky be comprehended by the meteor sword style? With a single slash, the giant or turned into a hornet's nest. 3 more than the previous time. Not bad. Li Fuchen nodded to himself. 3 days passed by in a flash. The screening test began. The screening test was simple. One just needed to leave an inch-deep mark on a 10-meter-tall, yellow class peak tier, or... Of course, it was easier said than done. Chapter 137. The contest stage was filled with people. Most of the inner sect disciples were just here to watch the show. Only 20% of the inner sect disciples were qualified to participate. Let me try. An 8th-level Origin Realm inner sect disciple stood up. He held the sword with both hands and slashed at the black iron ore. Clang! Sparks flew, but only a white mark appeared on the black iron ore. Unqualified next. The inner sect deacon in charge of screening said coldly. It was extremely difficult to leave an inch-deep mark on the black iron ore. A few inner sect disciples who were at the peak of the Origin Realm could only leave a mark that was half an inch deep. Too difficult. In the entire inner sect, there aren't many who can do it. I estimate that there won't be more than 200. 200. TSK. There won't be more than 100. In the inner sect, other than the first-grade inner sect disciples, not many would use the ores to practice their sword. Even the first-grade inner sect disciples would normally only use yellow-class high-tier ores and below to practice their sword. Nobody expected that it would be so difficult to leave an inch-deep mark on the yellow-class peak-tier black iron ore. Let me try. The one who spoke was Zhao Mingyue. In order to participate in the screening contest, Zhao Mingyue had consumed a half mystic class elixir a month ago to increase her cultivation to the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Clang! Sparks flew and a shallow mark appeared on the black iron ore. Zhao Mingyue shook her head and walked down from the stage. Still not enough. One by one, the inner sect disciples that met the requirements went up the stage and walked down the stage dejectedly. Soon enough, more than 2,000 disciples had passed the test. Of the top 10 prodigies, except for Yuan Tian, the rest were all wiped out. None of them could leave an inch-deep mark. Yuan Tian went up. I wonder if he can pass. He should be able to. He is a 5-star bone frame and has a decent cultivation at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. As the crowd discussed, Yuan Tian stood in front of the black iron ore, unsheathing his sword. Yuan Tian used all his strength and slashed at the black iron ore. Kacha! Gravel flew, and an inch-deep mark appeared. Yuan Tian qualified. The inner sect deacon in charge of screening smiled and nodded. Until now, Yuan Tian was the only one who passed the test with a cultivation lower than the 9th level of the Origin Realm. So this is a 5-star bone frame? As expected, I can't compare. Gao Chang Tian side. Of the top 10 geniuses of the outer sect, now only Yuan Tian was able to compete. They were still too inexperienced. Haha, let me. A figure landed on the stage. It's senior brother, Xiao Bieli. Senior brother Xiao will definitely pass the screening test. I just don't know how deep the mark he will leave on the profound iron Oregon. Xiao Libi's fame in the inner sect wasn't any weaker than Overlord Sword Lu Wuhuang. He had the title of the #1 disciple in the inner sect. Of course, this title was only temporary. Xiao Libi's strength was accumulated over time. His bone frame was only a 4-star bone frame and was incomparable to Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's 5-star bone frames. Kacha! Xiao Libi was indeed worthy of being the #1 disciple of the inner sect. His sword left a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. This was the deepest mark he had left so far. It's my turn. Chen Fanghua tiptoed and floated towards the stage like a cloud. Break. Chen Fanghua had learned 2 types of mystic class, low-tier sword arts. One was the group attack, myriad blossom sword style, and the other was the flying flower sword style. The flying flower sword style had a strong attack power. A single blade left an inch-deep mark on the Xian iron ore. Chen Fanghua qualified. Hearing the intersect deacon's voice, Chen Fanghua let out a breath of relief. Chen Shiji, congratulations. As Chen Fanghua returned, Li Fuchen greeted. Chen Fanghua replied, I was lucky. As of now, there were only 30-plus disciples who qualified. It was much lesser than what she expected. She felt that her chances were still rather high. Bai Shixiang went up. Luo Shixiang went up too. Too strong. How can he be an origin realm martial artist? The Bai Shixiang and Luo Shixiang that everyone was talking about had each left a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. They were undoubtedly at the abnormal class. The inner sect sure is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Li Fuchen raised his brows. He had a feeling that Xiao Libi comprehended sword intent. He couldn't sense it normally, but when Xiao Libi made a move, Li Fuchen could feel a slight fluctuation of sword intent. Hence, Xiao Libi was probably hiding his true ability. As for the Bai Shixiang and Luo Shixiang that everyone was talking about, even if they didn't comprehend sword intent, they weren't far from it. If not, they wouldn't be able to leave a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. After all, this wasn't a matter of 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. The difficulty of leaving a 2-inch deep mark was a few times harder than leaving a 1-inch deep mark. Too weak, a bunch of weak chickens. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang walked out from the crowd. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang is finally making his move. Farewell Sword, Dominion Sword, White Water Sword, Mountain River Sword. These 4 Shixiang are undoubtedly the 4 experts of the inner sect. Everyone was excited. These 4 titles represented Farewell Sword Xiao Libi, Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, White Water Sword by Tao, and Mountain River Sword Luo Yishan. The 4 of them were almost at the limits of the origin realm and were rather famous in the martial world. What's more, they had once killed an Earth realm martial artist. I wonder what stage Lu Shidi is at. Xiao Libi sized up Lu Wuhuang with curiosity. 3 steps in front of the black iron, or Lu Wuhuang drew his black iron sword. All of you watch carefully. Lu Wuhuang roared in his heart and slashed at the black iron ore. PFFF. Different from the others, the sound of Lu Wuhuang slashing at the black iron ore had an unstoppable willpower, as though he was cutting tofu. Sword intent. Xiao Libi's eyes shrunk. Because he had also comprehended sword intent, he could clearly feel that Lu Wuhuang had just used sword intent. It was an extremely dominant sword intent, an invincible sword intent. Soaring cloud sword intent. Soaring cloud slash was the same as the meteor sword art. They were both extreme sword arts. The sword intent that was comprehended from the soaring cloud slash was extremely dominant. It had the willpower to look down on the world and slash everything in its path. 2. 8 inches qualified. The intersect deacon in charge of the screening was also stunned. He was an Earth realm martial artist, but up till now, he had yet to comprehend the sword intent. He didn't expect an intersect disciple to comprehend sword intent. This was unbelievable. Did I hear it wrong? 2. 8 inches deep. Scary. Let me ask you, who else is a match for Dominion Sword Shixiao? Not even Xiao Shixiao. Including Chen Fanghua and Zhao Mingwei, everyone took in a deep cold breath. There was a huge difference between comprehending sword intent and not comprehending sword intent. After comprehending sword intent, the lethality of a sword art would increase by at least 2 to 3 folds. How is one going to fight? You wouldn't even be able to block a single blade. Li Shidi, you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Chen Fanghua muttered. It's my turn. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and walked up the stage. So what if he comprehended sword intent? Chapter 138. A mere 7th level origin realm martial artist dares to embarrass himself? From what I see, he is not qualified. I heard he has a conflict with Dominion Sword Shixiao. Then he is doomed. A simple blade from Dominion Sword Shixiao would be able to turn him into a dog. Let's wait and see. I would like to see how deep a mark he can leave on the black iron ore. At this moment, Li Fuchen was the center of attention. But those who looked at him were all doubtful gazes. Even Chen Fanghua wasn't optimistic about Li Fuchen's chances. It wasn't that she didn't think that Li Fuchen could leave an inch-deep mark on the black iron ore, but she didn't think that Li Fuchen could escape unscathed from the hands of Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang. After all, after the screening contest was the tournament for the tournament. With Lu Wuhuang's dominance, he would definitely obstruct Li Fuchen. Arriving at the front of the black iron ore, Li Fuchen sized it up. After being tested by over 3,000 people, the black iron ore was filled with crisscross scars. I have yet to test it on the black iron ore. I wonder how deep a mark I can leave without using the mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't have much confidence in the unknown and could only try his best. Taking half a step back and finding the optimal attacking distance, Li Fuchen made his move. No one could see Li Fuchen's action. They could only see Li Fuchen's right hand moving a little. A stream of light fell from the sky like a meteor and penetrated into the black iron ore. That instant burst of intent was enough to make one's mind tremble. PFFF. A hole the width of 2 fingers appeared on the mystic iron ore, and fine sand flowed out. This is sword intent. Chen Fenghua's mouth was wide open and couldn't close it. Such a fearsome sword intent. Xiao Libi's eyes shrunk into a dot. If Lu Wuhuang's soaring cloud sword intent was dominant and unstoppable, then Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was the extreme speed and lethality. The former was unstoppable, while the latter made one at a loss. Bai Tao and Luo Yishan looked at each other with a feeling of helplessness as the new generation replaced the old. Is he still human? Everyone was flabbergasted and felt a burning pain on their faces. Comprehending sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm. He is comparable to sword maniac Shi Xiao. That's right. Sword maniac Shi Xiao also comprehended sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm. His sword Dao comprehension is comparable to senior brother sword maniac. He's simply a demon. After Li Fuchen burst out with sword intent, everyone no longer despised Li Fuchen. They weren't qualified to despise Li Fuchen. No one could despise Li Fuchen. If you wanted to despise Li Fuchen, you had to at least comprehend sword intent. Otherwise, what right do you have to despise Li Fuchen? Interesting. No wonder you dare to disobey me. So, you have comprehended the sword will. I have underestimated you. But you have a sword will, so do I. Furthermore, my cultivation base is 2 levels higher than yours. Lu Wuhuang's face darkened as he thought to himself. Damn it, Yuan Tian's expression was even darker than Lu Wuhuang's. His mystic class low-tier sword art had also reached the perfection realm, but there was still a huge gap between it and the perfection realm. Li Fuchen once again walked in front of him. The intersect deacon was shocked. He took out a long and thin ruler and probed it. 2 inches, 2 inches, 9 inches. The intersect deacon spoke with a trembling voice. He originally thought 8 inches was the limit, but didn't expect Li Fuchen to break the limit and reach 9 inches. Gasp. On the stage, the sound of people taking in cold breaths could be heard. Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the origin realm. If he was at the 9th level of the origin realm, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Li Shitty, how did you do it? Once Li Fuchen walked off the stage, Chen Fenghua quickly asked. Zhao Mingwei had a face of curiosity too. Even if Li Fuchen comprehended sword intent, and his technique rank was high, there was no reason for him to surpass Lu Wuhuang. According to what Chen Fenghua knew, Lu Wuhuang's technique rank was already at the 13th rank, which was only 1 rank lower than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen replied, "You will know once you comprehend sword intent. Without comprehending sword intent, one wouldn't know the difference between sword intents. If Li Fuchen's sword intent was on par with Lu Wuhuang's, Li Fuchen would only be able to leave a mark of 2 inches on the black iron ore. But Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was much more profound than Lu Wuhuang's soaring cloud sword intent. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Lu Wuhuang's sword intent was still at the stage where it could be released but not withdrawn. Of course, apart from that, Li Fuchen's physical strength was also superior to Lu Wuhuang's. 40,000 kilograms of physical strength was at the peak of the Tsanglan sect. Li Fuchen already knew that the Tsanglan sect only had mystic class, high-tier body refinement techniques. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, only the Heaven Fiend sect had mystic class, peak-tier body refinement techniques. The Tsanglan sect, Violent Saber sect, and other sects didn't have any. Comprehending sword intent is easier said than done. Chen Fanghua shook her head. Generally speaking, a 4-star bone frame would need to be at the Earth realm to comprehend sword intent. Only a rare few could comprehend sword intent at the origin realm. You really are a demon. Zhao Mingwei was speechless. After an entire morning, the screening contest ended. Out of the 4,000 over participants, only 52 passed the screening contest. On average, only 1 out of every 80 or 90 participants passed. The tournament was held in the afternoon, hence everyone went to have lunch first. 12:15, the stage was bustling with activity again. Intersect Grand Elder Zhao Wujin announced, "For the tournament, there are a total of 10 stages. Whoever thinks that they have the ability can go up there and accept the challenges from others." The rules of the tournament is that each participant only has 3 chances to challenge. If they fail all 3 times, they will be eliminated. If the stage host can win 10 matches consecutively, they will enter the top 10 of the Intersect and will not have to accept any more challenges. All right, let the tournament begin. Finishing his announcement, Zhao Wujin sat down. Then, I shall be stage 1 stage host. Xiao Libi stood on the first stage. I am number 2. I am number 3. Of the 52 participants, 10 of them stood on the stage. But Lu Wuhuang and Li Fuchen didn't stand on the stage. The 2 of them looked at each other, with battle intent in their eyes. Xiao Libi, Chao Guang shall challenge you. A silhouette jumped onto the first arena. Chao Guang, peak stage origin realm, and also a 4-star bone frame. During the screening contest, his sword scar was 9 inches deep, which wasn't any inferior to Bai Tao and Luo Yishan. Chao Guang, you're not my match. Don't waste your chance. Xiao Libi said. Chao Guang said, that's not necessarily true. Take my sword. Since that's the case, Chao Guang, I'll show you my soaring heaven sword will. Xiao Libi drew his sword. The moment he drew his sword, everyone was shocked. The incomparably sharp soaring heaven sword technique seemed to come alive in Xiao Libi's hands. The ethereal and sharp soaring heaven sword intent instantly broke through Chao Guang's sword technique defense. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chao Guang was knocked off the stage. His face was filled with fear. You've comprehended the sword intent. Xiao Bieli smiled. My God, senior brother Xiao Bieli has also comprehended sword intent. There is indeed a higher mountain. I originally thought that only Dominion Sword Shi Xiang and Li Fuchen comprehended sword intent. I didn't expect Xiao Shi Xiang to comprehend sword intent too. This is going to be interesting. Everyone was horrified. As expected, Li Fuchen nodded silently. Xiao Libi indeed comprehended sword intent. The soaring heaven's sword intent was ethereal and swift. It was the hardest to guard against. Not bad. You are worth teaching. Chapter 139. After exposing his sword intent, no one else dared to challenge Xiao Libi anymore. What a joke. Challenging Xiao Libi, who comprehended sword intent, was just asking to be humiliated? In this world, only those who comprehended sword intent could be considered a true swordsman. If not, they wouldn't even be considered a swordsman and would only be a sword user. Xiao Libi, let me have a taste of your moves. Lu Wuhuang's body flashed and landed on stage 1. Xiao Libi looked at Lu Wuhuang with an astonished expression. Lu Shitty, there is no meaning in us fighting. The top 10 would be able to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. There is no need to fight to the death. Lu Wuhuang replied, I think there is meaning. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. I have long wanted to have a match with you. Let's see who is the true number 1 of the Intersect. I see. Let's fight then. Xiao Libi wasn't afraid to fight. He just didn't like meaningless battles. Xiao Libi Shi Xiang is going to fight with Dominion Sword Shi Xiang. I wonder who is better. Shoo, stop talking and focus on the fight. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to stage 1 and didn't even blink. This Lu Wu Huang has really engraved his dominance into his bones. Li Fuchen had some admiration for Lu Wu Huang. Unlike others, Lu Wu Huang's dominance wasn't just for show or to bully others. It was his nature to be dominant. No matter who he was facing, he would always look down on them. It might be uncomfortable, but this was his sword Dao. Lu Wu Huang's sword Dao. But this sword Dao was hard to control. Just like what Lu Wu Huang said, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. You have your sword Dao, but so do others. When your sword Dao interferes with someone else's sword Dao, it will undoubtedly result in a backlash. The Dominion sword Dao was destined to be a sword Dao that only allowed success and no failure. Clang! On stage 1, Xiao Libi's sword clashed with Lu Wu Huang's sword. Xiao Libi's sword style was ethereal and sharp. Like a gale from the nine heavens, it was elegant and exquisite. Lu Wu Huang's sword style was extremely dominant. Like a collapsing sea of clouds, it came crashing down like a hot knife through butter. This battle between the two was a battle between swordsmen and also a battle between sword intents. The outcome of whose sword intent was superior would soon be revealed. Li Fuchen, who do you think will win? Zhao Mingwei asked. Li Fuchen replied, I am afraid it is Lu Wu Huang. Xiao Libi's sword intent is also very strong. That might not be the case. Chen Fanghua objected. Li Fuchen explained, even though comprehending sword intent isn't related to willpower, but after comprehending sword intent and willpower will gradually intersect. Lu Wu Huang's willpower is domineering, and his soaring cloud sword intent is also domineering and disdainful. With the combination of the sword and man, the resulting firepower will be greater. Just as Li Fuchen expected, after 100 moves, Xiao Libi gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Libi, take my soaring cloud lightning. The mystic iron sword in Lu Wu Huang's hand was like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the clouds, bringing with it an indescribable tyrannical aura as it slashed toward Xiao Libi. What a domineering sword! Xiao Libi resisted with all his might. Dang! Xiao Libi was sent flying and nearly fell off the stage. Xiao Libi didn't attack again. He said, Junior brother Lu, you've won. I'm convinced. His soaring sky sword intent was ultimately inferior to Lu Wu Huang's soaring cloud sword intent. Lu Wu Huang didn't reply. He looked through the crowd and looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, You have just fought once. If I were to fight you now, it would be an unfair victory. My blood is still boiling. Come down for a fight. Unless you don't dare to. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Executing his maneuvers, Li Fuchen skimmed toward stage 1, 100 moves. Lu Wu Huang extended a finger. Not even 1,000 moves. Li Fuchen shook his head. He knew what Lu Wu Huang meant. Lu Wu Huang meant to defeat him within 100 moves. You overestimate yourself. 100 moves, and I will make you roll off the stage. Lu Wu Huang drew his sword. With a single slash, it was a brilliant and domineering prowess that couldn't be blocked. The speed of the sword was extremely fast and didn't give off a clumsy feeling. Since Xiao Shixiang isn't able to break your soaring cloud sword intent, let me do it. Unsheathing the black iron sword, Li Fuchen thrust it in mid-air. The sword light was resplendent like a shooting star. Cling, 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 cling. Both of their swords were extremely fast. In an instant, it was unknown how many times they clashed, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Such a fast sword. I can't even withstand half a move. Dominion sword Lu Wu Huang, sword demon Li Fuchen. This is the true pinnacle duel. Not good. My heart is beating so fast. The crowd held their breaths, not daring to miss out on any details. Li Fuchen's title of sword demon was coined by an inner sect disciple, grasping sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm, comparable to a sword maniac. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe him as a monster. Once this title came out, it gained the recognition of many. Of course, there were those who didn't. Titles were earned through combat, not words. In order for Li Fuchen to obtain the title of sword demon, he first had to have the ability of a monster. Even if he couldn't defeat Dominion sword Lu Wu Huang, he had to at least exchange a few hundred moves with Lu Wu Huang. There is always someone better. Compared to them, I, Plum Sword, Chun Fanghua, am just SOSO. Chun Fanghua laughed bitterly. She watched Li Fuchen grow step by step. When Shoshua Town was defending against the Beast Wave, Li Fuchen's ability wasn't enough to go against the Class 2 high-tier Ironback Gorilla. But after such a short period of time, Li Fuchen's ability had already completely surpassed her. This made her feel unreal. Zhao Mingwei said, Chun Shiji, my grandfather once said that there are countless of prodigies in this world. There will always be some that you can never reach and can only look up to. He experienced it when he was young, but he gradually got over it. So don't be too discouraged. Chun Fanghua laughed. Why would I be discouraged? Zhao Shimi, you are overthinking. I'm just lamenting my own insignificance. My Zhanglan sect already has plenty of prodigies, but in the entire world, my Zhanglan sect is just a drop in the ocean. To reach the pinnacle of the martial Tao, one has to compete with countless prodigies. Since I can't handle this kind of pressure, I shall let Li Shidi handle it. As the two of them were conversing, the battle on stage number 1 was reaching its climax. Lu Wuhuang's ability was indeed formidable. Without using the mystical dragon secret technique, it wouldn't be easy for Li Fuchen to defeat his opponent. After all, Lu Wuhuang was at least 2 levels higher than him. Li Fuchen, if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated. Hazy battle Qi. Lu Wuhuang's figure turned into a blur. With a Qi vibration, a horrifying Qi presence rushed into the sky. In the next moment, Lu Wuhuang cleaved at Li Fuchen with an astonishing speed. The sword light was a blur, as though dozens of swords were gathered together. This is the 2-star secret technique, Hazy Battle Qi. In the inner sect, only 5-star bone frames can redeem secret techniques in advance. Li Fuchen is in danger. Among the inner sect disciples, many of them had heard of the name Hazy Battle Qi. That was why they knew how fearsome this secret technique was. It allowed one's Qi to vibrate at a high speed, greatly increasing the firepower. Li Shidi has lost. Xiao Libi shook his head. Lu Wuhuang, do you think you're the only one who knows a secret technique? I know it too. Chapter 140. This is a 3-star secret technique. Zhao Wujin was hesitant. Activating the 3rd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique, a large amount of scarlet fire Qi was transformed into mystical dragon Qi. Within the soaring Qi presence, a dragon prowess was emitted and shook the sky. Under the shroud of Li Fuchen's Qi presence, Lu Wuhuang's expression had a drastic change. It even affected his sword style. It must be just a facade. His true ability cannot exceed mine. Some secret techniques could increase the Qi presence, but didn't increase the user's ability by much. Be defeated. With the secret technique in overdrive, Lu Wuhuang's sword speed didn't decrease, but increased instead. With a tyrannical Qi presence, he slashed at Li Fuchen. You are the one who is going to be defeated. Once again, feeling the magma-like Qi flow, Li Fuchen felt as though a volcano was buried within his body, and it was suffocating if it didn't erupt. Executing Meteor Fall, Li Fuchen's sword instantly surpassed the limits of everyone's vision and reaction. Even some of the inner sect deacons who were at the Earth Realm couldn't see the trajectory of this sword. They could only see an extremely resplendent meteor bursting forth from the void. It was so beautiful, so dreamy. The sword Qi penetrated through Lu Wuhuang's body and froze in place. He was defeated. His tyrannical sword Tao was defeated. It was defeated by someone he didn't want to be defeated. What is wrong with this? Lu Wuhuang's eyes were at a loss. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen shook his head. The tyrannical sword Tao was like this. Once defeated, there would be cracks in the spirit will, and the sword intent would be weakened. Your tyrannical sword Tao is too unyielding. It is only a matter of time before it is defeated. Li Fuchen said indifferently. 2 intersect deacons supported Lu Wuhuang off the stage. On the stage, there was an uproar. Even tyrannical sword Shixiang was defeated. Am I dreaming? This is too mystical. Is there anything more mystical than this? Our blatant ridicule was like slapping our own faces. Most importantly, We didn't even realize it. Who would have known that a normal bone frame would be so heaven-defying? I even suspect that his bone frame is a mutated bone frame. A regular bone frame stone can't detect it. Sword Demon Li Fuchen, this title belongs to him. Sword Demon, Sword Demon. I wonder if this Sword Demon will be able to produce a miracle in the 100 Herbs hidden domain 3 months later. Will he be able to kill the prodigies of the other sects and make them flee in a sorry state? At this moment, everyone acknowledged Li Fuchen's Sword Demon title. At this moment, Li Fuchen used his exceptional ability to prove himself. In the future, no one would dare to criticize him, because the title of Sword Demon was not to be reproached. Grand Elder, where did this Li Fuchen get this 3-star secret technique? Should we interrogate him? One of the intersect elders asked Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin glanced at the other party. Everyone has their own opportunities. So what if he used a 5-star secret technique? Wujin, it is Sword Sec Sword Li was it is Sword Star Demon Sec Jin Li and Sword Sec Disciple. Zhao Wujin knew that his position as Grand Elder was being eyed by many. Since Li Fuchen was someone he valued, he would naturally be a thorn in the eyes of others. However, Li Fuchen was truly too outstanding. Outstanding to the point that it felt unreal. Was he still a normal bone frame? Perhaps. No one could predict his future. As Li Fuchen became the arena master of Stage 1, Stage 1 became an impenetrable fortress in the eyes of the crowd. Don't even mention challenging it. They couldn't even muster the will to fight. Sword Demon. This title is really suitable for him. Zhao Minghua commented. Chen Fanghua laughed. Isn't that so? A normal bone frame is already so heaven-defying. How are we supposed to live? There were 10 stages. Stage 1 wasn't allowed to be challenged, but the other stages could still be challenged. There were 3 chances, and each chance was exceptionally precious. Hence, everyone chose their opponents carefully and didn't dare to challenge them easily. Yuan Tian's basic ability was at the bottom, but he was the same as Lu Wuhuang and cultivated a 2-star secret technique. After executing the 2-star secret technique, his ability instantly rose to the top class and used it to occupy a stage. Chen Fanghua's basic ability was slightly stronger than Yuan Tian. Out of the 2 challenges, she succeeded once, but was quickly defeated again. She was only left with one last chance. As for Lu Wuhuang, an intersect elder was helping him recuperate. No matter what, Lu Wuhuang was an intersect disciple who was just inferior to Li Fuchen. He mustn't lose the chance to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain because of his injuries. Halfway through his recuperation, Lu Wuhuang opened his eyes and traces of tyrannical qi gathered. Elder, that's enough. You have only recovered 30%. It isn't suitable for you to fight yet. Recovering 30% is enough. Lu Wuhuang stood up and walked towards one of the stages. Do you want to come down, or do I have to send you flying? Arriving at the stage, Lu Wuhuang spoke indifferently. The arena master was Bai Tao. He replied, You are injured now and might not be a match for me. It is impossible to win without a fight. Try me then. Lu Wuhuang made his move. After 10 moves, Bai Tao suffered a crushing defeat. Dominion Sword Shixiang is indeed Dominion Sword Shixiang. Even though he is injured, he isn't someone Bai Tao Shixiang can compare with. A pity that Sword Demon Li Fuchen is suppressing him. If not, he would be the most dazzling disciple in this tournament. Everyone was discussing softly. After defeating Bai Tao, Lu Wuhuang looked at Li Fuchen. If you think you can easily crush my willpower, then you are wrong. My Dominion Sword Dao is a Dominion Sword Dao and also an indomitable Sword Dao. No one can stop my Sword Dao, not even you. Follow behind me. I am afraid you won't even get to eat the dust. Li Fuchen said. You. Lu Wuhuang's face twitched. Too domineering. Why did he feel that Sword Demon Li Fuchen was even more domineering than Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang? This was what everyone was thinking. Lu Wuhuang's domineering aura is unyielding. Li Fuchen's domineering aura is deep and reserved. Someone commented, This child sure is interesting. Zhao Wujin laughed. Finally, the top 10 of the intersect was decided. Chen Fanghua's luck was extremely good. After succeeding her third challenge, she managed to last till the end. The main reason was that most of the disciples had used up their 3 chances. As such, the top 10 of the inner sect were Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, Luo Yishan, Bai Tao, Chao Guang, Yuan Tian, Chun Fonghua, and 2 other 4-star bone frame inner sect disciples who were at the peak stage of the origin realm. A total of 8 males and 2 females. Zhao Wujin stood up, and with a fling of his hand, 10 special tokens landed in the hands of the 10 disciples. These are 2-star secret order tokens and can only be used once. Within these 3 months, other than cultivating diligently, it is best for all of you to master a 2-star secret technique. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, your opponents will be prodigies from the other sections. If you are careless, you might even die inside. If anyone wants to give up now, there is still a chance. I can get someone to take your place. Hearing this, no one was willing to give up. What a joke. Opportunities and dangers always coexisted. Was a little danger. Li Fuchen, come with me. Chapter 141. Is the secret method you used a 3-star secret method? In a remote place, Zhao Wujin asked. Li Fuchen nodded. Yes. Zhao Wujin didn't ask where the secret art came from, but directly said, now you have 2 choices. 1. Refuse to hand over the secret art, and the second, hand over the secret art and get a lot of contribution points. Which one will you choose? The second rule. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate. The people of the Zheng clan needed the Jade Buddha statue to cultivate the mystical dragon's secret technique, but he had already mastered the mystical dragon secret technique. He could directly write down the cultivation content of the secret technique for others to cultivate. Smart. Zhao Wujin had a look of approval on his face as he said, exchanging for a secret art and contributing for a secret art are different. Exchanging for a 1-star secret art only requires 5,000 contribution points, 50,000 for a 2-star secret art, and 500,000 for a 3-star secret art. As for a secret art, it'll double. In other words, if you contribute the mystical dragon secret art, you'll get 1,000,000 contribution points. 1,000,000 contribution points? Li Fuchen raised his eyebrows. 1,000,000 contribution points was out of his expectations. In the end, he was still taking advantage of the Zheng clan. In the Azure Water sect, the higher the cultivation, the more contribution points were required. For example, the Scarlet Flame mystic technique that he was cultivating was about to reach the highest realm. At that time, he would need to exchange for a higher level cultivation technique. In the Tsanglan sect, a mystic class high-tier technique was worth at least 200,000 contribution points. A mystic class peak-tier technique was worth at least 1,000,000 contribution points. If it was the true Azure Water technique or the true Inferno technique, it would be at least 5,000,000 contribution points. In addition, exchanging for martial arts manuals also required a lot of contribution points. Now that he was cultivating low-tier yellow class sword arts, he could no longer increase his Sword Dao foundation. There were 100 types of low-tier yellow class sword arts, and they covered almost all low-tier basic sword techniques. Therefore, he planned to exchange for a large number of mid-tier yellow class sword arts to increase his Sword Dao foundation. In the future, he would exchange for a large number of high-tier and peak-tier yellow class sword arts. Also, elixirs, leather armor, and some life-saving items all required contribution points. Contribution points were the currency of the sect. Without currency, it would be difficult to move an inch. Moreover, he did not want to fish frequently, as fishing would waste too much of his time and energy. Zheng family, if there's a chance in the future, we can help them again. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. The next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the martial hall. The secret technique was also in the martial arts hall, but it was in a spacious secret room. When Li Fuchen arrived at the hidden room, Xiao Libi, Lu Wuhuang, and the others were already there. Everyone was choosing their favorite 2-star secret technique. Seeing Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang grunted. Li Fuchen didn't mind and picked up a 2-star secret technique scroll to read. Divine Movement Legs, a 2-star secret technique. After mastering it, one's speed will increase tremendously and one's legs will be surrounded by astral winds. This secret technique is not bad. It's a secret technique for escaping. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Although the shadowless kick was not bad, it was still a leg technique. It cannot be compared to the divine movement leg, which specialized in hurrying. Boiling blood technique, 2-star secret technique. Burns chi and blood to increase all aspects of one's physical attributes, especially one's reaction speed. Secret pattern art, 2-star secret art. Carve secret patterns on the body. After activating the patterns, it can increase the explosive power of Jin Qi, improve the defense of the flesh, and reduce the damage. Sunflower Sword Qi, a 2-star secret art. Plant a seed of Sunflower Sword Qi in your body to nurture Sword Qi. At a critical moment, you can activate the Sword Qi to injure your enemies. There was a total of 27 2-star secret techniques, and Li Fuchen went through every single one of them. Finally, Li Fuchen chose the divine movement legs. It wasn't because of the divine movement legs' speed of escaping, at least not entirely. The world was huge, and having fast speed was a good thing. Be it escaping, traveling, or completing a mission, the divine movement legs would be very useful. Since he already had the mystical dragon secret technique, he didn't need any secret techniques to increase his combat ability. After choosing the secret technique, Li Fuchen redeemed another 30 yellow class, mid-tier sword art manuals. Back at his courtyard, Li Fuchen immediately started researching on the divine movement legs. The divine movement legs was the same as the mystical dragon secret technique. It required multiple acupoints on the legs to be opened. But the divine movement legs only had 2 ranks. The first rank was the 2 legs of wind. The second rank was the divine wind leg shadow. With the experience from cultivating the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the divine movement legs was extremely fast. In just 3 days, he successfully cultivated the first rank of the divine movement legs. On the empty ground outside the courtyard, Li Fuchen leaned forward, without any sound or presence. In the next moment, Li Fuchen sprinted with the gale. Due to the extreme speed, Li Fuchen couldn't even make simple changes in direction. So fast. The first rank is already much faster than the shadowless leg. The second rank would probably be at least twice as fast. Li Fuchen finally witnessed what a secret technique that was specially used for traveling was. Once this secret technique was activated, the chi in his legs would resonate with the airflow in the outside world, producing a layer of wind. With the assistance of the airflow, Li Fuchen sprinted without feeling any resistance, as though he was traveling with the wind. The only flaw was that the divine movement legs couldn't change directions as he wished. It wasn't like the shadowless leg, which was ghostly and could change directions at will, making it hard for the enemy to predict. After familiarizing himself with the first rank of the divine movement legs, Li Fuchen began to comprehend the second rank. The second rank's difficulty was undoubtedly several folds higher. Not only did it require the chi in his legs to resonate with the airflow in the outside world, it also required the chi in his legs to form a dipper wind. Once the dipper wind was formed, Li Fuchen could stay close to the ground and sprint for a long period of time without the need to step on the ground. For this rank, Li Fuchen spent over half a month to complete it. On this day, on the mountain road, a figure was sprinting close to the ground. The speed was so fast that only the shadow of his legs could be seen. It was as though he was treading on the wind and was extremely unbelievable. Too fast. Li Fuchen looked to both sides. In the past, even when he was sprinting at top speed, he would still be able to clearly sense the surroundings. But now, it was a little blurry. With his incredible eyesight, when he executed the shadowless leg, he could clearly sense the surroundings. But when he executed the divine movement legs, he wasn't able to sense the surroundings in detail. By the time he could sense the surroundings in detail, it was already unknown where he was. The speed is almost twice as fast as the shadowless leg. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen revolved the wind shadow steps. He wanted to see how fast the wind shadow steps combined with the divine movement legs would be. A subtle piercing sound could be heard. Li Fuchen's figure and leg shadows had all vanished. Only a vague, transparent figure could be seen shuttling through the air. There is a sound. It seems like the speed is too fast. Even the wind shadow steps and divine movement legs are unable to eliminate the resistance. Li Fuchen thought to himself. When he looked to both sides, he could only see a distorted radiance. Everything seemed to have blended together like a lump of paste. It was impossible to distinguish which was which. Closing his eyes and opening them again, there was a flash of blue with a hint of green. Chapter 142. During the process of cultivating the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen was also cultivating mid-tier, yellow class sword arts. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his sword Dao foundation. In less than a month, Li Fuchen was able to comprehend 6 yellow class, mid-tier sword arts to the trance stage. If it was in the past, it would have been an impossible feat. Yellow class sword arts are all foundation sword arts, but foundation sword arts are also differentiated. Low-tier, yellow class sword arts are low-tier foundation sword arts, while mid-tier, yellow class sword arts are mid-tier foundation sword arts. A mid-tier foundation sword art is actually the result of combining multiple low-tier foundation sword arts. Some of the stronger mid-tier foundation sword arts are even the result of combining more than a dozen low-tier foundation sword arts. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he could comprehend 1,000 yellow class sword arts one day, he might be able to create his own mystic class sword art. To be able to create a mystic class sword art was an incredible feat. Anyone who could create a mystic class sword art was qualified to be called a sword Dao master. The Zhanglan sect had plenty of heaven realm martial artists, but only a few were qualified to be called a sword Dao master. 9 gates, 24 gates, 30 gates. Just like when he first cultivated yellow class, low-tier sword arts, Li Fuchen's sword arts cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. In the first month, he only cultivated 9 yellow class, mid-tier sword arts to the trance stage. In the second month, it suddenly climbed to 15. In the third month, only half of the time had passed, and all 30 yellow class, mid-tier sword arts were already at the trance stage. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen's body was bursting with sword intent. The meteor sword intent was like a monster, constantly absorbing the essence of the sword Dao to strengthen itself. Could it be that sword intent can be promoted? Li Fuchen thought to himself. With all 30 mid-tier, yellow class sword arts at the trance stage, Li Fuchen didn't redeem anymore. Firstly, there wasn't enough time. Secondly, he felt that the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was on the verge of a breakthrough. If the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through again, it would be the highest rank, the 15th rank. This was an extremely important matter, and to a certain extent, it was even more important than comprehending sword intent. Because the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was at the mid-tier, mystic class, while the meteor sword style was only at the low tier. The sun was shining brightly. Li Fuchen sat on top of a fake mountain, not moving an inch. His body was emitting traces of flames. If someone had X-ray vision, they would see that Li Fuchen's body seemed to be nurturing a furnace. The furnace was like a living creature, swallowing a large amount of qi. After the innate qi was spat out from the furnace, it was incomparably tyrannical, with a trace of fiery red crystal color. Fortunately, I have cultivated the hidden blood body refinement art. Otherwise, my meridians and flesh would not be able to withstand such scorching, hot jin qi. The scorching heat cultivation technique was one of the most overbearing cultivation techniques, and it had extremely high requirements for the user's physical fitness. If one's physique was lacking, not to mention the 15th level, even if they were to break through to the 13th or 14th level, they would be burnt to death by the flames of lust. In less severe cases, their meridians would at least wither and they would become crippled. It was said that one of the Azure Water sect's 2 absolute arts, the true Inferno technique, had a much higher requirement for the physical body. If not, it would be impossible to push the true Inferno technique to such a high rank. In the entire Zhanglan sect, there wasn't a single person who could cultivate the true Inferno technique to the highest rank, the 21st rank. It wasn't that he didn't have enough comprehension, but that he couldn't and didn't dare to. With Li Fuchen's current physical fitness, Even if he were to cultivate the true Inferno technique, he would only be able to reach the 4th or 5th rank. In order to break through to a higher rank, he would first have to increase his cultivation level. With a higher cultivation level, the protection of the body would be much tighter. Days passed by. Every day when the sun rose, Li Fuchen would sit cross-legged on top of the fake mountain and cultivate. Only after the sun set would Li Fuchen stop. There were only 10 days left before the opening of the 100 Herbs hidden domain. A horrifying scorching heat intent violently expanded. This scorching heat intent was formless and formless, but it truly existed. Wherever it covered, it would be scorched black. In an instant, the courtyard that Li Fuchen resided in had cracks on the ground, the walls, the houses, the trees burning, and the rivers drying up. This scorching heat intent seemed to have the effect of absorbing the scorching heat energy from heaven and earth. Wherever it covered, a large amount of scorching heat energy would gather and roast. Blaze! An eye-piercing red light burst forth. The fake mountain that Li Fuchen was sitting on melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as though it had become a giant candle. Gradually opening his eyes, 2 blazing red rays of light shot out from Li Fuchen's eyes. Is this the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame mystic technique? Li Fuchen opened up his right hand, and the scarlet fire chi gushed out like a bundle of blazing flames. This flame had its own will. With the support of this will, the temperature of the flame was extremely high, so high that it was unbelievable. It even caused the air to distort. The scarlet fire chi's original temperature isn't that scary. But with the support of the scarlet fire intent, it is horrifying. It is as though it has a soul. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. Coming to the front of a black iron ore, Li Fuchen pressed both his hands on it and covered it with the blazing scarlet fire chi. 10 minutes later, the black iron ore that was as tall as a human was refined into a black iron the size of a wash basin. Even though this black iron still had a lot of impurities, but at least it was successfully refined. The scarlet fire intent sure lives up to its name. Even Li Fuchen, who comprehended the meteor sword intent, couldn't help but be shocked. He realized that he had underestimated the difference between a mystic class mid-tier intent and a mystic class low-tier intent. His meteor sword intent had absorbed a large amount of sword Tao essence, but when compared to the scarlet fire intent, it was still slightly inferior. A profound class mid-tier true meaning is already so tyrannical. I wonder how tyrannical an Earth class true meaning would be. Also, is the legendary Heaven class true meaning really, as recorded, able to interfere with the operation of Heaven and Earth? Martial Tao. There was a Tao in martial arts, and the greatest Tao was naturally the Heaven Tao, the Great Tao. Heaven class martial arts were created by nature and were undoubtedly very close to the Heaven Tao. But the martial Tao intent was the essence of martial arts. It was the sublimation of martial arts and was closer to the Heaven Tao. Not thinking about these distant matters, Li Fuchen had to consider how to stabilize the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame mystic technique. Everywhere he went, the scarlet fire intent was uncontrollable and spread out wantonly, extremely overbearing. This was a sign that the scarlet fire intent wasn't stable enough. In Li Fuchen's opinion, an uncontrollable power wasn't his own. What he needed was an uncontrollable power. 3 days later, the scarlet fire intent had stabilized. As long as he didn't intentionally revolve the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame mystic technique, the scarlet fire intent wouldn't appear. Apart from that, the scarlet fire intent was actually related to emotions. Once his emotions fluctuated, the scarlet fire intent would fluctuate too. It seems like the mystic class mid-tier intent is more intertwined with my willpower. The scarlet fire intent is extremely violent. Once I get angry, the scarlet fire intent should be even stronger. Looking at the messy courtyard, Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. The courtyard was fine, just a little unsightly. But the furniture and mattresses in the house had all been turned into ashes. Had it not been for the fact that the entire courtyard was built with hard rocks, the entire courtyard might have been set ablaze by now. The next day, an inner sect deacon sent a message for Li Fuchen to head to the inner sect Grand Hall. Chapter 143. Inner sect Grand Hall. Zhao Wujin stood in the middle. On both sides of him were 9 inner sect elders who were on par with him. Some of them were even on par with him. Li Fuchen and the group arrived at the Grand Hall. Zhao Wujin said, "We shall depart for the 100 Herbs hidden domain today. Before that, collect your artifacts, swords, and storage bags." As he spoke, 10 inner sect deacons each presented an artifact sword and a beast hide bag. Receiving the artifact sword, Li Fuchen lightly drew it. Clang! A threatening, chilling chi and sword chi was emitted, causing goosebumps. It's a mystic class, mid-tier artifact sword, the Black Gold Sword. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. The Black Gold Sword was a direct disciple sword. It was extremely sharp, able to cut through hair and cut through metal like mud. A regular yellow class artifact sword would be broken in a single strike. Even if it was a black iron sword that clashed with the Black Gold Sword, it wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few strikes. A single Black Gold Sword is worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Furthermore, it is hard to find a sword in the outside world. You can't even buy one with gold coins. Li Fuchen sighed at the generosity of the sect. Shifting his gaze from the Black Gold Sword, he looked at the beast hide bag. This should be a storage bag made from the hide of a storage beast. The price of this bag is even higher than the Black Gold Sword. Storage beast was a class 4 demonic beast. It had a trace of the spatial attribute and was able to devour anything in this world. A storage bag made from its hide could store a large amount of items. A small storage bag might even be able to store a large water jar. Inject your chi into the storage bag, and the bag will open. Give it a try. An inner sect elder beside Zhao Wujin said. Hearing the instructions, everyone injected their chi into the storage bag. As expected, the storage bag automatically opened. Li Fuchen took a look inside. It was obviously a palm-sized storage bag, but the space inside was about a meter. So mystical, this was the first time the 10 of them saw a storage bag, and they were shocked. The world is vast and full of wonders. It's better to be in awe of this world. Li Fuchen calmed himself down. Zhao Wujin said, "The 100 Herbs hidden domain will be open for a week. During this week, you guys should try your best to gather any useful herbs or ores. If you don't have to fight, try your best not to. Of course, if anyone dares to bully you, then don't have to worry. Our Azure Water Sect disciples don't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. But if there's a chance, try your best to gather together. Don't give the other sects a chance to kill you one by one." "Yes, great elder." The 10 of them nodded. Zhao Wujin continued. "Other than guarding against the disciples of the other sects, you guys also have to be wary of the demonic beasts in the 100 Herbs secret domain. These demonic beasts have all entered the 100 Herbs secret domain by mistake. Some are high-ranked, some are low-ranked. A few decades ago, there was even a class 3 high-ranked demonic beast that entered by mistake, causing the disciples of the various sects to suffer heavy losses. Of course, the probability of this happening is very small, almost negligible, so you guys don't have to worry needlessly." After explaining everything, Zhao Wujin waved his hand. "Follow me." Finishing his statement, he led the way out of the inner sect Grand Hall. Outside the Grand Hall, Zhao Wujin spoke to the inner sect elder beside him. "Elder Liang, call your 2 treasures over." Elder Liang's hair was disheveled like a savage. He let out a mischievous laugh and suddenly let out a loud whistle. Caw! Roar! 2 aerial demonic beasts flew over from a mountain peak in the distance. So big, Li Fuchen and the others were shocked. Of the 2 aerial demonic beasts, one was a bird-type demonic beast. It was covered in golden feathers. Each feather was a few feet long. When it spread out its wings, it had a wingspan of over 20 meters, almost covering the sky. The other demonic beast was a tiger with wings, but at the end of its tail was a bird's head. When it spread out its wings, it had a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Class 4 low-tier demonic beast, golden bird. Class 4 low-tier demonic beast, winged tiger. To be exact, it wasn't a demonic beast, but a spirit beast. Spirit beasts were tamed from demonic beasts. Their demonic chi had long been eliminated, leaving only spirit chi within their bodies. This elder Liang Shure is resourceful. He actually tamed 2 Class 4 low-tier demonic beasts. Feeling the majestic spirit pressure from the 2 Class 4 low-tier spirit beasts, Li Fuchen and the others felt it hard to breathe. Class 4 low-tier spirit beasts were comparable to low-leveled heaven realm martial artists, and the spirit chi within their bodies was much more majestic than a low-leveled heaven realm martial artist. If it wasn't for the fact that their combat skills were inferior to humans, even a mid-leveled heaven realm martial artist wouldn't be a match for a Class 4 low-tier spirit beast. The golden bird and winged tiger landed on the ground. Zhao Wujin said, "Let's all go up." The backs of the golden bird and winged tiger were big enough for a dozen people to stand on. Li Fuchen and Zhao Wujin stood on the back of the winged tiger, along with Chun Fenghua, 3 other inner sect disciples, and 4 inner sect elders. The rest of them were on the back of the golden bird. "Rise!" Elder Liang called out. The golden bird and winged tiger exerted strength on their hind legs and soared into the sky. In a few blinks of the eye, they disappeared into the clouds. The Four Regions mountain range was located at the intersection of the Azure Water region, Heaven Fiend region, Violent Saber region, and Spirit Hidden region. Most of them were in the Spirit Hidden region. In the center of the Four Regions mountain range, there was a giant lake. This lake was called the 100 Herbs Lake. Right now, on the surface of the 100 Herbs Lake, there were 2 sects that had arrived first. Each sect had 20 members, 10 inner sect elders, and 10 inner sect disciples. These 2 sects were the Violent Saber sect and the Spirit Hidden sect. Be it the Violent Saber sect's inner sect elders or inner sect disciples, they all had a large saber embroidered on the back of their robes. This large saber was extremely domineering and had a total of 9 rings. The handle of the saber was a tiger's head, giving off a wild and unrestrained aura. The Spirit Hidden sect's disciples had a dark cloud on their sleeves. Each of their chi presence was concealed, drifting erratically, as though they could vanish at any moment. No one dared to neglect them. The disciples of the 2 sects sized each other up, their eyes filled with shocking hostility and killing intent. It seemed like a single disagreement would lead to a fight. Ga! Roar! From the horizon, a beast roar could be heard. It was ear-piercing and clear. The Azure Water sect is here. The Violent Saber sect's inner sect Grand Elder was a stocky veteran. On his back was a platinum, unsheathed large saber. This large saber was as tall as a human, and the widest part was a foot wide. When the veteran opened his eyes, his gaze was sharp and domineering, causing people to not dare to look straight at him. In just a short moment, the golden bird and gold-winged tiger arrived above the 100 Herbs Lake. "Get down." Zhao Wujin was the first to jump down. The rest of the people jumped down as well. Splash, splash, splash. There were ripples on the surface of the lake as the 20 Azure Water sect members all landed on the lake. With a wave of Elder Liang's hand, the golden bird and gold-winged tiger left. It was unknown where they went to look for food. Zhao Wujin, long time no see. The Violent Saber sect's inner sect Grand Elder laughed heartily. His horrific saber-like chi presence rushed at Zhao Wujin. "Hilianhu, you old things sure have no manners." Zhao Wujin similarly released his chi presence to contest against Hilianhu. Rumble. Pillars of water rose up from the surface of the 100 Herbs Lake. This was the result of their chi presences clashing. The Heaven Fiend sect is here. The Spirit Hidden sect's inner sect Grand Elder was a strange-looking old woman. She lifted her head and looked towards the horizon. From the horizon, a 4-winged pitch-black spirit beast flew over. Chapter 144. Class 4 Mid-Tier Spirit Beast, 4-winged Heaven Fiend Beast. This type of spirit beast was specially bred by the Heaven Fiend sect. Its original appearance was actually a 4-winged earth demonic beast. The 4-winged Heaven Fiend beast was abnormally ferocious. Even though it was only a Class 4 mid-tier beast, once it was injured, its combat strength would increase exponentially. At Class 4 high tier, it was considered a representative spirit beast of the Heaven Fiend sect. The violent wind was like a blade, as the 4-winged Heaven Fiend beast slowly descended to a height of a few dozen meters. Descent. A black-robed old man landed first, followed by more than 20 people. A total of 13 intersect elders and 13 intersect disciples. It was obvious that the Heaven Fiend sect had 3 more spots than the other 3 sections. It's her. Li Fuchen took a quick glance and found the black-robed beauty in the crowd. The black-robed beauty's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Her chi presence was extremely sharp. Just a glance at her gave off the feeling of a saber slashing at one's body. No wonder she's a 6-star bone frame. It has only been a few months, and she has already progressed by 1 level. It seems like she comprehended saber intent. Li Fuchen thought to himself. As Li Fuchen was sizing up Yin Qingwu, Yin Qingwu was also searching for Li Fuchen. This was a woman's intuition. She was certain that Li Fuchen would definitely enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Soon enough, Yin Qingwu saw Li Fuchen. The two of them looked at each other, one sharp like a saber, the other calm and peaceful. You think you can pretend nothing happened? Yin Qingwu sneered. Qingwu shimmy. Do you know anyone from the Azure Water sect? Beside Yin Qingwu, a 20-plus-year-old youth with a face as pale as snow asked. Frowning, Yin Qingwu replied, No. Her matters, she would settle it herself. Compared to Li Fuchen, she disliked this Li Wuxue even more. Qingwu shimmy must be lying to me. Seems like there are some inner sect disciples that offended you. It doesn't matter, I will kill them all and bring their heads back to you. Li Wuxue licked his lips, his scarlet eyes shot out 2 terrifying and bizarre rays of light. You don't have to care about my matters. Yin Qingwu grunted. Li Wuxue was unconcerned. Junior sister Qingwu's matters are my matters. After all, you'll be my wife in the future. Li Wuxue, I will tell you one more time. I will not marry you, not now, and not in the future. Throwing a tantrum again, but I won't argue with you. Li Wuxue had a doting look on his face. Yin Qingwu was so angry that she didn't say anything else. Wei Yipping, it is rare for your Heaven Fiend sect to come so early. The spirit-hidden sect's old hag laughed wickedly. Wei Yipping was that black-robed elder. He ignored the spirit-hidden sect's grand elder and glanced at the 3 sects. Seems like there's still a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, if you see them, kill without mercy. Yes, great elder. Hearing this, the eyes of the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples were filled with murderous intent. Their bloodlust was as intense as the waves, as though they were beasts. This is simply a demonic sect, Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Others might be afraid of your Heaven Fiend sect, but my Violent Saber sect isn't. Violent Saber sect's disciples, listen up. If you see any Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, kill them as well. He Lianhu grinned sinisterly. The spirit-hidden sect's old hag was displeased to be ignored by Wei Yipping. But the spirit-hidden sect didn't like to talk. They preferred to assassinate, which was why the old hag's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Her lips moved slightly, as though she was saying something to her sect's disciples. See that? This is the relationship between sects. Right at this moment, Zhao Wujin's voice was transmitted into the ears of Li Fuchen and the others. Hearing this, apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of them had some chi fluctuations. Some were excited, some were panicking, and some were apprehensive. Only Li Fuchen could maintain his original state of mind and not be affected by the outside world. Since there is still some time, let me tell you about the key disciples of the various sections. That disciple with the ghost head saber is the Violent Saber sect's inner sect's top disciple, Mad Saber Duan Hai. He is famous for being a saber maniac. If you see him, do not use brute force against him. If you can escape, do so. This person goes crazy when he sees blood. He once killed a fellow inner sect disciple and was confined for a year. After he came out a year later, he crippled another inner sect disciple and was confined for another year. His ability is strong enough to instantly kill a regular first-level Earth Realm martial artist. Everyone followed Zhao Wujin's gaze. In a Violent Saber sect's camp, there was a 20-plus-year-old youth with disheveled hair. His eyes were drooping and his fingers were moving, as though he was counting something. Sensing that someone was looking at him, he couldn't help but lift his head. What kind of eyes were these? There wasn't a trace of emotion in his eyes, only madness and bloodthirst. He was even scarier than most of the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples. Such fearsome eyes. Chen Fenghua was a female after all, and her body couldn't help but shiver. Chen Shiji, don't look at him, Li Fuchen whispered. If a person's courage was destroyed, their ability would be greatly reduced. It was obvious that this Mad Saber Duan Hai had a willpower that could make one submit without a fight. He wasn't someone that a regular person could deal with. Chen Fenghua nodded and quickly lowered her head. Zhao Wujin nodded with approval. Among the 10, only one remained unmoved, and that was Li Fuchen. Even after seeing Feng Dao, Duan Hai remained unmoved. Let alone his ability, just his courage alone was enough to make others look at him in a different light. This type of person would always be able to remain calm under any circumstances. Calmness was also a form of combat ability. Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, Yuan Tian, and the others all had some sort of emotional fluctuation. These emotional fluctuations weren't necessarily fear, but compared to Li Fuchen's calmness, they were still lacking. Beside Mad Saber Duan Hai is the Violent Saber sect's inner sect's number 2 disciple, Blood Saber Ling Huang. This person isn't ordinary either. He is the only one in the Violent Saber sect's inner sect who is still unscathed after exchanging moves with Mad Saber Duan Hai. You have to pay extra attention to him. After introducing 4 of the Violent Saber sect's disciples, Zhao Wujin started to introduce the Spirit Hidden sect's disciples. The Spirit Hidden sect's disciples specialize in sneak attacks and assassinations. Their footwork and body skills are extremely strange. The top inner sect disciple is called Young Master Spectre Duan Muyo. He has a record of assassinating a 3rd-level Earth Realm martial artist. Remember, if you see this person, do not get too close to him and do not neglect his presence. If not, before you can even react, you might already be dead. The female disciple beside him is called Ghost Girl Yihua. She is proficient in illusion techniques. Do not look in her eyes or even at any part of her body. This girl is much more terrifying than Mad Saber Duan Hai and Young Master Spectre Duan Muyo. Avoid her if you see her. The dwarf disciple at the back is Spirit Child Jiang Xiaomao. His body is a little special, like a human but not a human, like a ghost but not a ghost. His ability has always been unfathomable. He is someone that even Young Master Spectre Duan Muyo and Ghost Girl Yihua wouldn't want to offend. It is better not to offend someone whose ability is unclear. Without waiting for Zhao Wujin to introduce the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples, Li Fuchen suddenly said, "Grand Elder, I have an objection." "Oh, what objection do you have?" Zhao Wujin and the other Azure Water sect's inner sect elders were either astonished or frowning at Li Fuchen. P.S. Apologies, forgot the timing and just got back from the gathering. Chapter 145. We definitely need to pay attention to these people, but there is no need to boost their morale and destroy our Tsang Lan sect's prowess. We cultivators of the sword, we must be fearless. If we meet a god, we shall slay a god. If we meet a Buddha, we shall slay a Buddha. The sharpness of the sword shall slay all obstacles. If there is fear in the heart, then the sword Tao will not be sincere. If the sword Tao is not sincere, then how can we overcome all obstacles and advance bravely? Li Fuchen explained his understanding of the situation. Then what you mean is that no matter who we meet, we have to fight and face death with equanimity. An inner sect elder questioned. Li Fuchen replied calmly, "Yes and no. It is important to judge the situation, but it is even more important to be fearless. These people, there is no need to demonize them. They're all humans with flesh and blood. Once the sword pierces in, it will still be blood. Since they are of flesh and blood, why must we avoid them? Could it be that when our Azure Water sect encounters a formidable foe, we have to retreat?" After hearing Zhao Wujin's speech, some of the Tsanglan sect inner sect disciples felt fear. Don't even talk about meeting Mad Saber Duan Hai and the others. Even if they were to meet someone who had the same ability as them, they would still be killed by the enemy because of their fear. Well said. Zhao Wujin didn't criticize Li Fuchen. Instead, he was full of smiles. He was confused because of his concern. He was worried that these 10 seedlings would all die in the 100 Herbs secret realm, so his tone was very conservative. However, they did not know that a true swordsman must have a fearless heart. If the heart was flawed, the sword would also be flawed. How could one cultivate the way of the sword? This old one's tone earlier was a little inappropriate. You just need to pay attention to the people I mentioned earlier. But if there is a need for a battle, then show the prowess of the Azure Water sect. Let them be afraid of us, not the other way around. After all, our Azure Water sect's sword Tao isn't something to be trifled with. The sword is a sword that kills. Only when it drinks blood will it become sharp. After listening to Li Fuchen and Zhao Wujin's words, the cowardly inner sect disciples had their eyes lit up and were emitting traces of sharp chi presence. As for the other inner sect disciples who weren't so afraid, after listening to the speech, their sword Tao heart became even firmer. Lu Wuhuang looked at Li Fuchen with a serious expression. He didn't feel it in the past, but now he suddenly felt that Li Fuchen was extremely terrifying. Even more terrifying than Mad Saber Duan Hai or young Master Spectre Duan Muyo. Looking at the Heaven Fiend sect's camp, Zhao Wujin started to introduce the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples. The first person that the Heaven Fiend sect has to pay attention to is Blood Fiend Li Wuxue. He is the son of the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch and possesses the 5-star baleful bloodbone frame. This bone frame isn't inferior to the other 5-star extraordinary bone frames in all aspects, but it also has an effect. The more people he kills, the stronger the baleful aura. The stronger the baleful aura, the more potential he can stimulate. It is rumored that he has already killed over 1,000 people, and every one of them was a martial artist with a similar cultivation level as him. Have you killed more than 1,000 people? Even though everyone had been motivated just now, and their cowardice had been reduced to the minimum, when they heard that Li Wuxue had killed over 1,000 people, they still couldn't help but change their expressions. Compared to Li Wuxue, the number of people they had killed was probably not even a fraction of his. This is simply a murderous demon. White Water Sword by Tao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Wujin continued. 3 meters to the right of Li Wuxue is the Black Fiend Lung Wucheng. Beside Lung Wucheng is the White Fiend Gao Chou. The two of them are known as the Black and White Fiend duo and are proficient in joint attacks. Their individual strength is already able to easily kill a first-level Earth Realm martial artist. When they work together, their strength will increase by 2-folds. Their reputation in the Heaven Fiend sect isn't inferior to Li Wuxue. Claw Ghost Zhengxian cultivates the Heaven Fiend sect's most difficult mystic class low-tier claw art, the Netherworld Ghost Claw. It is rumored that among the Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, only 3 of them have cultivated the Netherworld Ghost Claw to the trance stage. 2 of them are direct disciples and have incomparably valiant strength. It is rumored that they aren't inferior to Li Wuxue, but they are wary of Li Wuxue's identity. The last one is the Heaven Fiend sect's major clan, the Yin clan's most outstanding prodigy, Yin Qingwu. This girl's strength might not be comparable to Li Wuxue's Black and White Fiend duo and Claw Ghost Zhengxian, but she has the greatest potential because she has a 6-star bone frame. What Li Wuxue? What Black and White Fiend duo? What Claw Ghost Zhengxian? Everyone was frowning as they listened. From Zhao Wujin's words, everyone vaguely knew that Li Wuxue wasn't any weaker than Mad Saber Duan Hai. While the Black and White Fiend duo might be slightly weaker individually, but if they worked together, they would probably surpass Li Wuxue. Apart from that, this Claw Ghost Zhengxian wasn't any weaker than Li Wuxue either. Just these 4 individuals were enough to prove that the Heaven Fiend sect's prodigies were stronger than any of the 3 major sections. This was the consensus of everyone. But when they found out that Yin Qingwu was a 6-star bone frame, everyone was still stunned. What kind of concept was a 6-star bone frame? No one didn't know. If a 4-star bone frame was already considered prodigy, a 5-star bone frame was considered a first-rate prodigy, while a 6-star bone frame was considered a generational prodigy. Since the establishment of the Azure Water sect, apart from the first-generation sect patriarch who was a 6-star bone frame, there had never been another 6-star bone frame. A six-star bone frame had the hope of surpassing the reincarnation realm and reaching an even higher realm. At that realm, a single individual was equivalent to a sect. A single individual was enough to suppress an entire sect. Anyone who dared to disobey would be eliminated. The Heaven Fiend sect is too fearsome. The Mountain Creek Sword, Luo, Ishan muttered. It is indeed a fearsome sect. Li Fuchen agreed in his heart. Li Fuchen could imagine what kind of threat Yin Qingwu would pose to the three major sects once she matured. His eyes turning cold, Zhao Wujin said, "So, I request for all of you. If you meet this girl, try your best to kill her. Whoever kills her will be rewarded with 3 million contribution points, and the exchange privileges will be upgraded to intersect elder class. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can basically redeem anything." The threat of a six-star bone frame was too great. A few decades later, if the Azure Water sect was to be annihilated, it would probably be in the hands of this girl. "Grand Elder, don't worry. I will kill this girl." Even though Yin Qingwu had exceptional looks and Lu Wuhuang was tempted, but if he had the chance, he would definitely kill Yin Qingwu. As long as he had the ability, he could get any woman he wanted. 3 million contribution points to exchange privileges with an intersect elder was a huge temptation to him. Just like the Azure Water sect, the Grand Elders of the Violent Saber sect and Spirit Hidden sect also gave out kill orders to their disciples. As long as they killed Yin Qingwu, they would be rewarded handsomely. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. With such a demonic talent, it won't be easy for her to mature. Li Fuchen felt a huge pressure in his heart. He didn't know if he would receive such treatment in the future. After all, his soul spirit talent was too terrifying. He was obviously a normal bone frame, but had a perception that surpassed a 5-star bone frame. If his soul spirit turned pale blue, it would be at least 2 folds more fearsome. This 100 Herbs hidden domain is an opportunity. I need to grow faster. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that he had already become a thorn in the eyes of the 3 sections. In the information from the 3 sects, Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang, and Xiao Libi were all noteworthy targets and must be killed on sight. Even Yuan Tian was blacklisted. No matter what, he was still a 5-star bone frame. But he was still young. If he was 1 or 2 years older, he wouldn't be any weaker than Lu Wuhuang. Chapter 146. At noon, a thick fog suddenly rose from the surface of the Huntergrass Lake. This fog was very strange. Even though everyone used a strong gust of wind, they were unable to dissipate the fog in the slightest. It was as if this fog did not belong to the same world as them. Just as everyone was feeling pressured, within the center of the fog, there was a 5-colored light. A 5-colored door gradually emerged. The 100 Herbs Gate has appeared. The 4 sects gathered towards the 100 Herbs Gate. This 100 Herbs Gate has the ability to teleport through space. Those who enter will be teleported to different locations. Remember what I've said. Don't cause trouble, and don't be afraid of trouble. If you meet people from the 3 sects, try not to fight if you can avoid it. But if you have to fight, then do your best to show your might. As for the specific situation, I'll leave it to you. Also, try to find opportunities to raise your strength in there. If there are any herbs that can directly raise your cultivation or physique, take them out. Anyway, you have to ensure your own lives. I hope that all 10 of you can come out alive. Right now, the 100 Herbs Gate was slowly opening. The Heaven Fiend sect's intersect disciples rushed out and entered the gate. Azure Water sect's Lu Wuhuang was the first to rush out, followed by Xiao Libi. In a blink of the eye, the 4 intersect disciples all entered the 100 Herbs Gate. Since the 3 of you are idling outside, why not have a bet? Heaven Fiend sect's intersect Grand Elder, Wei Yipping grinned. What kind of bet? He Lianhu's eyes lit up. Zhao Wujin and the Spirit Hidden sect's old hag looked over too. Wei Yipping said, "Let's have a contest. Which of the 4 sects has the least casualties? The sect with the least casualties will be the final winner. For every disciple that dies, the other 3 sects will have to fork out 1 million gold coins to the winner." "I'll bet." He Lianhu immediately said, "My Spirit Hidden sect cannot possibly lose." "I'll bet too." The spirit-hidden sect's old hag is very confident in her disciples. The spirit-hidden sect specializes in sneak attacks and would rarely put themselves in danger. Since the three of you are participating, I have no reason not to. A few million gold coins meant nothing to Zhao Wujin. Even if it was 10 million gold coins, it would only make his heart ache. Of course, he didn't wish to be the loser. As compared to the gold coins, the value of Li Fuchen and the others was obviously higher. Very good. It seems that you are all quite confident. Unfortunately, confidence is useless. Just wait to give me gold coins. Wei Yiping was in an extremely good mood. In his opinion, the three sects would lose without a doubt. Each sect had given him a few million gold coins, which added up to more than 10 million gold coins. No one will know the result until the very end. Zhao Wujin sneered. In 100 Herbs' secret realm, the density of the heaven and earth spiritual qi was unimaginable. It was even several times denser than Shoshua Town. Cultivating here, there was no need for qi cultivating pills, and one could improve at the best speed. If I were to cultivate in the secret realm for a year or so, it wouldn't be difficult for me to advance to the Disha realm. Slowly landing from the sky on a grassland, Li Fuchen secretly thought, that's impossible, right? The moment he landed, Li Fuchen's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. All the grass on the grassland was actually medicinal herbs. Even though they were all low-tier yellow rank herbs, each of them was only worth 2 to 3 gold coins. However, it was impossible to count how many medicinal herbs there were in an entire grassland. There are gold coins everywhere. Since coming to the 100 Herbs' secret realm, this was the first time Li Fuchen lost his composure. Trying his best to calm himself down, Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. Even though the ground was filled with gold coins, he couldn't bring them all away. The storage bag was only 1 meter in size. Even if it was filled with yellow class, low-tier herbs, it wouldn't be able to hold much. What's more, he couldn't possibly keep all the yellow class, low-tier herbs. A single mystic class, low-tier herb was worth 10,000 stalks of yellow class, low-tier herbs, which was why harvesting mystic class herbs was the way to go. Forget it, I shall not look at them. Li Fuchen tried his best to treat the herbs beneath his feet as normal weeds. The grassland was huge. Even after walking for an hour, he still wasn't able to walk out. This is the 7-star Earth Lotus, mystic class, low tier, valued at 20,000 gold coins. This is the Bull Calf Flower, mystic class, low tier, valued at 15,000 gold coins. This is the Green Vine Fruit, mystic class, low tier, valued at 25,000 gold coins. The rumors weren't wrong. Within the 100 Herbs' secret realm, mystic class herbs were common. In just an hour, Li Fuchen found several stalks of mystic class, low-tier herbs. It was equivalent to picking up 60,000 to 70,000 gold coins. As he walked, Li Fuchen found a demonic beast. This was a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast, the Blood Kirin. This type of demonic beast loved meat and was an extreme carnivore. But at this moment, the Blood Kirin was frenziedly gnawing on the grass, as though it was eating a delicacy. Li Fuchen laughed. It seemed like these demonic beasts that mistakenly entered the 100 Herbs' secret realm were attracted by the herbs on the ground. Be it the carnivorous demonic beasts or the herbivorous demonic beasts, they were all gnawing on the grass. Lifting its head, the Blood Kirin noticed Li Fuchen. With a flash of viciousness in its eyes, the Blood Kirin pounced at Li Fuchen. A carnivorous demonic beast was ultimately a carnivorous demonic beast. When it saw a delicacy like a human, its instinctive appetite would be triggered. Li Fuchen remained indifferent and continued to walk. Bang! Just as the Blood Kirin was about to bite Li Fuchen's body emitted a blazing intent that could destroy all living beings, sending the Blood Kirin flying. Before it even landed on the ground, it was already dead. Its entire body was charred black and emitting smoke. The scales had fallen off, and not a single spot was left intact. Even at death's door, the Blood Kirin couldn't understand how this human in front of it could be so strong. Just by relying on chi protection, he could easily kill it. This was something even regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artists couldn't do. Ice Fire Flower, Mystic Class, High-Tier Herb. One stalk is worth around 400,000 gold coins. A few hours later, Li Fuchen's luck was on the rise as he found a rare Mystic Class, High-Tier Herb, Ice Fire Flower. This flower contained both ice and fire spiritual qi. If a fire-type cultivation technique consumed this flower, it could effectively lower the temperature. It wouldn't cause the body to be engulfed in flames and wouldn't cause the meridians to wither. If an ice-cold cultivation technique consumed this flower, it could also effectively protect the internal organs and prevent the cold qi from damaging the lungs. For example, if Li Fuchen cultivated the true Inferno technique, with his current physique and cultivation level, he would only be able to cultivate to the 15th rank. But with the Ice Fire Flower, he could definitely cultivate to the 16th rank, or even the 17th rank. Carefully placing the Ice Fire Flower into the jade box, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. This flower might be of great use in the future. Look, isn't that Azure Water Sect's Li Fuchen? At the edge of the prairie, two Heaven Fiend Sect intersect disciples unexpectedly met with Li Fuchen. Chapter 147. Heaven Fiend Sect Disciple. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with a dazzling radiance. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Under normal circumstances, if others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them either. However, this was the 100 Herb's secret realm. He needed more storage bags, the more the better, and there was only one way to get storage bags, and that was to rob other people's storage bags. In order to reach the pinnacle of the Sword Dao, Li Fuchen didn't mind killing anyone who stood in his way. Right now, the ones who stood in his way were the Heaven Fiend Sect, Violent Saber Sect, and Spirit Hidden Sect. I'm sorry. Li Fuchen skimmed towards the duo. You're courting death. You actually dare to approach me on your own initiative. The two Heaven Fiend Sect intersect disciples revealed a ferocious killing intent. As intersect disciples of the Heaven Fiend Sect, they had an innate sense of superiority. In their eyes, the other sects were all weak chickens. Even if Li Fuchen was the top disciple of the Azure Water Sect, if the two of them worked together, they would still be able to eliminate him. Hand over the storage bag, and I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, two Heaven Fiend Sect intersect disciples approached Li Fuchen from the left and right. But before they could even finish their conversation, Li Fuchen attacked. Li Fuchen didn't even need to make a move. He just burst out with Scarlet Fire Qi. The raging Scarlet Fire true energy was like a storm rushing towards the two of them. Mixed within was the Scarlet Fire technique intent that could destroy all living things. Puff, puff. Both of them were severely injured in an instant. Their protective Zhen Qi was like a piece of paper. As expected, my cultivation is still too low. Li Fuchen didn't mind. These two were at the peak of the Origin Realm, and he was only at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Furthermore, using Qi to rush at the enemy was far inferior to executing martial arts. How can he be so strong? A burst of true energy can seriously injure us. The two Heaven Fiend Sect intersect disciples were dumbfounded. Then came endless fear. In their eyes, even Li Wuxue and Zheng Xian weren't that terrifying. Only the black-white double ghosts together would have such power. Damn it, the information from the upper echelons is too outdated. How is this person worth paying attention to? He's simply a freak, a monster, and an extremely dangerous existence. If we see him, we should immediately run away and avoid him. Run, we must bring news of him to the others. At this moment, both of them only had a single thought in their minds, and that was to run. Run for their lives. Do you think you can escape? Activating the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen swiftly caught up to the duo and sent a palm strike at each of them. Mystic level low-tier palm art, iron smelting hand. With a crash, the two of them fell to the ground and slid a dozen meters away. Their bodies were charred black like charcoal, and they couldn't be more dead. The Scarlet Fire intent is too strong. Li Fuchen sighed in his heart. Middle-tier mystic ranked cultivation intent could be directly injected into the iron smelting hand, almost pushing the iron smelting hand to the level of a middle-tier mystic ranked cultivation intent. With a palm strike, the ferocious Scarlet Fire intent entered the two's bodies along with the palm force. Walking over, Li Fuchen picked up the storage pouch of the two. He infused his Jinqi into it. He opened it. There were quite a number of mystic rank herbs, most of which were low-tier mystic rank, and only 2 of them were mid-tier mystic rank. 3 storage bags can be filled as much as possible. Before this, in Li Fuchen's storage bags, other than mystic class herbs, there were plenty of yellow class high-tier herbs and yellow class peak-tier herbs. Yellow class high-tier herbs were worth a few hundred gold coins, while yellow class peak-tier herbs were worth up to 1,000 gold coins. Accumulating them, it was still worth a lot of gold coins, and Li Fuchen didn't want to waste them. Other than that, the duo's armor and weapons were worth a total of 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. So the resources within the 100 Herbs hidden domain aren't just herbs and ores. The disciples from other sects are also resources. Killing any one of them would yield a huge fortune. Li Fuchen's heart was filled with murderous intent. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the ground of the 100 Herbs hidden domain suddenly shook and swiftly devoured the corpses of the 2 Heaven Fiend sect intersect disciples. In just a short moment, there were no traces left. At the same time, the other places within the 100 Herbs hidden domain were filled with killings. Mad Saber Duan Hai had an overwhelming ability and instantly killed the Azure Water sect intersect disciple, Luo Yishan. Blood Saber Ling Huang's blood transformation cleave dissolved the blood of the spirit hidden sect's disciple, turning him into a tattered corpse. Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The violent Saber sect disciples that he killed didn't even know how they died. There was also Ghost Girl Yi Hua and Spirit Child Jiang Xiaomao. Each of them killed regular prodigies as though they were chickens, effortlessly. As for the 5 formidable prodigies from the Heaven Fiend sect, there was no need to even mention them. They were all murderous demons. In less than a day, out of the 43 individuals that entered, more than 10 of them had already been killed. Run, hurry up and run. Chun Fanghua and an intersect disciple named Lu Xiaofei were frantically escaping. Behind them, Claw Ghost Xian was in hot pursuit. His speed was obviously faster than the 2 of them. How'd I meet Claw Ghost Xian? Someone save me. Lu Xiaofei didn't want to die. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Although he knew from the start that the 100 Herbs secret realm was dangerous, to him at that time was full of ambition. He didn't care about these dangers at all. Only when he really met with danger did he realize that he was afraid of death. In the past, he wasn't afraid of death because he had never met an enemy that he couldn't defeat. The wanted criminals in the mission were all useless people. They were just a little more cunning. Qin Fanghua's face was pale as well. She didn't want to die either. If there was a chance to live, no one would want to die. Meeting such an undefeatable enemy, the only way is to escape. Qin Fanghua didn't misinterpret Li Fuchen's meaning. She understood that Li Fuchen didn't want them to risk their lives every time they met. He just wanted them to not develop any fear and not lose their heart of the Sword Dao because of fear. In just a short moment, Zhang Xian was only 10 feet away from the 2 of them. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Zhang Xian wore a pair of black claw gloves on his hands. With a swing of his claws, a few streaks of light flashed. PFFF. Lu Xiaofei's chi protection was torn apart like a piece of paper. Shortly after, the Class 3 leather armor on his body was also torn apart. Blood and flesh splattered along with the shattered bones. Lu Xiaofei was instantly killed and crashed onto the ground. Lu Shixiang is dead. Qin Fanghua was in a daze for a moment. Seeing Lu Xiaofei, who had a bright future, die in front of her had a huge impact on Qin Fanghua. This was the first time she felt the cruelty of the world. Risk it. Qin Fanghua didn't try to escape. Instead, she turned around and faced Zhang Xian. Since there was no way to retreat, then she had to risk her life. Even if she had to die with dignity. Not going to escape? A wise choice. Take off all your clothes now. If I feel comfortable, I may grant you a dignified death. If not, even if you die, I have 100 ways to torture your corpse. Claw Ghost Zhang Xian was extremely cruel. His eyes were filled with a sickly glow. You devil. The courage that Chen Fanghua gathered with great difficulty instantly crumbled. She couldn't deal with such a person. Devil? I am 100 times scarier than a devil. Zheng Xian walked towards Chen Fanghua. Chen Shiji, do you need help? At this moment, a figure appeared on a small hill not far away. Li Shidi. Chapter 148. You are Canglan sect's top inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen. Zheng Xian looked at Li Fuchen. Without a sound, Li Fuchen's figure vanished from the hillside. When he reappeared, he was already beside Chen Fanghua. Senior Sister Chen, go to the side and take a rest. Leave this to me. He could see that Chen Fanghua was on the verge of breaking down. This was not because the other party was weak, but because Ghost Claw Zheng Xian was too brutal. Women generally valued their chastity more. If they couldn't even live in peace after death, it would undoubtedly make them despair. Chen Fanghua nodded. This was not the time for her to put on a brave front. Her confidence and willpower had almost been destroyed by Zheng Xian. You think you can save her? Zheng Xian grinned. His aura was like that of a devil. Just me alone is enough. Li Fuchen stated. No wonder you are the top inner sect disciple of the Canglan sect. So confident. But killing confident people is my favorite thing to do. I will peel off your skin and stuff it with rice straws. In my work, you will definitely be the champion. Zheng Xian tried to destroy Li Fuchen's willpower. Li Fuchen's face darkened. Li Fuchen sneered. Claw Ghost Zheng Xian, keep your little tricks. Don't use your clumsy methods to embarrass yourself. Oh, Zheng Xian's expression turned cold when he heard this. He realized that Li Fuchen was indeed different from the others. Li Fuchen was very calm, and his eyes didn't have any flicker. There was only calmness and traces of murderous intent. Looks like he can't be underestimated. Zheng Xian planned to treat this seriously and not fail miserably. 3 swords. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression as he drew his black gold sword inch by inch. Zheng Xian was no ordinary person. It would be nearly impossible to kill him with a single sword strike. However, he was still confident of killing him with 3 sword strikes. Ha! Zheng Xian laughed. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. The first sword. Li Fuchen drew his sword. The scarlet fire intent burst forth. The meteor sword intent burst forth. 2 great true intents intertwined, accompanied by the dark gold sword, which pierced towards Zheng Xian. This sword was extremely dazzling, even more dazzling than the pure meteor sword technique, because it contained the scarlet fire technique intent. Quick! It was too fast. It was so fast that Zheng Xian couldn't dodge at all. As soon as the sword was unleashed, it was already in front of him. This was a sword that could not be avoided. This was a sword that caused Zheng Xian's bones to turn cold. Nether Ghost Claw. Zheng Xian roared and clawed at the dazzling sword light. Whoosh! The surface of the ground was torn apart. Zheng Xian's claw merely brushed past the sword light. As the sword light was too fast, he made a misjudgment. The searing sword light pierced through Zheng Xian's protective jinshi and his demonic beast hide. Zheng Xian couldn't help but scream in agony. On his chest, there was a small charred hole that was half an inch deep. At the crucial moment, he activated the Heaven Fiend Sect's 2-star secret technique, Devil Tattoo. This secret technique required one to carve demonic patterns on the surface of the body. These demonic patterns could strengthen the flesh and blood. Sword intent and martial intent. Zheng Xian was horrified. From the information he received, Li Fuchen only comprehended sword intent and didn't comprehend technique intent. If Li Fuchen had merely comprehended sword intent, he wouldn't even put it in his eyes. After all, he had also comprehended the Netherworld Claw intent, and his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. How is this possible? An Origin Realm cultivator is able to cultivate a Mystic class mid-tier technique to the highest rank. Zheng Xian didn't dare to believe it, but he had no choice. If not, there was no other way to explain the power of that sword move. Swallowing a pill, Zheng Xian swung his hand and shot a densely packed steel pellets at Li Fuchen. He then turned around and prepared to escape. Against a monster like Li Fuchen, Zheng Xian intended to escape too. This person has comprehended technique intent. I am not a match for him, but as long as I can find a safe place, I will be able to break through to the first level of the Earth realm. Zhang Xian could have broken through a long time ago, but in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he had been suppressing his cultivation level. But breaking through wasn't something that could be done on a whim. He had to find a safe place to circulate his technique to break through. Once it was interrupted, it would be easy for him to go berserk and sever his meridians. If he could instantly break through, he wouldn't need to escape. Bang, 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 bang. Li Fuchen could tell with a single glance that these steel pellets were thunderbolt pellets. They weren't weak and could easily kill a regular 9th-level Origin realm martial artist. A pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular 9th-level Origin realm martial artist. Activating his chi protection and emitting his scarlet fire intent, Li Fuchen turned into a ray of fire and chased after Zhang Xian. Along the way, when these steel pellets came into contact with the scarlet fire intent, they would explode in midair with less than 10% of their original power. 3 breaths later, Li Fuchen obstructed Zhang Xian. No matter how fast his opponent was, he wouldn't be as fast as his divine movement leg. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke diffused as Zhang Xian tossed out a white miasma bomb. Li Fuchen withdrew his chi protection and burst out with his chi. Huff, 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 a violent gust of wind blew away the smoke. Li Fuchen obstructed Zhang Xian once again. Zhang Xian tried to put up a strong front. Li Fuchen, you better let me go. If not, you will bring trouble to your Azure Water sect. He was afraid of death too, and he wasn't willing to die in the hands of an Azure Water sect disciple. Second blade. Li Fuchen executed the second blade. This blade was activated with the mystical dragon secret technique. A horrific chi presence instantly enveloped Zhang Xian. Damn it! Zhang Xian retrieved a shield from his storage bag and placed it in front of him. Clang! Blinding sparks sprayed in all directions. Zhang Xian's entire body was almost crushed into the mud. Both his arms were numb, and he couldn't move. Third blade. Vanishing, Li Fuchen appeared behind Zhang Xian and used a single blade to decapitate Zhang Xian. 3 blades, and the fearsome claw ghost Zhang Xian was killed. If news of this got out, it would be enough to send the disciples of the other 3 sects into a state of panic. But this was also because claw ghost Zhang Xian was too careless. If he had found a place to break through, he wouldn't have died so easily. With Li Fuchen's ability, killing a first-level Earth Realm prodigy was extremely difficult, and there was quite a bit of risk involved. This is a Mystic class, low-tier shield. Picking up Zhang Xian's shield, Li Fuchen was surprised. Just this shield alone was worth more than 100,000 gold coins. It might even be more. After all, the quality of shield was much heavier than a weapon, hence the price would naturally be much higher. Zhang Xian had a total of 2 storage bags. One was his, the other belonged to the Azure Water sect's inner sect disciple, Lu Xiaofei. Each of them had the insignia of their respective sections. After searching his body, Li Fuchen returned to look for Chen Fanghua. Li Shidi, where is Zhang Xian? Chen Fanghua had already returned to normal and couldn't help but ask. Dead. Li Fuchen replied. Dead. Chen Fanghua's eyes widened. Such a horrifying and insane Zhang Xian actually died in the hands of Li Fuchen. How strong was Li Fuchen? Could it be that Li Fuchen's ability had increased by so much during these 3 months? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fanghua tried her best to digest this information. Chapter 149. With the 2 of them together, the speed at which they searched for medicinal herbs suddenly became much faster. No matter if it was a yellow-class high-tier top-tier herb or a mystic-class herb, he wouldn't reject anything. There was also a sun in the 100 Herbs secret realm. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the 2 of them flew in the direction of Stony Mountain in the distance, intending to find a place to rest. When the sun completely set and the moon rose, the 2 of them came to a small valley. In the depths of the small valley, there was a small lake. At the lakeside, a scarlet-scaled demonic beast with a majestic demonic aura was resting. Its body was 7 to 8 meters long. It's a low-rank 3 demonic beast, the red-scaled beast. Chen Fanghua whispered, This demonic beast should be guarding some important herb. Let's search for it. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning. Even the dim environment couldn't obstruct his vision. Soon, Li Fuchen found a herb growing in the crevice in the rubble next to the monster beast. This herb was pitch black in color, and there was a silver gold fruit at the top. So that's how it is. It's guarding the high-rank, profound, rank herb, sky-shattering fruit. Li Fuchen withdrew his gaze and said, "Earth-shattering fruit?" Chen Fanghua raised her eyebrows. The value of the earth-shattering fruit was extraordinary. It could allow a 9th level Origin Realm martial artist to advance to the 1st level of the Earth Realm faster, saving a lot of time. Furthermore, after the advancement, there would not be any signs of the true qi becoming unstable. Instead, it would slightly consolidate the cultivation. Of course, not every 9th level Origin Realm martial artist could break through just by consuming the earth-shattering fruit. Normal 9th level Origin Realm martial artists in the outside world had to reach the limits of the Origin Realm before they could break through with the help of the earth-shattering fruit. Sect disciples, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. After all, the cultivation technique that sect disciples cultivated was of a very high level, and they could easily refine the earth-shattering fruit and absorb its medicinal essence. Roar! When the red-scaled beast noticed Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua, it stood up abruptly. A majestic, demonic qi burst out from its body, causing a whirlwind to blow within the small valley, sending rocks flying everywhere. Senior Sister Chun, stay away. Class 3 low-tier demonic beasts were very powerful and could instantly kill a regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artist. Only those Earth Realm martial artists who cultivated mystic class cultivation techniques would be able to go against them. The mystical dragon's secret art was activated. Li Fuchen skimmed towards the red-scaled beast. Roar! Sparks appeared on the red-scaled beast's body. With a tongue sound, a scarlet flame emerged. The front claw suddenly swung at Li Fuchen, and a few scarlet streaks slashed at Li Fuchen. Die! Li Fuchen's body spun and dodged the scarlet-red waterfall before striking at the red-scaled beast with lightning speed. Puff! The dazzling sword qi pierced through the scales of the red-scaled beast, leaving a bloody hole in its chest. As expected of a Class 3 demonic beast, its strongest point is its body. A Class 2 high-ranked demonic beast would have a strength of around 20,000 gene. A Class 3 low-ranked demonic beast would have a strength of at least 100,000 gene. Furthermore, depending on the type of demonic beast, the strength would be different as well. Such powerful strength caused their bodies to be extremely tough. Regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. But Li Fuchen was different. With the activation of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat strength was almost at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Coupled with the Scarlet Fire intent and the Meteor Sword intent, it was still possible to penetrate the red-scaled beast's defense. With an injury on its chest, the red-scaled beast went berserk. Its entire body was enveloped in flames as it charged towards Li Fuchen. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Li Fuchen's maneuvers were extremely strange. He repeatedly dodged the red-scaled beast's attacks and left bloody holes on its body. In Chen Fanghua's eyes, the red-scaled beast was a trapped beast, and its defeat was already decided. 5 minutes later, Li Fuchen's sword pierced through the red-scaled beast's left eye. The sword qi seeped in and tore apart its brain. Rumble! Like a collapsing mountain, the red-scaled beast fell heavily onto the ground. The flames on its body gradually extinguished. Cutting open the red-scaled beast's abdomen, Li Fuchen couldn't find the demon core. As for the other ingredients, he didn't even bother about them. The earth-shattering fruit will only ripen after it turns completely golden. It seems we will have to stay here for another day or two. Li Fuchen stated. Chen Fanghua nodded. No hurry. We have plenty of time anyway. After a day, her storage bag was already half filled, and there was still 6 more days before the 100 Herbs hidden domain closed. The two of them underestimated the ripening speed of the earth-shattering fruit. The next morning, as the first rays of the morning sun landed on the earth-shattering fruit, the fruit turned completely golden. An invigorating medicinal fragrance permeated throughout the entire valley. The earth-shattering fruit is ripe. Li Fuchen reached out to pluck the earth-shattering fruit. For you, Li Fuchen passed it to Chen Fenghua. For me, Chen Fenghua didn't understand. Li Fuchen replied, "It isn't of much use to me. This earth-shattering fruit can only help a martial artist advance from the 9th level of the Origin Realm to the 1st level of the Earth Realm. It isn't able to help me break through from the 7th level to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. It will take quite some time for me to reach the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Why don't you consume it first? Once you progress to the 1st level of the Earth Realm, it will also be a great combat strength." The earth-shattering fruit and the earth-shattering domain were related. Li Fuchen didn't understand the mystery in between. Is this really a good idea? Chen Fenghua was hesitant. She naturally wanted to progress to the 1st level of the Earth Realm as soon as possible. Once she was at the 1st level of the Earth Realm, she would have the ability to protect herself and wouldn't be like her current self where she was at the bottom of the 4 sections. The 100 Herbs hidden domain has countless herbs. There are still 6 more days, and you might be able to obtain an earth-shattering fruit. If you don't increase your cultivation level soon, it will affect the future. Li Fuchen didn't dare to guarantee Chen Fenghua's safety. Among the disciples of the 4 sects, many of them were suppressing their cultivation level. Who knows, maybe in a few more days, a batch of 1st-level Earth Realm martial artists would appear. Then many thanks. Chen Fenghua received the earth-shattering fruit. Progressing from the 9th level of the Origin Realm to the 1st level of the Earth Realm was a huge project. It required absolute silence. Chen Fenghua found a cave that could accommodate her and sat down cross-legged. A moment later, Chen Fenghua picked up the golden earth-shattering fruit and swallowed it. Time passed by slowly. From morning to noon, from noon to afternoon, Li Fuchen had been meditating by the lakeside. The 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique wasn't the limit. The peak state of the 15th rank was the true limit. When that happens, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique's anomaly would appear and his combat ability would increase by quite a bit. As the sun set, Chen Fenghua broke through. Boom! In the valley, a violent gale blew and rocks were sent flying. A shocking spirit chi tornado gathered towards Chen Fenghua. Am I going to break through? Li Fuchen opened his eyes and looked at the cave. Within the cave, there was a huge radiance. It was the radiance of Chen Fenghua's chi. After a long time, a figure walked out from the cave. The current Chen Fenghua's chi presence wasn't just 2-fold stronger than this morning. It was at least a few-fold stronger. The surging chi was like a tidal wave, wave after wave. How do you feel? Li Fuchen laughed and asked. Very strong. I didn't know that the 1st level of the Earth Realm was so strong. It is as though I have been reborn. My senses towards the heaven and earth energy is much sharper now. While speaking, Chen Fenghua struck a palm strike into the air. Huff! Chapter 150. Very strong. Li Fuchen nodded. Much stronger than Claw Ghost Zheng Xian. When a prodigy progressed to the Earth Realm, it was like adding wings to a tiger. That palm force just now was enough to instantly kill a regular 1st-level Earth Realm martial artist. Li Shidi, is this an or? Just as Chen Fenghua was about to speak, she suddenly looked at the ground. The ground that was torn apart by the palm force had a faint metallic glow. Let me see. Li Fuchen's consciousness entered the ground along with his chi. A moment later, a water tank-sized or with a faint purple-silver glow appeared in his mind. It's a mystic class, low-tier, purple-silver ore, Li Fuchen said. Not noticing how Li Fuchen knew, Chen Fenghua revealed a delighted expression. The purple-silver, or it was worth 700 contribution points per kg. If there was 1,000 kilograms, that would be 700,000 contribution points. This wasn't a small sum. Digging out the purple-silver ore, Li Fuchen weighed it and said about 2,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms is 1 for million contribution points. Chen Fenghua drew her black gold sword and split the ore with 3 consecutive slashes. One was big and one was small. The small one was only the size of a wash basin, which was around 200 to 300 kilograms. I will take the small one. You can have the extra one. Without Li Fuchen, she wouldn't have survived until now. 200 kilograms of purple silver, or was enough. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say anything. He kept the rest of the purple silver ore. Even though it was getting late, the two of them still prepared to leave the valley. With their ability, they wouldn't be able to walk unhindered in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Finally, at the first level of the Earth Realm. This was a lush forest. In the middle of the forest, on a towering tree, Lu Wuhuang slowly opened his eyes. A domineering aura suddenly spread out, and within a radius of 10 meters, the wind and rain swayed, and the leaves flew everywhere. Dying. A few dozen meters away, a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast got a shock and scurried out of its cave. In the next moment, a violent chi force, like an enraged dragon, opened up a path in the forest and blasted the Class 2 high-tier demonic beast, turning it into a pile of minced meat. This is the first level of the Earth Realm. Lu Wuhuang's eyes were cold and domineering. At the same time, there were plenty of people who broke through to the first level of the Earth Realm. The Azure Water sect had Xiao Libi, Bai Tao, and Lin Wanqing. There were 6 in the Violent Saber sect. The Spirit Hidden sect had 6 as well. There were 8 Heaven Fiend sects. On the third day, afternoon, Yin Qingwu, you won't be able to leave the 100 Herbs secret domain alive. Why don't you have a taste of being a woman before you die? A Violent Saber sect disciple confronted Yin Qingwu. This Violent Saber sect disciple was called Fanny Dao. The current him was already at the first level of the Earth Realm. His overbearing chi presence was like a saber tornado, enveloping Yin Qingwu. Yin Qingwu placed her right hand on the hilt of her saber. That's right. No matter how strong you are still not my opponent. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your monstrous aptitude. My Violent Saber sect will not allow you to live. There is a difference between humans. So what if you are at the first level of the Earth Realm? Black Moon Illumination. Yin Qingwu unsheathed her blade. As compared to 4 to 5 months ago at MT Fei Shui, the current Yin Qingwu was more than twice as strong. In just a few short months, her Black Moon Saber intent had reached the stage where she could freely release it. She had also learned a 3-star secret technique, the Swallow Flight Dance. This Swallow Flight Dance could allow one's agility to be at least twice as strong as usual. Without any sound or presence, multiple Yin Qingwu appeared in midair at the same time. Using the naked eye, it was impossible to tell which was the real body and which was the clone. What kind of secret technique is this? Fanny Dao was panicking. Yin Qingwu, who had a 6-star bone frame, was someone that Fanny Dao had to take seriously. Swish! Multiple Yin Qingwu brandished their blades at the same time and slashed at Fanny Dao. Break! Fanny Dao roared with rage. His body rotated and his blade light rotated. Cling, 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 blinding sparks exploded as multiple Yin Qingwu retreated at the same time. They then turned in midair and slashed at Fanny Dao again. 15 minutes later, Fanny Dao's back was drenched in sweat. During this time, he didn't dare to relax and used all his strength to defend against multiple Yin Qingwu's attacks. This caused his concentration to be rapidly depleted, and he even had a slight illusion. Dying. All of a sudden, multiple Yin Qingwu combined and shot out a blade light. It was like a black moon that drew across the sky and penetrated the ground. PFFF. A blade scar appeared on the ground. In the next moment, Fanny Dao's body was split into 2. Lightly landing on the ground, Yin Qingwu had a pale expression. Fanny Dao might be a regular prodigy, and had yet to comprehend the saber intent, but the difference between the Earth Realm and the Origin Realm was too huge. Once he progressed to the first level of the Earth Realm, his strength would soar. If it wasn't for her mastery of the Swallow Flight Dance, she wouldn't be a match for Fanny Dao. I have to find the earth-shattering fruit. Yin Qingwu's eyes flashed with determination. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Massacres were happening every day. Those disciples that didn't progress had become prey, and none of them dared to show themselves. Damn it, if I don't progress, I will surely die inside. In a desolate mountain, Yuan Tian was extremely anxious. He was only at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, and had yet to comprehend sword intent. He personally witnessed a spirit-hidden sex disciple being killed by a heaven-fiend sex disciple in a single move. This gave him an intense panic. He had a 5-star bone frame and must not die in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Yuan Shitty. Just as Yuan Tian was panicking, a familiar voice came from a small mountain not far away. Xiao Shi Xiao. Yuan Tian's eyes lit up. Luckily, I noticed you earlier. You shall follow me from now on. We shall strive to find herbs that can help you advance in your cultivation level. Xiao Libi said. Many thanks, Xiao Shi Xiao. Yuan Tian was sincerely grateful to Xiao Libi. He could see that Xiao Libi had progressed to the first level of the Earth Realm. With Xiao Libi's protection, his safety was guaranteed. Xiao Libi said, disciples of the same sect should help each other. He wanted to gather everyone from the Azure Water sect. It was too dangerous to move alone, even if he was already at the first level of the Earth Realm. 10 miles away from the desolate mountain, Li Fuchen and Shan Fanghua met the violent saber sex Blood Saber Ling Huang. Blood Saber Ling Huang had already progressed to the first level of the Earth Realm and was much stronger than Shan Fanghua. In between the two of them was a stalk of herb that was emitting a dense spirit chi. Mystic class, mid-tier herb, origin return herb. This herb could allow an origin realm martial artist to advance by 1 level without any side effects. It was no different from using one's own strength to advance. I can see that you really want this herb. A pity that I will not give you the chance. Blood Saber Ling Huang grinned and stared at Li Fuchen and Chun Fanghua like he was looking at his prey. Li Shitty, I will hold him back. Once you get the origin return herb, run. Chun Fanghua said.